Hey! 任務を遂行する。終わりだ。
What's up fellas, Patriarch Panda here, and this video is going to be a compilation of all the Grappler parts from the Grab series. So basically, none of the context, none of the starting, none of the ending, none of the skits, and it's just going to be all of the Grappler stuff put together. It'll also be categorized, so it will go from Capcom to SNK to hyper western fighters to anime fighters to 3D fighters. The goal is to have this year for any wanderers that see it that are interested in the series, or just have them compiled and look at it some other time. So if you've already seen these, or you're missing out on some of the context, or you just want to binge all of them, that's probably the best way to do so. Anyway, enjoy the compilation, and I'll catch you guys another time, and thanks for the 5,000. See ya. Anakaris is the Zappler of the game. This is the game plan based on zoning and using your command grab in neutral to throw people off. This is kind of like Boss and Strive, where you can do teleport into command grab to set up his game plan. Or the first one being from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fighting game Buckethead, but that's a discussion for another day. He's designed to be weird to fight with nothing making sense, like being the biggest guy that can float around like Balsam, can shoot projectiles but can also do a random grab to throw you off. He could also turn you into a little freak and bully you. He's weird but cool. He's a king that is extremely prideful about himself and his people. His backstory is interesting. He had a vision at the age of 12. Seeing his reawakening, he made a pyramid to bring him back 5,000 years after. He was reawakened and fought Pyron, who attacked Earth. He went back in time to fight Pyron, saving his kingdom. And after fighting Jedi in the third game, he found that his kingdom was going to be destroyed. And after finding this out, he made a pocket dimension to save him. He's kinda good. Today's video, we'll be going over his strengths and then his weaknesses. That way we can all be in shock and awe together. Trust me, what I'm about to list is insane, and then to hear, like, his weaknesses, you go like, what? The thing to note was his floaty movement. This guy could be in the air for ages. His attacks in the air didn't have a lot of recovery, and he could do triple jumps. Like, you're not getting this, man. In a traditional 2D fighter, this would be broken on his own or grappler. This movement gets even more insane if he backdashed in the corner. He would do this! Again, imagine Potemkin sitting in the corner and then doing backdash and escaping with Gigant or Kai. This is what makes Zapplers unique. They tend to be quirky, making them difficult to catch. You could argue this is kind of a lot like Faust, but without the RNG from Guilty Gear. This could be a first attempt if you really want to view that. It came out in 1997. His tools had a ton of reach, making him an effective poker, main notes being his heavy punch and cobra elbow. The main game plan with Anakaris is to throw out big normals and play to the sky with his air normals. His air normals had like no recovery, so they were safe hitboxes to just throw out. He also had godlike anti-air, so this was another part of your game plan. If you got Oki off of Pursuit, you could play to poking or try him with a long reach of command grab. Also, look how far and how much damage this grab does. His ES version of the grab was strong because if someone was jumping and they landed, for 2 frames they couldn't jump again. So using this as an effective neutral anti-air wasn't a bad idea. So his game plan was the opposite. Don't jump, please, but also jump. There's a lot going on there. The next cool thing about him was his aerial projectile. The Curse of Ra.
Top Bozo! Curse of Ra!
On hit was insane as it turned the enemy into Le Creature. When they are Le Creature, they can't block and they can't attack, so Anakaris can do teleport, catch him, and start beating him for solid damage. You can escape him, and he was also zoning. My goodness. The next thing that sells how weird it is his knockdown. That's right, he basically had a super when he was knocked down. That was an unblockable attack. This was to stop Pursuit's and Oki attempts, so Anakaris was weird. Even when he was knocked down, like, what were they cooking when they made this guy?
Someone cooked here.
Fun fact, he doesn't have a normal throw. at all. He has zero normal throws. Bro can tech a normal throw, but he can't do a normal throw. Weird, right? Another fun fact, his Dark Force made him separate from his lower body, where his buddy Kabito controls the legs and he controls the top, allowing him to float with armored legs going about doing kicking. It was kinda niche from what I've seen, but it's fun. Now, after all that, after everything you just heard, guess his tier placement? Bottom 1. He was the worst character in the game. How in the hell does that happen? So how do you go to being one of the worst characters in the game after listing everything I just listed? Well, this is an old fighting game that had the focus of being super strong and aggressive. Sadly, he didn't have the power to keep up with the rest of the roster. That being said, this was one of those games where bottom 1 could cook. So it wasn't a free win against Anakaris. First main issue was how tall he was. He's massive, he's the biggest character in the game. Against a lot of the cast, it was fairly easy to hit this fella, like in airs, ground to air, ground to ground. It was just really easy to hit him and get in. The second thing is that he couldn't tech hit. He could be bullied on block by a good chunk of the cast for a lot of damage. A lot of fake situations were real on Anakaris. Cancel was also awful to use. It was only ES, you had to give up the meter, and he wouldn't get frame advantage if blocked. Just not a good tool. It had 86 frames of recovery. You did this at a wrong point, you died. Simple as. A lot of his tools had slow startup or recovery, so he was awkward to use and to even play against. Dark Force, like mentioned earlier, got killed as well. Can't really use it against most of the characters that can float or fly because they'll just chase you. That was his own main weaknesses. When the strongest character in the game is doing this type of stuff, it's hard to say that he'll do well or stand up against them. You gotta ask, who stood out playing this fella? Who was the number 1 Anakaris? Oh, this is the montage bit.
Voilà, il sort du coin, mais c'est pas grave, il se remet. Oh!
Ils aiment trop lui la veine. Oh il a tapé, il y a eu interruption. C'est tellement serré.
Oh le petit lot.
C'est serré.
Et là ça va être. Oh ça fait.
Vérité incroyable. Il a réveillé, il vient d'enchaîner les matchs. Oh
il est chaud là, il est chaud bouillant là.
Oh il a tapé.
Joli.
Il s'est relevé en courant, il voulait pas dormir.
Invisible.
Là c'est compliqué.
Et là ça va.
Oh il y a un petit bug là. Le petit chat qui lui arrive.
Voilà, il s'en va.
Oh man, il a toujours une vitesse hallucinante avec un perso qui se traîne le cul normalement.
Oui, c'est n'importe quoi.
C'est pas normal. Il est tellement rapide. Et le russe au bord de la mort. Chaud. Oui, la passe. Malheureusement, il a lâché la garde.
Bon moment, ça va mettre au sol.
Oui,
Joli l'entière.
Entière, ça sera entière sur entière.
Oh la surprise. Let's go.
Prise de choc, attention. Récupère ta putain d'arme blanche. Attention.
Attention, de derrière, c'était invisible. Entière, tu restes d'un fois.
Attention.
Et là, ta désactivation, la punition.
Ça va tuer. Attention.
Et là, ça fait.
Haggar is one of the grapplers in this game, alongside others like Hulk, Skrull, and Nemesis. But they stray from the grappler code a little bit, Skrull being a long-reaching type of grappler, Nemesis being more of a zoner than a grappler, and Hulk being more of a rush-down armor buster type character. Haggar focuses on the grab game completely, with it being the main focus in terms of mixing people up, and in terms of doing this cheeky 50-50 game, his neutral's mostly about poking to get in. He rocks a very accurate style to his Final Fight counterpart. If you go back to the old game, his iconic throw the flying pile driver is the exact same as it is in the older games. And of course, he does use the iconic lead pipe. More on that later. Haggar has always been a successful character in this game, being in the more high to mid-high tier / placement in terms of power. If you look towards one of the best competitors in this game, being Justin Wong, he placed Haggar in A tier, which is 1 tier below Virgil Zero, which is one of the most powerful teams in the game. So it really goes to show how much Haggar really stood out as a powerful character within this game. But when it came to Haggar, he wanted to team up with characters like Sentinel and Hulk, but he could work really well with characters like Rocket Raccoon and Frank West. He was a very nasty grappler, in my opinion well designed to be evil, but we need to get into what makes him weaker rather than what makes him stronger. Last time Tizoc had some absurd weaknesses I wanted to save till last. I wanted you to see what's cool about him, but with this video, I feel like what's cool about him is absurd. So I'd rather you see the weaknesses, get that out of the way, and then talk about what made him so evil. One of his major issues, and this was like the main one, was his get-ins. Even though he had very powerful pressure and is a 3v3 fighter, his main problem was getting in, and against some characters that just didn't happen. He had to rely on assist to get in, that's right. Sentinel assist was the main way to help him get in, or maybe even the Hulk shoulder. But in terms of trying to get in, that was kind of your main avenue, because your get intils weren't really all that with Haggar. And because you had to rely on assists, it meant that they could get caught for a happy birthday. In Marvel vs Capcom, if your side character gets caught, they take way more damage than what your point character would take. Meaning that if you get caught in a happy birthday, you could lose both characters if the opponent decides to dump X Factor, and then you need to make a comeback with whoever's left. So if you're Sentinel and Haggar both get caught in an X Factor combo, it meant that you had to make a comeback with Hulk. But yeah, in terms of neutral, he had some decent neutral, but getting in against zoners was kind of impossible if he was the last man in the team. And considering some of the zoners in this game.
Trying to do the best thing possible right now to keep this in. Okay, but Grundy looking real nasty. Here comes the X Factor,
and he does.
All right, he X Factor's right back. Will Chris G take this?
1 hit away. All of these soldiers that he's blocking is not letting him regain a lot of health back. You do not regain.
Fun fact about Morgan Ainsland, she's actually from Scotland, so that's my Scottish representation, a succubus. Which is interesting because in Scottish folklore, where the game tries to play with folklore and stuff like that, we don't have succubuses. So Capcom were both uneducated and horny. Either or no, something to say, we don't have succubuses in Scotland, but we do have something somewhat similar known as a Bodhan Sheath. Hope I'm saying that right. God bless culture. Basically, it is a fairy hag or a fairy witch. They lure people in, but they tend to be like an old decrepit bastard type thing. So we do have that, but we don't have what Morgan is, which is fine, might I add. But yeah, he was truly the extreme design when it comes to being a grappler. Getting in and trying to play poke-based neutral again was kinda impossible in a game like Marvel vs Capcom, and he had to rely on assists to get him in. Because of that, his strengths really stood out in terms of having great health and great offense. Don't sleep on that, it was ridiculous. In terms of his design, they really focused on the extreme of making him slow and hard to get in, and that was because his get-ins, when he was actually in and running offense, he was extremely powerful. So I absolutely love the design of this, of making him a very powerful grappler when he's in, and I mean powerful, I mean absurdly powerful. But getting in was the problem, so we'll be getting started into his strengths now. Well, what made him powerful? Well, that would be his great mix-ups, scary normals, having a reversal, that's crazy, amazing damage, and basically can play in any position. Now these are the basic strengths, but I want to go into them each detail. And starting simply, we're going to start with the mix-up game. Haggar had a very powerful mix-up game. He had his flying pile driver to be used as a mix-up tool in terms of like trying to do a strike throw. Like any grappler does, you've got the grab and you've got the strike. And his strike was very powerful because it led to very strong pressure, for example, that lead pipe. The lead pipe was very plus on block, allowing Haggar to kind of start offense from there if he ever had it blocked. And he can also use assist to kind of extend that pressure if he wanted to. Let's say he wanted to go for something a little bit more fake-ish, or maybe go for something cheeky. He did have the assist to cover him. And when he actually did land a hit, you also had another mix-up to deal with, which was his resets. He could reset his combos to go into Hoodlum Throw. Hoodlum Throw is normally a strike tool used to extend combos, but if you press the medium and heavy version, the medium version will lunge forward and do a command grab, and the heavy version will make him lunge up and get a command grab, meaning he could drop his combos on purpose and reset with a Hoodlum Throw that lets him reset for a ton of damage, meaning he can hit you with 2 interactions, do a combo, break it, feign it, reset it, and kill your character just like that. Yeah, you can catch your character for trying to reset in the air, or he could catch you falling asleep at the wheel and do a grounded hoodlum throw. Oh, and in terms of his combo game, he had a very powerful combo game. His supers, for example, this one where he does a beatdown, kind of similar to a final fight, he will mash the hell out of you, punch the hell out of your guts, but to extend the damage on that, you can actually mash the buttons of your controller to extend the damage and make it do a ton more, meaning carpal tunnel. But you have to be tactful about the mashing, because if you press all 4 buttons together, you'd cancel the X factor, meaning you drop the combo and you've wasted one of the most powerful resources in the game. When it came to this combo game, well, let me just put it simply for you. Lead pipe sound effect. But what made Haggar truly powerful in this game was that damned lariat. That's right, he had a lariat that made him invulnerable for 40 frames. That's a long period of time, so guessing when to punish it, you have to get good at this game. The other factor about it is that it also took his own health away. Like in Final Fight, this is something I like about Marvel. They're really good at implementing characters from previous games and kind of bring them in nicely into it. This was great because he was able to turn immediate defense into immediate offense. Why is that? Well, he could use Mir afterwards and use DHC to stay safe and maybe set up something using the other supers. For example, Sentinel Super is a really good defensive tool, so DHCing into that would probably help him a ton after the DP. And of course, he can use X Factor as well when it's blocked or on hit to confirm a combo or to confirm pressure. Yeah, the main thing that made this DP insane was the fact that it was an assist. Now, you're probably not wondering why that makes it so crazy. You had access to a 40 frame assist DP. That's powerful. We can go into the round start that made it so powerful, and that is Hulk's round start. Yes, Hulk is a very powerful round start character in this game, especially paired with Haggar assist. Because just like that, he can walk up, Haggar assist, and he can threaten strike throw, 50-50s, and use armor call out bad mashing. Hulk truly had a terrifying round start because of that Haggar assist. If he was wrong, he was safe, and if he was right, he got a pickup. Yeah, this was so brutal because Hulk would walk forward, and if you didn't respect it, you get clipped in the jaw by Haggar, and if you got caught sleeping at the wheel, Hulk had armor to catch you. Just like that, it's not a fun situation. Truly a disgusting round start you didn't want to hold, and I truly think that adds to the more evil factor of the character. And now it's time to get into the diabolical stuff being more of his mix-up game. Now I know what you're wondering, I've already covered his mix-up game. Well, what made it more evil were these situations that were rare, but when they came up, truly made the character powerful. But yeah, the player to watch was KBR. This player was amazing at utilizing all of the tools that Haggar had. Same with Hulk and Sentinel. His team was ridiculous. He was so good at the game. And it was great to see such character variation in a game that had ZMC, such a powerful team comp that had access to so much. He decided to have a bit of personality, go for that big body mentality, the Sentinel, the Hulk, and the Haggar. Really made it such a cool team dynamic, and I think that's what makes Marvel such a beautiful game to watch at times. But you had 2 pieces of gross tech, one being the cross-up tech. Now I know what you're wondering, what even happened here? Right? What even happened? It makes no sense to you, you just see him head. Well, Lariat could be ducked. So Lariat actually had another weakness to it, despite the fact that it lost health, and it was whip punishable, is that you could duck it. But the thing is, if you can duck it, why is he getting hit? Well, people theorize that when you do a turnaround in Marvel vs. Capcom, for 1 frame, your character is standing. Yes. So that means that when you do this hop forward with Hulk, which is his forward dash by the way, he's turning the opponent around. And if you're holding down back, you're essentially holding down forward. And if your character's turning around for 1 frame, you got hit by Lariat and got picked up. Using this was very difficult and extremely niche, but if you got it, holy, this was such a powerful situation. Hulk not only had the offense, you just had to respect at times, so going for this type of play was totally doable, but at the end of the day, this was disgusting. This was a bit of a nasty piece of tech, but there are some characters doing some unblockable stuff in this game. ZMC, but I'm not going to talk about them. But yeah, the other one was the corner situation. If Haggar was able to kill somebody or snap them back in the corner, he can create a situation with Sentinel assist, creating a disgusting 50-50 situation that can call out multiple things and even OS multiple things. He has one where he calls you out for push blocking, he has one for calling you out for jumping, he has one for you calling out chicken blocking after ground blocking, and he has one that will simply call you out for just respecting the situation. Yeah, it's kind of gross. And if you decide that you're gonna just like avoid the throw and just like block it and all that stuff, wait for your opportunity, you also had an instant overhead. This is a very powerful situation because the Sentinel Assist covered him, so if he was wrong and anything went badly, it didn't go badly. And if he was correct, he'd get a pick up to a ton of damage, and like we mentioned earlier, this is a 2-touch character. With meter, he becomes a 1-touch character. So if you're at this point where you've snapped somebody back, or you've killed an enemy teammate, well, just like that, you've got a kill scenario, and probably one of the weaker characters if they're running ZMC. This is a strong situation. It's very powerful. I think it's time to look towards the best players with the character specialists, if you will, and the best to look at would probably be KBR and Dino, please.
Oh, nice block. Ooh, we're out of there. Oh. What? God, I thought he got the back dash.
He was out of there. Wow.
So did he extract it?
Yep. See, okay, so the reason Kimber, that actually did do the combo, Kimber was blocking because of the version of the block. The ultimate guard and all that.
Spencer is out here. Hard tag back in the Haggar. Yo!
That's not hurt.
That's disgusting.
No, are you serious? In his chops like that, KBR? You feel like that, bro? You feel like that? Oh, man. Oh, it hits on the last throw. Of course it hits on the last throw, baby. That was so calculated from KBR. Now HT. That's a classic.
I love that, man.
That's a classic. Oh boy. Okay, so Haggar comes back. Oh, that's the beefy 8-layer burrito dip mix-up that KBR pulls out. You know when Haggar tags in and drones are behind it is a horrible situation.
You did not like this, man.
That's the beefy. Don't use the burrito mix-up, man. How's layer after layer, bro?
You cannot deal with it, man. Look at that.
Yo. Okay.
What happened to your vitality?
Woo, woo. Wow. Woo!
Kane River.
Wow.
Victor is the main grappler of the game, rocking a Frankenstein design, and has some funny animations. The main ones to note are in the normal throw, where he uses his buns to yeet the opponent. He stood at 8'2" with a weight of 230 kilograms. He plays like a traditional grappler with the twist of electricity. He had solid pokes with a ton of ways to get in, and also had a charge headbutt, kinda like a fella I know. But let's talk about his backstory. Victor von Gredenheim starts his story by being brought to life, only to find his creator, Professor von Gredenheim, dead. He originally thought that he had to prove his strength and he would awaken his master, kinda like he thought he was in a slumber. While travelling and fighting, he also was joined by Emily, who was also created by the evil Professor. He came back to find the Professor didn't wake up despite all of his efforts, and Emily, after a few years, stopped working, meaning she needed soul power to stay strong, and people theorized that the electricity used to bring Victor to life was the same current that brought her to life, but she had a battery unlike Victor. While searching for the soul power needed to bring Emily to life, he ended up taking his own, sacrificing himself to make sure that Emily can live a normal life among people. It's enough to make a grown man cry.
But not this man. Get back in there, Tia.
In terms of stats, he was one of the tankiest characters in the game and did high damage with pokes and throws. He also has electricity, but we'll get into that later. That'll be the fun part of today's vid. He has a unique way to kill projectiles, and he has very reliable anti-airs. Also, his limbs become bigger in all of his attacks, giving a pure eerie vibe as you can see the muscle. Now that we know Victor and all his backstory and all that, let's get into what made him cool and unique and fun. The main thing to note immediately for today's video is electricity. Electricity on Victor basically made the normal that you did enhanced if you held it. Holding any medium or heavy button would zap the opponent as your new moves would gain properties. All electricity attacks had no pushback, meaning tech throw setups were possible. They also killed projectiles, meaning setting a big hitbox wasn't a bad idea. He also causes large chip damage to those normals as well, so if you need a kill, that'll be the way to go. However, there were some trade-offs to balance the normals. For example, they took them longer to recover and now do less damage, but they give you another fun unique property, which is reset potential. Paired with his throw, he can get some good damage off resets like this, and his command grab does solid damage. It can catch rolls. It also had decent Oki, so throw was worth using pretty often. Strike had good ways to cash out, and you could also reset on strike, and you were given a choice on every normal hit. Strike or throw. This was clever as it gave the player a constant choice. Do we opt for a reset on hit? Do we use it to put a hitbox out there and kill projectiles? Do we aim for a chip kill? We stay optimal. It gives you smart decisions on your normals. These tend to be the core around the grappler, where you have to decide where and when to use your normals, but now that you've given us an enhanced, different version of them, it means there's a bigger game plan around just throwing out a medium or a heavy or crouch heavy or a sweep that has electricity now for a hard knockdown. It's very interesting. This tends to be the main thing grapplers throw out, and giving us a decision in all of these is very clever. Talk about getting tools, Victor had many. His main way getting in was using jumping 9 HP. This was a godlike crossbody and pretty much spammed at high level because of that hitbox. Look at it. He had this headbutt that would send him across the screen, kind of like Hammerfall as an approach tool, but without the armor or creativity. But the headbutt did destroy projectiles and had upper body invul, meaning it was a pretty solid way to get in. Also got this knee that was hard to punish on whiff, so this was pretty cheeky, or 360 or 720 throw. Also his ES version is -2 on block, so it was pretty decent to represent. And he also had this lariat-like move that Zangief has that kills projectiles, and with the ES version is very active, very hard to deal with for the opponent. If you've noticed, anything that has an electricity effect kills projectiles, and I thought this was another clever way for a grappler to not really be an armored meathead, and that is for its visual design that uses electricity to kill projectiles. All of his normals and specials are treated like this, and I think that's really clever, because it's not only a visual design, it's a feel design. You feel enhanced whenever you do these attacks, so I think it's clever that he took out the time to be all like, okay, if we make it visual and we make it feel good, the player will enjoy playing Victor, and it shows. A lot of people did play Victor. I swear, I love this game series. This was like Guilty Gear before Guilty Gear, right? Honestly, this is peak. This is genuine peak. Final thing to mention was the godly 720. Look at that. He uses his cheeks to grab the opponent, and it comes out in one frame, making this a cheeky option to use on offense and defense. He also had another thing to do with his meter, which was the Dark Force. Two versions. There was the light medium and the heavy version. The light medium turned all your punch buttons into a command grab super, and his heavy version made it so that all of his medium and heavies became the close version of those attacks, and they were automatically charged, meaning you could link multiple electricity attacks. This is great for getting offense started, and it's recommended pop these as soon as possible for Victor. After all of this, I have a simple question for you lovely folks, and I hope this is a recurring theme. Guess his tier placement despite having pretty good damage, pretty good offense, being pretty tanky, and having resets galore. Guess. That's right. Bottom 2, right next to Anakaris. The grapplers couldn't catch a break in this game. So what happened? What was his weaknesses? Well, one of the main obvious weaknesses, it's a classic for grapplers. He was big and slow, which is a classic on this channel. It's a trademark at this point. You can get hit pretty easily, and approaching certain characters can be difficult. He has the tools to get in on him, and it's not easy. His main damage and throw loses Oki in mid-screen, so he can't chase the opponent. Not having Oki on your command grab can suck. I mean, look at Raiden. The other issues on his command grab, it was difficult to do. The buffering wasn't nice to new players, making Victor very difficult to play. If the opponent is good at using base mechanics like tech hit, then it kinda makes a lot of Victor's offense fake, because tech hit really pushes back the opponent, meaning a lot of your tools didn't give you that leeway for 50-50s. Also, a big note, matchups could be murderous, man. Like, if you fought anyone that was quick, they were able to go in and out of your hitboxes, and there wasn't really a whole lot that you could do to challenge it. Being able to move around at the speed of sound makes it difficult to hit such a character, so your electricity moves weren't used as much in higher level, as people were more ready for those resets. They were awake at the wheel, so it was hard to really represent it. But the thing is, this is Darkstalkers, a game where if your bottom tiers can cook, like the Anakaris video, bottom 2ers in that same position were the ones that made them work.
Uses the back, but here. More solid hit.
Keeping a great life.
No first bat yet. It's up heavy though. Trying to get one bat down, but almost down, out of life. And one more hit, the OTG.
Wow, now let's go. Oh, the command grab. Oh, air. Nice. Good damage. This OTG.
Oh, connects to it again! Yep! Really find a way in what damage.
Victor is giving him the hurt right now. Wow.
Down.
Just gotta contest with him.
Oh, try to jump in. Try to jump in. And there's a classic heavy punch. Nice pursuit. Just a little bit extra damage. About to get really can more hits. Here, light punch. Anti-air.
Oh, nice. Just keep him in there. Keep him checked out with his gigantic normals and opens him up with that low. Convincing.
One of Capcom's coolest grapplers that is a personal favourite of mine. The other grapplers are kinda boring to me unless we're talking about Hugo. Love that German chud, just as much as I love you, buddy.
You're still haunted until my good video comes out.
Today the focus is on Alex though, as he was the one that I played. He's the guy that I like. Of course he's coming in Street Fighter 6, so he's totally worth talking about as he looks awesome. And his theme's a banger for no reason. Why did they get the Dragon Ball guys for this? Genuinely, Super Survivor's a banger, go Alex is next. Alex was unique as he was a pro tag that was designed to be a grappler. There aren't many stories where the pro tag is the grappler. In fact, that might be the only one, unless there's something I don't know about, which you guys tell me. This is a big deal. As we know, the main pro tag tends to be a Shoto-like playstyle, or at least a rushdown adjacent, you know, like Saul Bad Guy, Kai Kisuke, Ryu, Kyo, and Iori. The real Shoto playstyle of, sliced bread, warm water. But Alex fights with a style of wrestling using power bombs, suplexes, chops, stomps, and multiple headbutts. He was also designed to be easy to pick up, as the only 360 throw he has is one of his supers. Everything else is half circles or charges. He was that simple, so let's talk about the story. When he was a kid, his parents weren't around, probably killed by something evil, leaving a fella called Tom to raise and teach him. He learned wrestling through him. He enters the third world fighting tournament as his mentor was beaten by the sponsor of the event, Gil, the big bad. Alex kicks the crap out of him, thinks about killing him, doesn't, and leaves. After all this, he faces Ryu, who he can't beat. Ryu just absolutely mollywops him, and he says, hone your skills and challenge me again. Alex has been itching to fight him ever since, and I hope he does in Street Fighter 6. Simple story, but that's Street Fighter for you, honestly. Like, these are the same guys where Ryu, what's his story? Inner peace, demon, inner peace, demon, inner peace, demon. But let's talk about how fun he is in this game. One thing you have to remember as we go through this video, Alex was designed as a grappler that anybody could play. It can actually play neutral to a solid degree, unlike most grappler counterparts in the Street Fighter series. We should view Alex as almost like what would happen if a grappler had Shoto-like attacks. He also played into the game's mechanic being stunned, so there'll be more on that later. His movement was pretty good for a big fella. Being able to hop across the screen quickly and back at the same speed made him able to contest well when it came to space. If you really wanted to close the distance, you could use this elbow to approach. It covered good screen space. It also told the player we want to use this as a reminder to the enemy that you can be their lickety split. Again, feeling like you can play neutral well. How did he deal with fireballs? Zangief has spin, Hugo's had clappies, and brother, we got stompies. Alex had the stomp. He would come flying in to do an MKX X-ray to crush the opponent's skull. Pretty great for getting in, and if you EX any of these tools, you just made them way better. Elbow became turbo quick, and it was very hard to parry, and Stomp tracked so you didn't have to pick a strength for the spacing. You did have to watch out for parry though, as these moves became extremely punishable with a well-timed parry. The Stomp especially loses the tap back as it blocks same side and parries the other side. Meaning, he kinda lost to parry on neutral, but this was the nature of the game. Parry was super strong, so Alex had to hone that in and pay attention to his opponent. Movement options were good, but were balanced for the game's mechanics. One thing we have to keep in mind is for Alex, these moves are charged inputs. That means a lot of the time he's crouching. So we need balance the normals around crouching. That's why, you know, Guile's insane with crouch and medium punch, crouch and sweep. How do we design that into a grappler? A lot like a Shoto, his neutral buttons were also solid. Crouch and medium punch was a standout as it covered good space to stuff out approaches. It also had priority, meaning it could hit a fella that was going to hit you at the same time. Amazing from while the opponent tried to walk out of the corner. And crouch and medium kick was Shoto-like, having great reach, being very safe, and it was great for checking shins on walkers to press the advantage. It couldn't cancel anything, which is a problem Alex had to deal with. We'll talk about that a bit more as the combo game comes up. His sweep was great for whip punishes as well. Crouch and heavy punch was an anti-air of all time. If one hit landed, you get a juggle, meaning this an anti-air peeps would dread fighting again. Of course, can be circumvented with an air parry, but the opponent had to be aware of this. If they pressed that button though, they were getting anti-air. Standing normals were just solid. It had to be, or Alex mains would just be crouching a lot of the time holding charge. They were also designed to be safe, to keep the Shoto-like normal feel. These tools have disjoints like medium punch or far medium kick. Standing heavy punch was a low reward overhead, but extremely safe. Ton of good usages for these standing pokes if you didn't want to just sit still and obviously hold charge. But if I'm honest, the command normals were kinda mid. Lariat was still to be the mad spam tool that we know it as today. The chop was also a very good anti-air and just covered good space. One thing he did have was this hit grab, which was a headbutt that gave you stun. It was good for punishing as it built up the stun and gave you reset pressure, but we'll talk a bit more of that later. You can see he could play neutral through pokes. He had a massive issue on every single poke, is that none of them had cancels. This meant it was low reward for these pokes you sent out, and you had to get used to low damage unless certain moves hit. But how did he put on the pressure? You would use close normals like close light punch for a tick throw, and this leads into what made Alex cool, the grappler side. His command grab was a power bomb! The lightest would reach the furthest and give you a knockdown you can work with. The heavier it was, the more damage you got, but the less knockdown pressure you got. If you wanted to do strike, you choose close medium kick for a combo into light chop. I like this as his normals are also designed for grapplers. You've got the Shoto-like normals for playing normal keep away, checking approaches. Now you have grappler normals for setting up tick throws and offensive strike throw pressure. This is amazing design from Capcom. I feel like the normals have really swung out of the park for them. But the neat thing is, this led to the big mechanic that Alex played into the most. Back turn. The game had back turn as a mechanic, but it was made for Alex. When using medium or heavy chop, you leave the enemy in a back turn state where their back is turned to you. When the enemy has their back turn, you can either combo into command grabs or hit grabs. This turns your power bomb into a backdrop German suplex. This was great for running pressure and building up that damage. However, if you wanted a reset or stun build up, you would choose the headbutt as it turned into a chokehold. This choke would leave you with a turn and a good bit of stun built up. It was awesome because not only did you get a really good combo tool for building up stun or getting the corner or dealing damage, you also got to see more smooth Street Fighter 3 animations. Again, the pixel arts, my goodness, it's fantastic. There was an issue though. You needed to do medium chop and not a lot of tools allowed for that cancel. This meant your combo game, despite being cool, was extremely limited, so these hype moments would come up not as often as you'd hope. I think medium and heavy chop only comboed after a jumping attack, and that was about it. You had to land them raw. The best way to do this was to punish a stunned opponent. Combos were still scary though. 2 basic combos could build up a ton of stun, so your opponent was cautious of the steamroll. This was enhanced with EX Chop as it gave everything you wanted, a knockdown, damage, and was safe on block even if you were wrong. A great way to stack up damage was going into Super 2. This did a decent bit and also was used as a confirm super. It was good for building up the stun or being an iframe option or actually just getting the screen space you wanted. That being said, Alex's supers were not good, either having spacing issues, limited meter, or limited uses. Super 1 and Super 3 were ignored due to how niche or slow or just there's no situations to use them. And they gave you less max meter to do less EX elbows with, and EX elbow and EX chop are by far some of the best special moves you have. So having limited uses on those compared to having more, it's silly. You pick that every time. The matchup chart was really funny for Alex. He would beat other low tiers and Hugo the other grappler, cause his neutral was good, he could take on these characters. Shoto grapplers, I tell ya. There's only one Shoto grappler. He didn't lose to fireball characters, it wasn't something he had to worry about. He had to worry about characters that could out damage him and could use meter better than him. The best example was Chun, as the note says, if she doesn't have meter, rush her down, cause as soon as she gets it, you're in danger. So he wasn't a grappler that lost to the same thing every grappler loses to. He lost to characters that punish better than he did, which is awesome because despite being a low tier, a lot of people would agree, including myself, that Alex was pretty well balanced. The only thing that I would change is maybe buff the combo game and keep every other weakness, because I like all the strengths and weaknesses he has. It seems perfect for the Shoto grappler. Let him play neutral, but have a weaker combo game and has to play really up close for reward. I like that. He does well everywhere else. He just had issues dealing with parry and having the damage. Being said, who made Alex the sick grappler that he was? Sasquatch is a 5'8" fella that's chunky but extremely funky. Raining down from Canada, he sells that feeling of winter with a little goober energy. The main reason why I think he's funny is the build, right? He's 5'8", so he's smaller than me, and he's got the build of Potemkin, so he just looks funny and silly and not all that intimidating. But that's the point of his design, as he's a friendly fella that would approach anyone. He's also very childlike, where giving him a banana will escape any bad situation with him. He has more in common with Donkey Kong than he does with the actual legends of Bigfoot. Let's talk about the backstory. Sasquatch is considered the MVP of his tribe, hailing from Canada. He heard about Pyron and wanted to beat him up because he's a baddie. Simple as. After doing so, he gets back to his village to see a crater in the ground, and he's all like, "Hey, what happened, fellas?" And the fellas are all like, "Bro, this bad guy Jedi showed up and went like, if we hop in this hole, he'll give us bananas." Then he was all like, "Where's the bananas?" And they were just stumped like, there's no bananas. Sasquatch ended up finding out that they were actually tricked and that the bananas weren't happening. I love these little guys. After finding out about all that, he decided he'd beat up Jedi and teach him what's what. And then he went back to his village. Such a simple plotline, just like an absolute goober. And the funny thing about it is that he probably solved one of the biggest bad guy dilemmas in the story, simply because he was lied to about bananas. I love these guys. Fun fact, in the translated version for the cartoons in the game, he was called Bigfoot. That design, oh my goodness. And I think he did this to localize the game, so it made a bit more sense for the younger gen. We gotta sell it to kids! Before we get into the positive and negatives, it's important to remember that this guy was top 4 without a doubt. He was strong, so this means the negatives are going to be very short compared to the long list of positives. Another fun fact, every special move starts with the word big. I think I love this guy. Like, genuinely, he named everything. Big tower, big breath. There are very few negatives. For example, he didn't get what other grapplers being big and slow, as he is fast and compact. I want to make the point that this little fella is a grappler, as many descriptions and people have wanted this would often refer to his playstyle of that of a grappler. So let's really get into the negatives. Despite having some godlike normals, there are some that are stubby to suit his stature. Using them required being in the right space sometimes, where you're not too close or not too far. His defense isn't all that, as he doesn't have many reversal options to help with aggressors besides guard cancels. His walk speed is slow, the slowest in the game, so playing patient wasn't that possible. It was hard to use, and if you wanted to do something, you had to use your godlike dash or jump about. And funnily, he had a funny issue, which was his hitbox was wide, meaning he was really easy to jump in on for the exact opposite reason that most grapplers are easy to jump in on. That was about it for the snowball, but it's time to talk about why he was deadly and why this grappler design changed into something else. So there's a lot to cover, but let's talk about the stats that were in his favour. He had top 3 health, was small, and his frame data and attacks were solid. The first thing to note is the movement. This little guy can move. His grounded dash covers a ton of screen, and if you cancel out of it, he does a hop dash with no landing recovery, and the attacks can be done at any point, and it leads to suffocating pressure. He's a wee ball of fury that can move anywhere on the screen with this dash. You are not hitting him. His normal throws were fantastic. There's a reason why I'm mentioning his normal throws. I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with maiden, but replace the M with R. Normal throw came out in 1 frame, would give damage and okay. If the opponent tech, they were still in front of him with the reach to do it again, or mix up. Sasquatch could do a ton of damage and okay and all that with the throw landing, but he also had many option selects to do his normal throw or air throw, so it was a fantastic option to have available. This is where I think the grappler... You good there, buddy? Jesus. This is my life now. This is my life. So this is where I think the grappler goes beyond confusing. Some have seen a lot of the professional gameplay and will look at this character and say, grappler? I was also the same until I did my research. I didn't think he was a grappler, and anybody suggested him, I was genuinely confused. But it turns out Sasquatch actually has the best command grab in the game. Command grab is done by doing a 360 input, and he'll take a little nibble of... Command grab leaves the enemy in a state that sets him up to be comboed. This would lead to an infinite in the older versions of the game, but in Vampire Savior, aka Darkstalkers 3, it did 50% on a combo! So the command grab was fantastic, so what's the issue? Why aren't we using it? The only issue is this throw has a ton of recovery. If whiff compared to other throws, we're basically going to get punished every time. A lot of pros will use the high-low a lot more and use the command grab on occasion, despite the fact that the command grab would give you 50%. The command grab itself was also a little inconsistent, with different characters taking different times to get out of the ice depending on mashing, and I think this is why you don't see as much. It's the best throw in the game, but you have to be confident to understand what combo you got off of every character, and that if you are wrong, you're going to take a punish. And you'll see players use normal throw a lot of the time because it's an amazing tool with little downside. Ultimately, he was designed to be a grappler, but ended up becoming a rushdown. Isn't that interesting? Like, you could still play him as a grappler, but this is what happened. Let's talk about the rest of his kit though, and that being his neutral options were amazing. With his pokes from his hop dash, he also had grounded projectiles with a ton of reach. The projectile could be used for chip kills or those stray hits to win the round. And just a nasty ground covering move. He had big towers for anti-airing, so he had controlled the screen at random points of the fight. Kinda suited his unpredictable nature. He had big breath for destroying projectiles and freezing the opponent if they get hit by it. But the main reason this was used in neutral was to build meter. It used to give quite a bit very quickly. Spamming this was a genuine strat. The main reason why the dashes were insane because of the screen coverage, the damage you can get, and of course the pressure that you can do. The main thing that was also noted was the mix-ups. Every move from this hop is an overhead, meaning you can throw out a 10 frame overhead or do empty land low to mix up the opponent. If it was blocked, players would loop this again to get in the heads of the opponent. It was a mix central, and when players were confident, they'd mix in the command grab to get a ton of damage. That or they picked normal throw because it didn't have any risk compared to the command grab. Also, every normal was plus on block. The only one that wasn't was his sweep, and that had a ton of pushback. Finally, we're going to talk about the funny moves that players didn't use because they weren't good. But they were also very funny, and I feel like it's worth noting. He had this install that gave him super armor, so it was good for getting out the corner. Very nice. The other would send penguins, which didn't really do much, but you know, it's funny. His command grab super is the best in the game, but you'd rather use the command grab because it did more damage, didn't use meter, and still had the same whiff animation. So in the end, amazing command grab super, but it needed to be on a different character. He had a funny super where he ate a banana and left a low projectile on the screen. It's not good at all, but you know, banana. He also had this ice super that was fully unblockable, but was only used on jumpers to catch them on the landing. It was extremely niche. I think Sasquatch was a weird grappler. He had the design to be one, but in the top level of play, you'd see the command grab on occasion because of the risk tied to it. Don't get me wrong, Victor and Anakaris had the same risk, but if you had a riskless game plan that can open up people, why would you open up that opportunity to get yourself hurt? And I think that's what a lot of Sasquatch players were thinking. Best way to sum up this video, looks can be deceiving. That being said, who were the players that played this furry lad? Zangief, as it's properly pronounced, or Zangief as a lot of people are used to saying, is the Mac Daddy of grapplers, being the first one. His design is very simple and definitely based off Kinnikuman with the red pants, the boots, the arm guards, and you could argue that the mohawk is very similar to that Kinnikuman's mask. He also does some of Kinnikuman's techniques like the muscle typhoon, but he fights using a wrestling style that is focused solidly on grappling the opponent. And I love how Street Fighter 6 exaggerated this and gave him 6 normal throws with all different outcomes and animations. Truly the main wrestler for the archetype. Time for the story. Zangief, the wrestling king he is, takes on the World Tournament Series to show off his moves and his pride. Sometimes the leader of Russia will ask him to take the big bad of the game. And this is funny to me because when it comes to Americans, they perceive Zangief as the bad guy because of movies like Wreck-It Ralph, because he's like big and Russian, you think he's like a bad guy archetype. In the story from Street Fighter 5 and onwards, it's been made very clear that Zangief is a definite good guy and shouldn't be confused. But to be honest, as someone who plays Deadlock, I'd also think Russians are bad guys.
Yo, that's newbie. Shut up. Yo, what?
That is everything you need to know about the fella. Keep in mind we are covering 3 different games of his, so we're gonna get started with the good, and that's being Street Fighter Alpha 3. A classic and one of my favourite Street Fighters when growing up. Zangief in this game was considered a high tier, possible top tier, with the best damage in the game, as this was the first Street Fighter where they were testing out new mechanics such as choosable supers or guard meter. The game was still to get forward dashes and all that, so walking movement is very fast to make up for that. For Gief, this was great. The enemy didn't have a backdash to retreat and the walk speed allowed him to get in range quicker. This meant despite being the slow big guy, he could actually walk you down effectively. His buttons were also class, allowing for long reach and damaging pokes for walling the opponents approaching or escaping. The heavies were fantastic at this walling method, but if you wanted good anti-airs, you could go to tools like crouch and medium punch, as it was very solid. However, in Alpha, you can block in mid-air, so anti-airing wasn't guaranteed, but you could still deny those get-ins with a very safe tool. Same also went for his Lariat. As many Gief mains know, it is a coin flip if Lariat is either a god tool or a crap tool. Sometimes it's in the middle, but most of the time it's between these two. Street Fighter 6, you know exactly what I'm talking about. However, in this game, considering we're talking about the good, it was a god. Lariat was used as an anti-air that can hit both sides, so we're already off to a good start, and I can already hear the Street Fighter 6 mains salivating in their mouths. I am also one of these Gief mains, if you can't tell. Using the kick version made it quick and not last as long, so it could be used as an effective counter poke. And also, look at that hurt box! The only way to beat it was to use a low or to get a lucky hit on recovery. It also went through projectiles, making it an effective approach for those fireballs. On counter hit, this also led to a massive snowballing situation. Just a godly tool that did his job, so neutral wasn't an issue for him unless he was fighting against zoners, where they still posed those bad matchups like a 6-4 at best. But how he got in was kinda disgusting for a grappler to have. He had the best jump-ins in the game. Using his splat or knees, it was insanely hard to anti-air as this game is extremely fast-paced and not slow like modern Street Fighter. You had the grappler jump, which was heavier, allowing for fast jump-ins with not much of a hitbox. The splat was used for cross-ups and hit confirms as well. However, the knee was used for pressure jump-ins to do throws or strike mixes. Being able to bully with jump-ins was Gief's specialty in this game. Characters had to use Camille anti-airs to stop him from getting in, but like we talked about earlier, you can block in mid-air. So you can go back and forth from doing empties, knees, tech throws, strike, and the opponent would be stuck in a blender of offense that was impossible to get out of. And if they did a DP, if you did empty, you'd bait it and you'd punish. He was a bully. It was the best way to put it. You couldn't really defend yourself when he was jumping. However, this isn't what made him busted. This made him strong, but this didn't make him top 5 or top 7, because at the end of the day, he's only getting damage off of his grab. His strike combos aren't that high. So what made him busted? It was what he did with meter. You can pick your meter in this game, and the one he picked was called Vism, which made it so you can't do supers anymore. Which, this doesn't sound good. Not having access to a 720 or his anti-air super doesn't sound like a good idea, does it? It sounds awful. However, you start with full meter, and this was a utility meter that gave strength. It made you attack with after images, and you can cancel anything into anything. Normal into special, special into normal, normal into normal. You name it, go wild. For Gief, this led into the most damaging combo in the game. 80% is absurdly high for Street Fighter. The stripes didn't stop there because they actually came with free buffs during this mode that made Zangief insane. The activation was involved, so you could use it as a DP to get out of pressure, which was something that Zangief was lacking. Activating in mid-air while doing a startup of a body splat will send Gief flying across the screen at max speed and give a full punish. Next thing was every throw done in this mode on knockdown would actually grab. So if the opponent was lying down, you got a combo into command grab, which is very unique for a grappler. So the neat thing is that it gave every combo an unscaled ender that would do a ton of damage. However, the last buff was the most insane one. How do I say this? Guaranteed throws? Yeah, so you can true string into a command grab. I don't know if this is a bug or intentional, but it is strong. Leading to guaranteed damage with this is insane. So Gief was strong as he was given so many tools to bulldog his way in and just get guaranteed setups. Matchup wise, he had a solid spread where you'd have issues with the zoners for obvious reasons. Funny thing though, Zangief actually had a 9-1 matchup in his favour. It was against
Balrog, also known as M. Bison and Boxer.
Lariat would beat every approach, and Bison didn't have any anti-airs, so it was just free game. Go wild, right? Final boss fight of the game? Nah, Zangief is, brother. We are done talking about Alpha Gief. Now it's time for the bad. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Are you serious?
We're going back in time to look at a Gief that wasn't good in general. The best way to put it is that you had a matchup where you went 1.5 into an 8.5. So that should give you an idea of how much Gief had to work in Turbo. Again, this is the point where Street Fighter didn't have the forward dashes or the back dashes yet, so the game's movement, grounded wise, walking left and right, was actually still fairly quick. It was still a much lower game than Alpha. Only had walking and jumping, and Gief didn't have the bully tools here, and his jump-ins were fairly easier to deal with compared to Alpha. Whereas in this game, they're still decent, but like, it's not Alpha jump-ins. He still had Green Hand in this game, but it was used to beat projectiles rather than being a combo or pressure tool like in Alpha. I didn't mention it in Alpha because it wasn't really worth mentioning in that game, because Lariat did everything. Just Green Hand was a combo tool, that was about it. Whereas in this game, it was needed. Lariat was godlike in Alpha, so how was it in this game? It was good! It was a fantastic anti-air, but it couldn't be used for meter gain or poking like in Alpha. It can be used for counter poking against long normals, but that's about it. You had to use this as a reaction check to tools or jumps, so it went from a timing tool to a spam tool in Alpha. However, not having an anti-air with invincibility can make it awkward for Gief. In some instances, it can lead to unfavourable trades. Again, not a god tool, just a good tool. The Green Hand had too much recovery to deal with projectiles consistently, so you did Lariat, and Green Hand was used on the occasion depending on the matchup. Every version of Green Hand besides the Light Punch were just kinda ignored due to taking longer to come out. The Light covered all the matchup specific things like Akuma Air Fireball or Vega's Dive. Green Hand was just like average tool with not many uses besides catching the odd jumps. That was about it. The thing that made this Gief strong though was SPD, the command grab. The SPD can be controlled. Being able to go left or right can lead to corner carry or corner steal. The reach was made insanely good on this tool. The neat thing about SPD in this game is that it was one of the few games where you actually got to do knockdown pressure after the throw. The reach was better with the lighter throw that you used, but the thing is, Heavy still had amazing reach. So you use this in most scenarios. There was very few scenarios where you want to use the light. Also, doing tick throws were mad easy with a jab or a light kick, or using the knees by doing Kara SPD or running bear grab. They were mad easy to just tick throw into. Once you got it down, he was actually very scary with the heavy throw because it did 40%, which is very high. Doing SPD on an opponent walking back meant that they could actually avoid you just by walking back. However, by doing Kara SPD, it counts as you doing a normal beforehand, so the opponent is stuck in proximity guard, meaning that they have to jump it. They can't avoid the throw just by playing casual and outspacing it. They have to jump it there and then. So you had to learn Karas in this game. SPD had a strength that was busted in this game though. If you got hit and there was no knockdown or a combo or anything like that, you should mash SPD because you might get a good result. This is the sack SPD, where if the opponent hits you with no follow-up, you can punish with an SPD. This is only if they are close. What, you learn a full combo and it does 30%, whereas the grappler just spins the stick once and presses punch and does 40%? That's fair. Sound like Billy. However, that is the end of his strengths, and his strengths do sound really good, don't they? Of course, there's other strengths like the super doing a ton of damage, however its reach is very hard to get into, and it's impossible to do grounded, but he had some major issues. For example, not having a fireball in Street Fighter 2 Turbo is already a cause for your character to be bad. Fireballs enforces proximity guard, so it was a good way to lock people down to approach, and fireballs were also super safe in this game, so a character like Sagat will be hell to fight his Geef, unless you don't mind the gap. His normals weren't that good either. Having low priority or not having good frame data, it can be hard trying to get in on some characters through poking alone. The whole strength of the big body is the walling normals, but Geefs weren't that good. Walling is a possibility, but best of luck doing that to Honda, Sagat, Kami, Vega, Dalsum. They will just deny you or escape. This was also during the time where fighting game execution was actually extremely difficult or near impossible. Don't get me wrong, I love execution. I got down the triple carry back combos, I did my instant well run-ins with Kings. However, this was during the time where execution was extremely jank. There is no leniency with some of these inputs. Doing an SPD can accidentally lead to a green hand, which wasn't that good in this game, so SPD was just not on your side unless you got good. This also meant that you couldn't do walk forward tech, which was a great piece of tech to do as a grappler player, to walk forward while doing the grab. And doing a grounded 720 was impossible for a human. You had to buffer it like crazy. You had to be an execution god. The last main issue was simply matchup. He had some of the worst matchups in the game. He went 2.8 into Gale, he went 1.5 into Honda, 2.5 into Chun and Dalsum. Just a lot of brutal matchups where the enemy was playing a better character in a favourable way. At least you got a 9.5 against original M. Bison. Just spam Larry, and if he gets close, SPD. That's what the wiki says. And if you want to make this Geef even worse, which is possible by the way, you can play original Geef. He just gets better damage across the board but loses super and green hand, which is your only confirmed tool by the way. Original Geef did have an insane bug though, where if he blocked a fireball and did SPD on the frame and the recovery ending, he would teleport across the screen and do a running bear grab on him. That's sick, but in Attorney, you will never do it. Overall worse, but in a perfect world where you can abuse this, a top tier. Well, that was Geef when he was bad. There is a worse Geef compared to this one, but I'm not playing Street Fighter 5. You can't convince me. I don't want to play that game, unless it's Alex. I don't want to play that game. But it is time for the wacky. Present to you, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Geef.
It's time to get serious!
This was Geef's second time being an attack fighter. MVC2 was a mad game where you could finally make your pick teammates the assist. Beforehand, you had to get it with a random cameo. Thus came the mechanic of choosable assists. The game is hyper fast, so a character like Geef naturally gets buffed by the game's systems. I also want to state, I want to focus how Geef was in this game compared to how he was in the meta, because in terms of meta, he was a low tier, but I think he's a lot more fun than just his tier placement when you get to try him. Trust me, you gotta trust me on this one. He's still slow, and he's still the main grappler of the game. So why would I declare him wacky? Well, to match the vibes of Marvel, it meant that Geef had to step out of his very simple design grappler to become much more creative to match up with the monsters of Marvel vs. Capcom. To give you an idea of how wacky we can get, Lariat can be done in midair now. So he goes from a solid anti-air tool to a solid air. Honestly, spamming this in the air wasn't a bad idea. One of his supers became a special move, being his anti-air aerial Russian slam. A good move that leads to OK and grabs the opponent out of the sky, but this was spammed for movement, or getting opponents getting hasty. His forward dash was also super unique. It was a normal throw, either leading to suplex or biting. It was a good approach because it wasn't committal. That's right, you could jump right out of it and grab the opponent in midair. So his movement was scary as it could always lead into a throw. However, his movement wasn't scary because he could wave dash efficiently. And that was the main movement tool of Marvel vs. Capcom. You had to get good at it. Sadly, he didn't have a combo game. It was mostly resets and bursts of damage.
Yo, you wanna learn how to do a
Infinite.
Oh!
Most of his damage came from SBDs, which it should. Spinning the stick would make the damage go up as well.
What the f are you doing?
I'm cranking the stick, man. What else am I doing? Jeez. Same with his super. The key strat was to go between Aerial Slam and SPD. Oki wasn't real on SPD due to rolling being a thing in this game, and they go full screen. Also, if you missed your super grab, just go straight into the next guy. Yeah, just do the tag. Like, your mistake didn't happen. Use the rubber, right? That's it. It's gone. The main thing that made Geef wacky and made me want to cover this game specifically, they decided, no, we shouldn't make him faster and be able to catch up with the roster. We need to make him slower and more irony. He had a transformation super that turned him into Mecha Geef. When in Mecha Geef, you can't block and you're slower, but you can't be comboed or be put into hit stun. Everything has super armor, making approaching feel like a Rising Revengeance setup. This made him super hype as he could tank anything, but it came with the caveat of being slow and a tag fighter. The strat against Zangief was to play disguise, and now he had to work even harder to chase you. Characters like Dyson or Gale would hate fighting this fella though. You could change back with a bar, so it was a super that was used when gauging a situation. Is it Sentinel? Send it sometimes. Is it someone with a ton of molly hits? Maybe not. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Aerial SPD can hit grounded opponents. You had to use a DP to deal with that one, or roll, or do a jump back, but that's a very good strength. His assists were also super wacky. He has an anti-air grab assist and a grounded grab assist, which is insane, but you wanted to use the lariat because it was a lockdown tool and it gave you pressure to work with. When making a team with Geef, you want to focus on characters that can do super safely so you can whiff super grab and not be punished, or characters that would cover the approach like Hulk's charge or Storm's projectiles. A solid team involved Hulk and the Steel Samurai. Man, if you could close your eyes. That was everything that I thought was fun with this version of Zangief. Very fun, very wacky, very different as well. Of course, there's the nuance of he was a low tier. What were the top tiers do? Ah, right.
Yo, you wanna learn how to do
Infinite. So I debated what to do here. Focus a montage of one of the best Zangiefs of all time, or do it with the games that you got to watch today. I think I'll cover the GOAT in the future. We'll talk about Snake Eyes in the future, but for this one we're going to focus on the GOATs of each of their games. Who made these Geefs work? Raiden is the other powerhouse grappler in the game. To rival the Siberian Cyclone Zangief, Raiden in Fatal Fury is a bad guy heel that used to work for Geese but became a babyface, which is the phrase for a good guy in wrestling. The good guy persona was the Big Bear, but the game devs opted to pick the evil version of him being Raiden in this game. Raiden was a violent grappler, used to commit to extreme violent acts when wrestling under Geese's command. Through wrestling, he became one of Geese's top henchmen, but after having a tight fight with Andy Bogard, Raiden then decided to change his life for the better, and he became a good guy with the wrestling persona Big Bear. One thing that's funny about Raiden is that he likes to go back and forth between these two wrestling personas in the Fatal Fury universe. He likes to go between Raiden and Big Bear because he finds it fun to play those characters. He calmed down on the ruthlessness on that aggression. Ruthless aggression! You like going between the characters. He thought it was fun, and you know what? That is what wrestlers do. They constantly flip between heel to babyface, babyface to heel. Look at The Rock, right? He's the perfect example. So I like it because it's oddly cute. And in CVS2 they decided to go for his Raiden counterpart, where he's a bit more ruthless, a bit more dirty with his fighting. And you know what? I find that's cute. And before I realized what he was about, I thought he was lame, but until I found this out, probably one of my favorites. He's kinda adorable, not gonna lie. To get into his game appearance, he did actually have some good stats. The only thing that held him back was his wake up time and run speed. Besides that, most of his overall stats are good in terms of health, his projectile hop, and his stun bar. This means pairing him with K-Groove is a good idea in the meta placement. He sits at C+, making him a comfortable character to play into a decent chunk of matchups. So in the meta, he wasn't overly represented, but you could play him. You would have a hell of a time against like Sagat, Sakuras, Ioris, Blankas. But at the end of the day, you could probably play him into a good chunk of matchups, and this is one of those games where if you pair the right character with the right groove, you can probably make them work. It was one of those games that was properly figured out, and it's still being figured out to this day, 20 years down the line. I want to list his strengths and weaknesses, that way you understand what made him who he is, and what makes him extremely aggressive compared to other 2D grapplers within this genre like Zangief and that. Because I feel like this is important to cover. Here's a list of his positives before we get into the things that made him good, and then we'll get into the things that held him back. I feel like we need to do that. I feel like I need to tell you what was great, so you can understand, oh wow, he's unique, he's cool, he's interesting, he's very different to other grapplers of the big boy variety. And then I need to crush the landing with telling you what made him weak. Yeah, taking a look, he had good health, he had Rika offense, that means he could vary his offense a ton. Good damage, insanely solid supers, decent roll cancels. We're not going to be talking about them today because they aren't too mental, but he had amazing use of K and C groove, which again, those are the meta grooves, so having good usage of that is amazing. And had some scary offense, some of the scariest in the game, by far. You didn't want to mess with this guy. K groove was good with Raiden due to having great health. Raiden also did amazing damage with K groove in effect. At the end of the day, when it came to K-Groove, it just made sense. You could get good at just defending, and then that was you. But Raiden does have tools that you want to roll cancel, but he doesn't care too much, and this is why we picked K-Groove. He does insane damage when he's in this groove, and with his supers doing this type of damage, this guy didn't have crazy defense, so forcing yourself to learn just defense to build meter was the play. And I like this, because at the end of the day, C-Groove wasn't going to benefit him defensively either or, so it makes sense to get good at the just defense system, learning how to block perfectly, recover your health, build rage, and just build the meter. Yeah, sorry about that, I had some chicken. In terms of neutral options, they were very limited, but the things he had access to were pretty solid, nothing too mental though. For example, his light kick covered good space, was hard to whiff punish, and was +4 on block, so it was a good poke to represent with little risk. In terms of anti-airs, he had his jab, it was hard to use, but you could definitely hit the short hops, very easy to hit those. Heavy kick was unique, it avoided lows to strike back with a drop kick. Neutral and block as well, right? So already sounded like a good normal. But the problem was it was on hit, it was -9 on hit, with not much pushback, meaning it could unironically be punished on hit. And that, it feels foolish. On block, very good. On hit, his sweep was quite nutty. allowing for a fast sweep that is hard to punish due to spacing. You got a hard knockdown, decent reach, and you know, it was hard to catch. It's very hard to catch, good to represent. He has a crossbody like most grapplers, allowing for a active cross up, and he has some interesting normals like Bear Stomp, where he'll stomp the ground, and it was completely disjointed. And you're probably wondering, why would you want to use this tool? It has no reach, and it was good against tools like Blanka Slide or like Kami Spiral Arrow. You can use that to check those tools. You had to do it preemptively. You had to represent it with a bit of a delay. You were trying to call it out, but besides that, it was a good tool to show off an occasion. Best normal, it went to jumping light kick, which, to be honest, look at that. That doesn't look too impressive, does it? Until you realize it's active for 22 frames, comes out in 4 frames. It's an amazing area and an amazing jumping tool. Yeah, so this was representing a ton, especially if groups with short hops. This kind of went crazy. This was a very good pressure normal to get a good jump in with. Let's get started with your most egregious tool in neutral, and what made the character aggressive in my mind. The most aggressive 2D grappler in terms of these down-to-earth fighting games. Even though CBS2 is not a down-to-earth fighting game. That was its tackle. Goes full screen. Pretty solid. Is punishable on block though, but you know what? If you space that, that looks difficult to catch, doesn't it? Goes for a good chunk of the screen. You see it's got good reach. Now, you're probably wondering, what makes this good? Right? What's the good thing about this tackle? And let me show you, dear viewers. Yes, that is correct. It had iframes. It had iframes going forward from frame 3, I believe, to I think 22, and it was super active. This was a flash kick that went forward, and this leads to how aggressive he was in neutral. He was able to power through fireballs, power through pokes, and hit the opponent. And it was hard to punish because of the pushback. Used that up close, you're gonna get caught. But besides that, this was a great special to represent in neutral because you were able to play through opponents with a clean read. It almost felt like Raiden was cheating, you know? Like, what was he doing with iframes going forward? That's insane! Sagat had to be a bit cautious when fighting this fella. But at the end of the day, it was Sagat, right? You know, he was a top tier pick. But if you use this pretty well against the character, Sagat had to think twice. But yeah, with good reads, this allows Raiden to get in, threaten some good offense like his normal throw. And you're probably wondering, why is normal throw? We'll get into that later. It was his offense good, and that's because of how varied it was. He had close, really good normals like crouching jab, which was +5 in block and came out in 4 frames. You're probably hearing that going like, that's a pseudo infinite. Pushback denied that. But at the end of the day, you're probably like, that's still a busted normal. And I agree with you, until you realize what is the best normal in this game. And that is Sakura's +9 stand
Light punch.
that comes out in 3 frames. Or 2, I don't remember. Point being, it's absurdly quick and is +9. Look at that! +9! That's good reach! This was his normal throw. Look at that range. Normal throw's pretty good on Raiden. You know, you get some good Oki as well. So this was represented a ton with the character. Not his command grab. We'll talk about that later. Also had a Rekka series with a safe end or pushback. That's right. The Rekka series was a good way to open people up for his normal throw, which was done by holding forward heavy punch. Rekka series was pretty good because you did a punch into a headbutt. The punch was pretty minus on block, but the headbutt was -7 with the pushback, and on hit actually led to a juggle, meaning you could set better Oki. So this was your light came from. You did light into the headbutt. You go bum bum, punch bum bum, you know what I mean? To continue on with the Rekka, there was another thing that he had. You could go for this suplex like command grab. However, it came out at 24 frames, so you didn't want to represent it because it was reactable at the end of the day. Getting into his next aggressive tool, and it was the poison breath. Look at this. Boom! And that is some pretty good damage in terms of the guard. Look at that, it is building up. And the interesting thing about this is that you're looking at it and going like, okay, what was its main purpose? This was your reset tool. This tool was +9 on block and allowed for some good pressure. It was fairly slow, but against characters that were big, you know, like Sagat, this was a very good pressure special move. Some characters couldn't crouch under it, so you use this to keep them locked down and respect your plus frames to set up for a strike throw. So if you want to reset the opponent, keep them locked in, and try to deal with that guard beater to get a free opening, this is the tool that you would use with Raiden. So he had a clear design of what you wanted to do. You wanted to go between setting up normal throw, Rekkas on hit, try to connect them to get a hard knockdown, or use this poison breath to reset the opponent. So he was very aggressive. He had a ton of reset opportunities that you had to keep your eyes open for. If he was sent back to neutral, One clean read with a shoulder tackle, put him right back in. Oh yeah, neat thing as well, on the Rika series he can connect to his Flame Breath Super after a juggle. Not easy to do though, this is an old fighting game, I'll tell you something, I hurt my hands trying to do this old execution. I like old execution, but this hurt my hands. 2D fighters were something else, bro. I don't know how people played Street Fighter 4. Try to tell you that was an easy game to pick up. People are psychopaths, bro. That's why I think he's the most aggressive grappler. He's in, he has so many tools to represent, and you've got to think about what happens when he has meter, or when that rage is built up, because when K Groove is built up, he did 35% more damage on everything, leading to his next powerful tool on defense, and this is the only thing he uses on defense, which was his 720 classic escape command grab. There's one problem with it. Not for you, the opponent. It had insane reach, 115 pixels, which was pretty big in these games, by the way. Look at that. That is insane reach, and with the K Groove, you used the strongest version of that super every time. Every supers had 3 versions, a light, medium, and heavy. When you were in K, you used heavy every time. And the heavy version, the chunky damage, look at it. The combo supers, again you have the Flame Breath, which you use after the Rikas. Again to the most unique thing that Raiden had, which KOF 13 made better use of this tool than what this game did, was his drop kick. If you held 2 kick buttons together, which you should always hold medium kick and heavy kick together, because light kick was essential in his toolkit, and his medium kick buttons were ass, and his heavy kick buttons were okay. At this drop kick, which act like boxers' turnaround punch and go through projectiles in modern Street Fighters and deal a ton of damage. However, for the maximum charge, you need to charge it for 48 seconds. This was the same with Raiden. He had to charge his drop kick for 48 seconds to get the chunky damage version. Except they had one weakness. It wasn't a projectile call-out tool. It had no iframes whatsoever, so you didn't use this against projectiles. You had to use this as an anti-air play. Most times out of 10, Raidens would charge at level 1, maybe 2, to anti-air people with this massive drop kick that was super active. You would never use it anywhere else because it was incredibly unsafe, minus 39 I believe. But that was it. That was it. You mostly used this drop kick that was super unique to Raiden. I think it's such a cool mechanic for a grappler to have, as it makes sense, a drop kick that became stronger and stronger, that covered so much screen space, but what you really needed was to either make it more safer, make it either plus when you charge it all the way, or give it some type of like projectile invulnerability. But they didn't do any of that. So unfortunately, this drop kick was relegated to one niche, a niche it was good at, but one niche indeed. Yeah, these tools made him super aggressive, taking space in a matter of moments, and a Rika to mix and throw, having some solid reset tools, insane pressure normals like light kick and light punch. I think this makes him an insanely aggressive 2D grappler, because most have to wall or dive to make guesses. Raiden cheats his way in with iframes and poison breath for pressure. I think this suits the wrestler from the down under. Now we've got to talk about things that held this unique grappler back. This is the negatives we've got to talk about now. Let's get into the main one that held him back. His speed. He was very lackluster in neutral. His pokes weren't good, medium kicks ass, heavy punches ass. His crouching heavy punch was supposed to be an anti-air, is super slow in the hitbox that you want, comes out in like 14 frames. His normals were not good in neutral, and his speed certainly bad as well. With K-Groove he at least had a run, but that run is still very slow. He did have decent pokes like crouching medium kick and like heavy sweep and heavy punch doing what he needed to do. But heavy punch for the crouching one, again bad anti-air, and standing heavy punch had no cancels unless it was a super, so you did this into poison breath sometimes. But this was a misinput for normal throw, and everybody knew it as soon as they saw this normal. But yeah, minus hit on block hand and hit. For heavy punch was good, but again, no cancels whatsoever. It was a decent normal for being plus, that was it. Lackluster neutral and essentially pokes. He didn't really have them. The only thing that he had to do was make reads. Again, shoulder. And I feel like shoulder made most of his neutral as well as jumping light kick, his jabs, and standing light kick. That was about it. That was all you really represented with this guy. And if you represented anything else, you were just good at the game. Besides being slow in terms of movement, which is a massive problem, the next one is his command grab. The thing about this character is that every guide recommends that you use his normal forward heavy punch throw because his command grab is dookie. Now why is it dookie? Well, his command grab comes out in the same range, is slower than his normal throw at 3 frames compared to 1, And here's the kicker. Watch the animation and tell me if there's a problem. For all the educated folks in the chat, you're looking at that and thinking, that doesn't give Oki. And you're absolutely right. This command grab gave no Oki whatsoever. Meaning if Raiden wanted to get in afterwards, he just didn't. He had to represent shoulder to get back in. The damage was better than his normal throw. At the end of the day, his normal throw had Oki, reach, and damage. So why would you want to trade any of that for essentially no Oki? So why would you take away the best portion of a command grab, which is what you get to do afterwards? Held him back. And because he was relying on normal throws, it meant that fuzzy techs were a good piece of tech to beat Raiden players. So Raiden's had to get super creative with mixing in their normal throws, because fuzzy techs were pretty solid to do in this game. It held back his offense. Don't get me wrong, his striking was good. Poison Breath was amazing. And he had amazing reset tools. His records were good. And he did have that normal throw, but the normal throw was an equation that could be solved. And that's a problem in fighting games. When your character can be solved, that means your character has issues in the current meta. This leads into K-Groove, and I know you're wondering, but isn't K-Groove meta? Well, it is, but there's a problem with it. The groove is great for him and some other members of the roster, but it limits the people that you can run on your team. Sakura, one of the top tiers of the game, wanted A-Groove. She loved the custom combos. It led to good guard breaks, it led to good pressure, and it led to good combos. Same with Bison. Iori wants C-Groove. One of the top tiers that are very all-rounded. He wanted C-Groove because he had access to good meter, rolling, and because he had the best roll cancel in the game, by the way. He had some of the best rolls in the game. You didn't want to mess with that. He wanted C-Groove, so you couldn't pick Iori. The characters that you had access to that wanted K-Groove in top tier were Sagat, Blanca, number 1, and Kami, which are all really varied playstyles that a grappler doesn't want to pick up. Right? You look at Sagat, he's a zoner. You're playing Raiden. There's no way you want to play a zoner. 9 times out of 10, a grappler hates playing zoners, so you didn't pick him. Blanca, bit of a freak, bit of a funny little guy, so maybe a grappler would pick him up, that's for sure. He still needs to get the next slot. And the next one's Kami, a super rushed down aggressive playstyle, which is way too fast for most grapplers to play. So your characters on your team were limited. In K-Groove, you wanted to have the best characters that you could. And you know, someone like Bison, he was picking A-Groove, he wanted to paint the fence. Someone like Sakura, same with her, she was doing the show loops. And of course, Iori, my goal, roll cancelling his way to a dub. K-Groove, this was something you had to consider, which was your picks, the people on your team and how they could utilize K-Groove. Raiden was great with it, same with these characters, but the characters had to be down for it. And that's the problem. Were you down to play those characters? And 9 times out of 10, no. Most grapplers' mentality. No, I do not want to play these characters. And the some that did were ready for that meta and they love playing Raiden. Much good for them. How did people even make this character work? Oh no, is that a montage?
Hey, hey!
Tizoc is a grappler that fights for his fans as he wishes to inspire them. The Griffin, as he's known in Japan, and Tizoc as he's been localized, is a character from both Fatal Fury and King of Fighters. He debuted in this game back in 1999, and he stood as the main grappler caricature for this game. Some of you may know Tizoc from King of Dinosaurs, his rival. They're not the same person, do not fool them, they are rivals, and that is the heel version that he has to fight against. Trust. But yeah, he rocks a cool lucha-like griffin mask, and he has a lot of cool grabs to go with his wrestling game plan. Tizoc is truly a fan favorite in this game, and we will go over the positives before we go over any of the character negatives to do with his toolkit and what makes him so unique in this game. When it comes to the positives, he was actually pretty solid in neutral and had tankier health, and he had the unblockable command grab super, great feints, and of course some good damage in range. But I want to get into the main thing that truly makes Tizoc unique in this game, and compared to every other grappler, this was the main thing that I wanted to talk about in this video, and that was his evasion. Yes, he was a big body grappler with evasion. A lot of his tools had evasion tied into his toolkit. The best example of it could be his forward dash. His forward dash actually avoids lows for 10 frames, meaning that it's great against neutral sweeps, it's great against neutral lows, and the same goes for a lot of his feints as well. If you do his forward feint, he will duck down for 14 frames and bring himself back up and recover very quickly. This was powerful because it made you beat so many poke tools in neutral and get into run offense. Yes, Terry could whiff something like a stand-in medium, and just like that you get in for a command grab punish. This is one of the great things about Tizoc, is that his toolkit is built in for evasion to punish bad mashing and bad neutral plays, kind of like an actual wrestler would. Like, of course you get the wrestlers that would tank a hit, no sell and that type of style, but then you get the ones that are ducking clothesline and responding with a suplex. This is something that I truly love about the character's design, and stands out compared to other grapplers at the time. Hugo was more of kind of like a walling grappler that pushed his way in with massive normals, and of course Potemkin and Accent Core had his armor and again massive normals, whereas this guy, he didn't have massive normals, he just had good speed and amazing ways to dodge around the opponent, and I think that is extremely unique for a grappler during this time, and hell, even to the current time we're in. And then moves like crouching A+B, which is both of your lights, he'll do a head poke attack that's +1 on block and duck highs yet again, meaning if he lands a hit he can go for a cheeky command grab, and if he avoids tools he's into threat more pressure. And I think that's really awesome about the character. Again, just a lot of evasion built into his toolkit, and it makes him really stand out as an awesome grappler in the time. A lot of tools are built like this. His taunt has evasion, his overhead has evasion, his forward dash has evasion. He's kind of built to punish bad poking in neutral if he can evade over it or evade under it. And I think that's really well done for a grappler in this type of style, and probably less frustrating your fight compared to the armor meatheads of today. When it comes to this neutral, it was actually pretty decent. His poking was very good, and if he had to go to area, he could actually play area really well with a lot of his tools like jumping A and jumping B. He also had really good jump ins as well, like jumping C and jumping D. When it came to Fatal Fury, he was a 4-button fighter. When it came to play neutral, he could wall his opponent off pretty well with some massive pokes, and pretty safe pokes as well, unless he was whiff punished. But yeah, one massive tool that he had that you had to fear on every grappler was his grappler command grab super, the Big Four. This gives Tizoc a threat to use on Wake Up, and considering how easy it is to get meter in this game, this is a threat that you would see often. Tizoc did have some slight meter gain issues compared to the rest of the cast, but his was still pretty solid, and the fact that both of his command grab supers both had invulnerability, despite the fact that one cost 2 bar, one cost 1, it made them quite threatening.
One thing I've got to mention is that just defends are special cancelable, and on a grappler that means that you could do a special cancel just defend into a command grab, which was very powerful on defense, but absurdly difficult to do.
Tizoc also has a strong 50-50 game plan with his command grab. Of course, it led to good damage, led to OK, and he could run offense from there. However, his strike game wasn't the best, and that is the beginning of Tizoc's weaknesses. This is where the character had issues despite being such a cool design. Matchups weren't brutal. The worst that he got was a 7-3, which was amazing back in the old day fighting games, truly. But one thing that affected his matchups was his combos. Of course we can threaten strike throw like any other grappler, but the thing is, when your strike had no combos whatsoever, and I do mean no combos, this isn't like a case of like, oh he does two, but he had no combos. Starts off, his jabs were the only thing that were special cancelable, and considering he had a very powerful closed heavy kick, that'd have been so much better to have, but the thing is, it was in special cancelable. So it meant that when you landed a hit, you had no form of special cancel to get combos with, and the only time you're going to get combos was on counter hits, and even at that, they were still limited. But then comes the next issue, even his moves that are special cancelable are very slow. This means that if he even lands a jab, doing the clothesline instantly would be blocked or whiffed, and that was a problem with Tizoc, his offense had no form of comboage. So that meant you had to rely solely on the throw, and when your only mix-up's good throw, it meant that people will take the hit, which meant that your offense was kinda redundant unless you dodged by an attack to whiff punish with throw. Yeah, when it came to combos, the only time you're getting them was on counter hit, and he didn't really have pokes that were made for counter hitting the opponent like Terry or Kane or Kevin. One problem was his breaks. In Garou Mark the Wolves, when it comes to combos and special moves can be broken. Some of them have a break mechanic that lets you cancel that special move to do whatever you want. And that is one of the issues with Tizoc. You need to look to the rest of the roster to understand how bad his was. If you look at Raw Coward, his was a command grab, and if you did the break, you wouldn't do the follow-up, but you actually got to do whatever combo you wanted, meaning if you had bar and you landed a command grab, you could go straight into super for damage. And then if you looked at someone like Terry, his power dunk was a break, meaning that you had a pretty good evasive neutral throw that could be breaking for combos, and for counter hit combos it led to massive juggles, and in the corner it was truly a good tool for both pressure and comboage. If you look at Kane, he had a DP that was able to be broken. Meaning if he breaks a DP, he had invulnerability and he was +7. This is truly an evil zoner. This is Gale if he was evil. But if you look towards Tizoc's break, his was his clothesline. And his clothesline wasn't that bad, but the break reward was awful because all he did was... Did you catch that? Yes! His break was just doing his backdash essentially. And his backdash was great. In this game, backdashes are amazing. For Tizoc, this had no form of good usage. You could maybe use it as a feint if people wanted to like try to poke into you or duck, but even at that, you put yourself in a space where you couldn't punish them. So it's a bad break. It's a really bad break. When it comes to Tizoc, if we know that he has a weak combo game on hit, it means he also has a weak block string game, and this was another massive problem for the character. Since his jabs were so slow, he was easy to interrupt, and because he was relying solely on evasion and throw, it means that the opponent just had to play well into it, and maybe just go for run-up throw against the character. His specials were also awful, besides the clothesline. The clothesline can be used as a decent anti-air, but the thing is, it's duckable and -9 on block, meaning it was punishable on block and punishable on whiff. So it was a tool you didn't really want to use. If I was to design this in the modern day, I'd probably make it +3 on block, kinda like the way they do it with Diva. Yeah, Tizoc had the worst special move in the game, and this was something that also held him back, which was the elbow drop. This move was slow, and it was an overhead that was -11 on block. It had some decent evasion where you'd back up, but besides that, you didn't want the elbow out. The elbow is awful. It was extremely punishable and you just couldn't use it. And he had another command grab, which was kinda cool. He'd throw the opponent into the wall and he'd bounce back, you could get an air throw.
But the damage was only 2 points more than doing a basic command grab, which was more unreactable. It makes you wonder how they could have made this more interesting rather than just 2 points worth more of damage.
Yes, the designs of decisions of this character were amazing, but the balance decisions were not the best. Last issue is the fact that his punishment game is lacking. Now I know what you're thinking, grapplers tend to have a great punish game. Not in this case.
So there was a weird bug with Tizoc, which is if you did a super input at the end of a special move, the game had a weird bug where the checkbox would tick and say that you're invulnerable to throws, meaning that you couldn't do whiff punish throw on some of these more deadlier situations. So Tizoc's punish game was off the table if the opponent had TOP or a single bar of meter. This was just old fighting games. Bugs would just happen like that and you had to accept it. So if he blocked anything punishable, if you know his combo game like I mentioned earlier, he doesn't have one. So if he blocked something, he just kind of had to accept he was going to get minuscule amounts of damage. It makes you wonder, how did people make this character work?
I'll chisel your gravestone. Sleep well.
Krauser is one of the mainline Fatal Fury villains that wanted to challenge Terry Bogard after the death of his half-brother Geese Howard, who was then revealed to be alive due to the Immortal Scrolls. Then he died again for real, and Terry feels shame about it and raised his son, and that's why you have Garou Mark the Wolves. What a fun story. Krauser is a very proud man that views himself as the Emperor of Darkness that runs Stroheim. Hope I said that right. He aims to beat any opponent in a fair 1v1 as he prides himself on fighting strong opponents. This makes him more akin to someone like Cell from Dragon Ball Z. Instead of one dictatorship or running a land, he just wants a good 1v1. Step up, Gohan. Bro just wants to throw hands. He listens to classical music, so much so, this is his theme. Ah yes, the Requiem in D minor, or however you say that. In terms of gameplay, he's a grappler that's adept at everything in a fight. The martial art is called Stroheim Fighting System, which is loosely based off a German wrestling fighting style known as Kampfragen, and Pankration, the one that Marissa uses in Street Fighter, making him adept at striking and grappling. But here's the thing, in terms of gameplay, he's good at zoning, he's good at grabbing, he's good at poking, and he's got a parry. He's got it all, the grappler with everything. And he also had one of the coolest supers in the game. Fun fact, that ending pose is actually based off Ryo from Fist of the North Star with his iconic pose he does as he does the exact same thing. He genuinely had everything, and in this video we'll cover the negatives, but it's so short, it's not even funny. And the other thing to note, we'll also talk about some fun facts before we get into that. First fun fact, did you know that Krauser was actually an adept gambler? Yeah, he's a really good gambler, but he doesn't gamble that often because he's stingy with money. Which, you know what? Can relate. There's also another neat thing, there was an OVA done of Fatal Fury 2, where it was like a proper movie and everything, with fun animations and stuff like that. There's some iconic ones that people use for Terry all the time, and was referenced in the CA of Street Fighter 6. But Krauser himself, he looks so weird. He needs his mustache. It doesn't look right without it, let's be honest. But yeah, let's move on to the negatives, and I'm not even gonna make this a section, I'm just gonna say it. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. His only negatives were 3 nasty matchups essentially. The main reason is that these 3 characters, EXQ, Clark, and Leona Hydern, on advanced mode, were also very good against projectiles. The role was able to play around that, and they had a great toolkit. And in terms of all of it, Clark just had really good anti-zoning, especially with his hops and just getting in general. EXQ had a better fireball than you, so in terms of playing neutral, you weren't playing a fireball game with him. And Leona Hydern was a bull, as this description puts it. Basically, he wears a red cape, and she was aggressive as hell. It was hard to keep her out. But then you remember that he has amazing defense, which we'll get into later. Yeah. Basically, you had to play Conquistador against a bunch of the cast, but at the same time, you didn't have to. Let's get into what made him cool. So, what made him cool? Well, I'll make it quick for you to beginners before we talk about all the points individually. And that was, he had everything, right? The positives are he had amazing neutral control, he had great strike throw, amazing conversions, and his usage of meter was extremely superb. Like, genuinely, all these things made him quite the threat. He did everything very well. But let's get into the first point, being his zoning. Yes, his neutral control was dangerous to deal with. He had large pokes that covered a large portion of the screen, like standing C, was a good anti-air poke and a standing poke for holding ground. He also had Sagat-like fireballs that allowed him to throw one low, but it didn't hit low. It just went to the ground very low, and he also had a higher one to cover jumps, so super jumps was the best way to play around this. However, due to the recovery, it was hard to catch either. He also had long-reaching special moves like Tomahawk Kick to approach with, and if spaced, it couldn't be punished. It was also an overhead as well, so get effed. And the fact that it was overhead and covered a ton of space, it made it kind of scary, and he was able to get in very easily. But here's the interesting thing to note, is that your opponent was trying their best to get in, and you were doing your best to wall them to the corner with zoning. Now, he was a grappler. And if you've ever played a grappler, what are the two perfect scenarios you want in a game? One, you want them in the corner, and two, up close and personal. That's right. What made him scary was the fact he had a very good zoning and amazing screen control, but at the end of the day, you had to get in on him. And he was a grappler. Moving on to the second strength, because he had neutral control, they were always playing into your strong suit. This allowed for easier access to the game plan that Grappler wants in fighting games. And his command grab was awesome. You'd throw them up, hitting them as they land. Again, like that pose that Ryo does from Fist of the North Star. He also had a German superplex that allowed him to take a ton of space and get to the corner. And by the way, that grab had delay to it, but it was also an iframe command grab. Yes, like Clark's Frankensteiner, bro had a DP throw that took you half screen. He didn't get mad damage off of his throws because that's how KOF is designed. It's designed to give you good Oki rather than just go like ton of damage, which I would happily take over Paul Buster 40%, but it's kind of mad that that does damage and Oki. Of course, with advanced mode, because you can run and that's the way you want to play Krauser most of the time, it allowed you to essentially approach really well for your Okis, and your Okis are very nasty, that's for sure. You get easy 50-50 strike throw, and Wake Up Throw was also strong in these games since Wake Up Throw came out in one frame, meaning if they couldn't set up a safe jump, you could just Wake Up Throw to get out of the scenario, and if you need those iframes, go for the iframe throw. So his throw game was immaculate for 50-50s, Oki, and setting up everything he needed, and they were great for defense. But another thing that added to the zoning was his Super Kaiser Wave. If the opponent was using extra due to the character they may be running, someone like Athena maybe, who loves having their EX projectiles and stuff like that, Kaiser Wave became extremely safe to use because you couldn't jump it. Super jumping it required tight execution, basically meaning this was a free neutral giant projectile that you have to hold, unless you're in advanced mode, because then you can roll through it. His Oki traps, let's talk about them. This guy might put Haggar to shame, honestly. Yeah, he had some nasty stuff. Up and throw, you could go for JC for a cross up, you could go for safe jumps, and you could go for ambiguous roll. What does that mean? It means that you do a roll, and you don't know if you're going to be on left or right side, and the opponent needs to guess, and if they guess wrong, they'd get opened up for a good chunk of damage. The world was your oyster when you landed this command grab. The Oki was insane, and you could do whatever you wanted, and because his strike damage was also insane, which is his next strength I had, his combos were ridiculous and also gave amazing Oki. Yeah, combos were nice and dealt a solid chunk of life, and on most confirms he could confirm his fireball into the Kaiser kick or light tomahawk, and a lot of his confirms were easy to do Kaiser wave into, and his other super that is obviously sick as hell. It's his footsies buttons like crouching C, B, and A. He was able to confirm the max mode for sizable chunks of health, and mix that with his Oki. He was kinda evil, I'm gonna be honest. He played neutral well, he did damage well, and he did defense well. There wasn't an aspect this character was lacking in, and unlike Ryu, he has a 50-50. In terms of defense, he genuinely had it all. He had iframe command grab to escape, he also had good wake up supers for getting out of a bad situation, and he had a triple half circle input with kick that allowed him to do a frame 1 command grab that beat safe jumps. Yeah, if your execution was cracked, you could escape most situations, let's be real. If you're a goalless player, maybe this character would give you an erection. This character was strong, and of course there were some high level people that played him in KOF 98 and even in EVO 2022, where there was this fella. Yeah, Random Llama was actually a pretty good player with Kaiser, utilizing all of the strengths that his character had, and I've got to say, with the high level gameplay in the back, this character is insane, man. I don't think he was lacking anything, and I feel like he had everything. And that is why I dub him the Grappler with everything. But yeah, in terms of everything, I want to just mention that I actually quite like his design as a Grappler. Like, sure, it's a little strong, right? But in a game like KOF, it was very fitting because a lot of the base mechanics were very strong. And there were many weak characters in that game. Yeah, you had some really strong characters in that game. King was strong, Orochi Chris was strong, you also had Iori, who was a very good pick in that game. Like, it was one of those games where there was a ton of strong characters, and Krauser was one that definitely had to do that. And I've got to say, I kind of wish we had this design a bit more. Kind of a show command grappler, it's kind of cool to see. Vice joined the roster in the first game, but has stayed as a mainstay due to being pretty popular among the player base. She immediately radiates an energy of uncertainty and violence. This pairs well with her fighting style being a flurry of attacks, massive slams, or running your face along the pavement. You can't help but flinch at her fighting style if it was real, and it's listed as she doesn't have a fighting style, it's just aggression. Personally not a character I would play, but after this video I really appreciate how approachable and fun she is despite the fact her character is anything but. Her backstory is also short but a little messed up. She used to work for Rugal, but after his loss joined the Iori with Mature. They joined to keep an eye on him as he is the blood descendant of the Orochi blood. Despite working with Iori to help him deal with the people trying to resurrect Orochi, Goenez, the main bad guy, activated the Riot of the Blood, activating Iori to go on a killing spree. Iori killed both Vice and Mature, and after this they haunted Iori as ghosts. This allowed them to still be playable in the game. So messed up fact about Vice, if she's feeling brutal enough and really views her opponent as weak, she'll do this.
What in the actual...
Genuine chills. It kinda sells her sadist nature that the fact that she's willing to cannibalize on someone. It was never performed for any other KOF game, but Jesus Christ. Onto the kit though. Whenever we talk about a character that isn't broken either by being busted or trashed, we're going to just talk about the toolkit, right? Because it makes no sense to talk about it in that nature. It's only worth talking about the positives if they're insanely broken, and it's only worth talking about the negatives if they're insanely bad. Whereas most grapplers aren't. Yo, Editing Panda here, and this is to go on to what someone said in the recent feedback, is that I need to explain more what's going on. So I want you to keep this in mind with the future explanations, that Vice was a character that was designed to get to the corner and run with the corner. I feel like that was the key design, so keep that in mind with everything you see. She wasn't slow or big, which is a pretty good start. A lot of pokes were hard to use in neutral. Your specials made up for this, but this meant your game plan was a bit linear and awkward against good zoners. I want to talk about the main strength immediately, her screen carry capabilities. A lot of her tools made it easy to get to the corner, either comboing or using her main command grab. Gorefist is a great grab to use on combos or 50-50s to get to the corner where her game plan shines. She also had Decide, which sweeps the opponent's shins, tossing the opponent to the other side of her for a knockdown. This would be great if she is in the corner or if the corner is close by her side. She always had a way to get to the corner. That's why she was asking you to decide, forward or back. When the corner came into play, the sadist nature really started to show. Going between strike and throw, it was hard to deal with the offense she could put down. This is where she had easy hit confirms like the shoulder into power bomb, and now you see why I paired her with Android 16. But don't jump out, she was given an air super that brings you down to earth, keeping the sky safe. The knockdown pressure of any of these tools were just horrendous to deal with. If you thought Geef with the corner was suffocating, you ain't fought Vice yet. Oh yeah, I love how I forgot to mention about the corner, as she had infinites. If she had a corner and got a counter hit on the right tool, she would slice you to pieces and delete a lot of your health with these kicks. She did low damage until the corner infinite came in. Do you think these legs were great for chip damage? But nah, they were very low on that. They were great for walling the opponent in the air, so if you got an air-to-air situation, it could lead to a bomb. Defense is also just good. Having a DP throw, which is the standard for KOF, she can escape situations with a toss. Blackened into Methan's robe did a good bit in knockdown as well. On any of these knockdowns, she can threaten throw, strike, and ambiguous cross-up. Using roll, you can go through knockdown opponents, and you can time it so it looks extremely hard to distinguish what side you're on. Welcome to the blender, where Vice would go chop chop chop. This roll was also good on defense as it lets you get by projectiles. This was a universal mechanic though. Wake up timings were also different for every character, so you had to have all of your get-ups or safe jumps because she had a lot of good ones, but everyone had to deal with this weakness, but it was a very awkward one indeed. She came well on defense using legs like I mentioned before. They were good for dealing with short hops, or you can use them for those antsy opponents that jump. The site was also used in neutral to catch zoners before their fireballs. This also led into the ambiguous roll mix-ups that we talked about earlier. It's almost like she's inevitable, you can't avoid her. And then her super weathering surface was a grab that jumped over fireballs like you're seeing here, and pokes to slam you. And it's funny because she can match Android 16 in dunks. They're pretty equal on it. Her tools against zoning was about being faster in the draw. She had to use either the base mechanics or the right tool to get in. This was a slight problem as she couldn't strategize the way in, but she had to brute force her way in. And this suits her character to a T. You just have to commit. I like Vice as she's designed to be a grappler that's either quick on the draw or just a sadist in the corner. And she can get you to the corner insanely easily, and I believe this is what the focus on her design was. It was a character that could get you there and runner pressure, run strike throw, and as you can see with these clips, the goal is to open you up by getting you to the corner. It's like she wanted you to know that she was in charge of the fight, and you had to accept that. That being said, who are the folks that made her work? Goro Daimon is a practitioner of judo. This martial art is pretty good for grabbing and clinching. Goro is part of the main team of the game, working alongside Kyo and Benimaru. He's a massive fella, but plays into the classic gentle giant archetype. He has a massive arsenal of grabs, but the main thing that stands out is his seismic abilities. He can slam the ground to cause earthquakes in a fight. Kind of a mental power to have for a grappler. His name is Daimon, and the Dai part of his name means big, and the Mon means gate. It's probably saying that he's a big gate you're gonna have to break through. Very funny thing about his design are those shoes. They're long! It's time for his story. Daimon was a gold medalist for judo in the Olympics, and he wanted to seek bigger challenges. He faced Kyo in a Japan mixed martial arts tournament and lost. He got into top 3 with Benimaru coming second, and he became friends with this 3 and created the team that he would go into for the King of Fighters. On the day before the big tournament, his mentor wanted him to return to his career in judo, and he promised only after fighting in the KOF tourney he would do exactly that. He came back and brought fame to Japan through his acts of judo. During his absence in the future games, he came across his love. He got married and he had a son, and this man led to have his own dojo as a mentor, a husband, and a father. Just a nice story overall. Not any insane stakes, a fella discovering what he is passionate about. Get his teeny tiny negatives before we talk about what made them fun and unique and interesting to play.
He gets a good video.
Yes, he does, because he rightfully waited in line. Daimon had very few negatives as a top tier grappler. But his very few weaknesses are the usual for a grappler. He's massive, but he's not slow because the movement of KOF is essentially being hyperactive Street Fighter. He's paired with advance to run and roll through projectiles, so getting in was never an issue. Due to how big he was, he could be clipped by attacks a lot though. He'd go in for a jump and he could get clipped, a projectile could catch his landings, his size was about the only issue he had. Zoners were an issue, but not to the level of any other grappler in any other game, because Daimon had something called power. He had tools to actually get in and deny a lot of this. Time to see what made him so fun and so powerful. Where do I begin? I guess with the normals, as normals all had some sort of disjoint. You could have priority when attacking. Looking at any of these buttons, you're like, wow, that's a good hitbox. Crouching A is godlike, coming out in 3 frames, cancelable unblock, and neutral unblock as well. So the main games were plenty with this tool. He also had some great anti-airs like his far A, far C, and one of his best anti-airs, normal far D. And he also had free C, which was an amazing tool to use on counter hit. We're talking like 30% on this too. Their buttons were also ridiculous, like JD. It was amazing on short hops for pressure or tick throw setups. He also had this sick normal where he does this chunky chop. It destroys projectiles and that's about it. It looked cool. It wasn't an overhead, but it looked like an overhead. So you see, his normals are pretty crazy. They all had a usage, they all had some type of use case for a lot of these normals. Some of them, without a doubt, are some of the best normals in the game. His special moves were also solid. This is where he gets the most powerful from. The main thing I want to know is how he countered zoners. It was this tool right here, the Seismic Slam Jirai Shin. This tool is amazing as a counter zoning tool, as he will slam the floor and hit the enemy. You can avoid it by jumping, but there was something else it could do. So if you jumped, he would anti-air you with an air throw. That's not all this tool had. It could also OTG, meaning if you got knocked down, you would also get hit on the floor. It could also hit unblockable in some get up situations. It was super difficult to get, but once you got the timing down, it was consistent, it was so strong. That was just one tool. That was us talking about one tool. We still even talking about his command grab. His command grab came out in 0 frames, meaning on get up this was an instant tool that came out. So if the opponent didn't do a well-timed meaty, they were getting grabbed. It was long and it was incredible. It gave a combo with a slam, but the main thing that stood out was the Oki. He had so much time to do whatever he wanted. This roll was good to use as an Oki tool for those antsy players that want to do anything on get up, because it let you all time normal. So roll was used as an Oki or a combo tool, and his grab mix with that meant that he was a monster on knockdown. So at this iframe command grab, so if you wanted proper iframes to escape a knockdown or a poke scenario, you could just send it, and the Oki on this was also fantastic. He also had this counter tool, which was actually pretty good, gave a ton of Oki as well, but it wasn't used a ton, it was mostly used on short hops. He also had this overhead slam that was good from poking due to his long reach with no heart box. Do you see that? You could also OTG if you weren't comfortable with the slam timing, so if you wanted to do an easier tool, this was the play. His combo game was also monstrous, as a few hits led to a ton of damage. This guy was hearting with pokes, never mind landing a full combo. He also had 2 super grabs, one with armor and the other one having instant startup. Both fantastic as defensive tools, and the instant was used as a punish a lot of the time, and the armor was mostly used if you wanted more damage to cash out. Fun fact, he had this running throw. It was never used due to how slow it was, just a silly tool that would get you caught in high level, but there were some people that could still make it work. Movement was good, you can counter zoning, he had high damage. There isn't anything lacking with this guy. Just a complete toolkit based around doing damage, control, and power. I like this design. Just a grappler that wants to run it down. There's not many grapplers that do that. They either wall or whatever, but you don't see them actually run it down like Abrams on Blue, you know what I mean? However, I do think if we were to balance them in a modern design, I think the thing that has to go is the unblockable setups with that slam, right? Without a doubt, that's one of the strongest things. And the other thing that I'd probably change is just toning down his damage just a wee bit, right? Don't get me wrong, he's supposed to be a high damage character, but his damage is ridiculous. If you got rid of Seismic Slam and those super strong damage setups that he had, I think he becomes a bit more balanced and a still solid character. He just isn't killing you in 2 or 3 interactions, now he's killing you in 4 and 5, you know what I mean? Of course, I'm not saying doing it now, right? The game has a culture, it has a build up, it has a community. You can't make changes like this. It's unfair and it's silly, right? It's kind of like changing Fox's down being melee. You would never do such a thing because it's got such an impact on the FGC and the Smash community. Besides that, enough of the tangent, time to see the fellas that really made them work and stand out. Is the main grappler of the game. As you'd expect from his tall stature at 6'4", Thunder is one of the good guys. He's after the people that murdered his brother, Eagle. This man respects tradition and loyalty to those important to him, and he is extremely honourable, tending to say "Kachi-yo-yo" after a fight, meaning thank you for the battle, as a loose translation. His retro look gave him more of a biker look. They respect this as the costume was added to the game for players to unlock or purchase, but they never had the original design that was in the first Killer Instinct due to its appearance appearing very stereotypical to the tribal Native American. With his more modern look, they decided to design him off of an actual type of tribe. His pairs, hope I said that right, with his 2013 appearance. Customizations to make it look even more like that tribe. Also, his theme is the best one in the game. You should be listening to it right now, and the order of it is too clean. It is so good, it's even listed as a positive about Thunder and Killer Instinct. You've gotta love it. So with story, what is every character without their story, their backstory? It's worth learning, let's talk about it. Thunder entered this deadly tournament to figure out who killed his brother Eagle. He was content to walk the path of avenging him, but he knew that he would only get answers or death. After beating his story, you find out Eagle wasn't killed, but was used to create Fulgor, the ultimate fighting machine. The same machine was also used to kind of promote the Ultratech company as the ultimate fighter, so it's a pretty strong killing machine, Killer Instinct, but built by an evil corporation using Eagle as kind of a base for it. Cool addition to the game, Eagle was added later on for DLC, and it was kind of cool to see him have a physical playable model that he plays very different from Thunder, being a set play zoner with his arrows and his little hawk thing. Again, I think it's a pretty neat interaction, but I kind of wish that they had more time to write a story, because at this point of the game, they were kind of finishing production, and the last 3 characters were kind of copies of characters, but with unique twists and turns, so it's a bit sad that Eagle, again his first thing in the game, didn't have any story relevance. Fun fact about Thunder, crows tend to follow him wherever he goes and being a big part of his toolkit, the crows tend to be a harbinger of good luck as a spirit animal and a spirit guide to thunder. And the crow usually symbolizes good luck to a lot of the native storytellings. This was a nice detail. Try to be really accurate to the tribe of the Nesperis, hope I said that right again, when trying to implement thunder. So I thought this was a very nice detail in terms of the character design and lore. But before we went into what molded him into being a very cool grappler in terms of being a reset monster, we gotta talk about the negatives, and don't worry about it. In this case, the negatives are very short. That's why I'm talking about them immediately. His Killer Instinct was one of those games where you could genuinely play anyone and cook. The main one was that he was big and slow. This is a classic for every grappler. I'm gonna list it for every grappler, and you should know that this is a big weakness that holds back every grappler. It's a challenge that we take on when playing grapplers. His normals were also slow, so it was difficult to use a lot of them in neutral. In terms of neutral, he didn't really have much until he popped Instinct, which we will get into, do not worry about that. One of the big issues is whenever you take a combo breaker, is that it sends you far. Now, as someone who's played grapplers, you might understand the issue with that, which is you're back to your dog shit abysmal neutral, meaning you have to approach again. And this was a problem for Thunder, as it meant that he had to work in neutral again. So when you landed a combo, despite the fact that Thunder had a lot of ways to make it very difficult for the opponent to combo breaker with resets and command grab opportunities, you had to be so careful, because if he did get combo breakered, you're back to square one. Believe it or not, that's all of his weaknesses. That's it, we're done. Those three things did hold him back, but not to the extent that it would hold back some other grapplers. Tons of strengths to kind of counterbalance the badness that he had. Let's get into what made him sick. His mix and potential. He was insanely good with it. He had a normal throw that side swapped, command grabs for catching tech, so if you wanted to try tech a throw, this would hit you, and a fast low for checking the shins, and an overhead for getting combos started. He also had ways to cross up the opponent. Character genuinely had a complete offensive toolset, and that's not common for grapplers. You guys have to think about that. You look at Zangief, he does have a low, and he does have an overhead, but he doesn't usually have it in a way that sets up for the command grab afterwards. To combos, Killer Instinct had a very cool system, being the starter, the links, the connectors, and the finishers. When it came to finishers, Thunder had one of the best ones, being this one, called the Thunder Finish. This is his command grab, but used as a finisher, does an insane amount of damage, has a cool camera angle, and gives you insane Oki to work with. So you cannot break finishers. Yes, that's right. So that factor being involved, sometimes Thunders would end a combo quickly just to set up Oki. You have 4 finishers, and this is classic for Killer Instinct. You have one that wall splats, one that builds meter, one that does a ton of damage in Oki, and then the other one being a reset tool that you could potentially get another combo from. There are some of the biggest damage in the game, and then when you combine that with resets, which means that this white part of your health is getting ready to cash out, he could delete your health and he can do it with ease. His Shadow Supers made this insanely easy, as some of them, like this one, gave him a whip punish tool that was an insane damage starting combo, and then he had some other ones that were crazy, but there's a lot there, trust me. So that was just like a quick synopsis of his offense. I want to get more in depth about that later, but we need to kind of set up the tools of what he had to talk about how crazy they really were. And the next thing we've got to talk about, and this is the cool part, was his Call of the Sky. This tool was so cool because Thunder would stare up at the sky, shouting towards his gods to grant him power, to which they strike him with lightning, giving him access to this. This forward dash was absurdly strong. We're talking almost busted, as it allowed him to pass through projectiles, pokes, and players. You could also use this to retreat if you needed iframes. The cool part about this was the fact that it allowed him to pass through players. This was very powerful, as it allowed him to use it mid-combo to change positioning and to mess with combo break opportunities. So the activation on this tool deletes projectiles. So how cool does that look, where he stands there and screams and a fireball's heading his way and it just goes PAH! Dragon Ball scene where they power up and they deflect the projectile just by powering up. It looks so cool. The main element that I think separates him from every other grappler is, instead of using armor or walling down the opponent to get in, he could set up tools that allow him to effectively play up neutral, like Call of the Sky, and ankle slicer is that it allows him to move forward without too much of a hassle. Sure, he can still get hit at the end of the day if he places it badly, but it gives him another avenue of approach besides being an armor meathead or just playing wall. That's a ton of depth. You have to place this well. Armor, you can place it somewhat well and not give a damn. This, you have to place it insanely well, because if you place it wrong, you get punished. It's the cool thing. This is the insanely cool thing. That tool that you used is your instinct. That is correct. When Thunder activates his instinct, until the remainder of that bar, all your forward and back dashes have this property of having iframes and being able to move for your opponent and go for a projectile, so you can link them. You can move. You have movement for days. They can't get you. You're quick as hell. And you can teleport behind them for a command grab, teleport in front of them for a super command grab. You can play the positioning, try to get combos. You can mess with the opponent trying to hit you. This is Ultra Instinct as a grappler.
I see everything.
The sauciest install known to man, besides Iron Tiger. No disrespect, King. It's time to get into his next strength, and this one's a little funny. I respect it, and that they have it on the Super Combo Dust Loop, right? This is funny as hell. He has the coolest theme in the game, so much so they say this is a strength. And this is hilarious. If you need a song for hype moments in Aura, I'm telling you, Hinwatun is such a banger, and of course it's named after Thunder. That's Thunder's real name right there. Has nasty reset tools. This is what made him the mixed monster that he is. Talking about the first strengths, you know, all those tools I listed, this is how they function. He has stagger tools, like a lot of his normals. You can kind of stagger from up close. And he has this tool, the Triple Axe, which is a multi-swinging attack, where if you pick different versions, it can make it hard for the opponent to guess when to get out, because the light ends quicker and the heavy goes on. That's right, there's a multi-layered offensive tool with this Triple Axe. His low was also safe on block and the combo starter, and it covers a good bit of screen. Ankle Slicer was a nutty tool when used up against the corner. He also has an overhead that allows him to do resets. If he is in the middle of a combo, he can drop the combo on purpose to reset with this overhead, which allows him to reset the combo for a ton of damage. This is an insane tool, as it allows him to link into Triple Axe and get the combo started. You can combo break the overhead and all that stuff afterwards, but you had to guess, and that meant forcing yourself to be put into a block out, where if you didn't block during the reset and you try to do a combo breaker, you're taking a combo. So this character was scary because you could do meaty overhead into ankle slicer. So you had overhead into low, you had low into potential setup, so you could go into overhead again for install. So this character had genuine high lows that were scary to deal with, and because of the reach of them and the damage, every play was terrifying. And at the end of the day, he was sitting on a command grab, and the command grab, as we saw, looked sick as hell. That's a scary command grab, because the Oki afterwards lets him do what he wants. He can go left, right, or set up a safe jump. And the main thing that made him sick was this back throw. You have to combo break this back throw by pressing light punch and light kick together. But this was another factor that you had to think about. This throw allowed him to set up positioning and keep you on your toes for your combo breakers. So that was another factor you had to deal with, is the fact that he could do this. And after doing the back throw where you think, oh, you might continue your combo, he can drop it on purpose to do an overhead or command grab to reset the damage. This is why he's scary. That's back throw is everything that makes this character scary, because once you see this, you realize it's 50-50 or lose your health. Also, he can go straight into his command grab for knockdown reset. Like if you decide to reset and you decide to block the overhead, you can just do command grab and he would put you in the ass, snapping your neck. He will open you up. The only question was when. Being the king of mental stack was sick and all, but at the end of the day, you've got to have defense to back that up, and this character certainly had it. Has a plethora of options. He has a DP, which isn't actually DP, doesn't have iframes, but has iframes to projectiles, meaning he can approach forward and potentially have the startup of a set play projectile. And he can come down with 3 options. 1, kinda acting like his light jumping.
Number 2, kinda acting like a hard knockdown aerial normal that knocks them down on their ass. And the heavy version acting like a juggle state that actually gives you a combo and can set up for a cheeky counter breaker if you think your opponent's going to be predictable in that combo breaker.
Body involved, so if you want to punch him, he can duck you. He also had the best shadow super in the game, being Call of the Earth, which is based off his command grab, except the shadow version was a frame 0 super. Frame 0 I mean, he comes out instantly. Look at the reach. This is absurd reach. There's nothing that reaches this far. And the thing that makes it insane is that you could do install into this. So if someone wants to hit you during instinct, would you believe it? That's a free grab opportunity. And the other cool thing about it is that you can use it after your instinct to dash up and command grab people. So not only was this great on defense, this was amazing on offense, and you get a combo afterwards. You get a full pickup, and you can even set up for OK if you want to. You don't have to do the pickup. This is so cool. No other grappler gets this. No other grappler just gets a free combo super that reaches damn far and has iframes. The animation, bro. He is slamming. He is slamming the hell out of you. The DP super, which was great for gaps or trying to deal with mash outs or waking up. So he did have that available. Overall, an amazing toolkit. When it came to tier placements, this character is always considered pretty strong. When it came to recent footage, I couldn't find any of them in tournaments, so I think there may have been a drop after some potential nerfs with the reworks they did about like half a year ago. But I couldn't find anything as of recent. I really couldn't. I tried very hard, and if you guys find anything, be sure to let me know. But to talk about history, who are the people that made them work?
Tell him, ooh, I like that how we got out of there. Nice block. You only block for so long. You only block for so long. Wow. Get hit by him. You'll notice that Thunder hasn't lost a lot of life because these things don't do a lot. Rico just wants to sit on full pitch right now.
Counterbreaker!
This might be it. Nope. Yes. No. Stomp is going to do it.
Counterbreaker!
No need for Rico to break that. There's no need. Gets the power up.
Counterbreaker! It's time! Big action! High-risk maneuver, Good
charismatic fella came in late as DLC for the game. Beowulf fights using a chair called the Hearting and a giant arm that he collected as a trophy after beating the gigging giant Grendel. Alliteration. His attacks feature these tools mixed in with some professional wrestling. Like, he has so many taunts, it's difficult to not get hyped up. Holding light is a taunt, medium is a pipe bomb, walk back is pure respect, and his snapback not only had aura to it, it had a wind pose, and his other snapback is just disrespectful. Absolute showboat, but now we gotta talk about his story, and I will warn you, it's fairly winded. There's a lot to it. This fella used to be a massive star during the Great Wars of the World. He beat a gigging called Grendel in a wrestling match, and he did what every successful wrestler does when they do well in the ring. He became an awful actor. This ruined his career and made him a has-been. After hearing about the Skullgirl coming back, he decided to get in there to relive his glory days. In doing so, he found out the fight he had with Grendel was rigged for him to win. Grendel was drugged before the fight, making these unkillable monsters easy to take on in front of the world. This boosted the morale in the war, and after finding this out, Beowulf basically told everyone he's a fraud and that he'll take Marie on himself to prove that he's worth his stuff. In doing so, he gets caught by Double, who pretended to be his manager and basically trapped him in this meat prison that's genuinely disgusting. He gets saved by Annie and the gang, able to fight Marie, and the arm that he was fighting came back to life and pinned him down, but he was able to break free because of Annie's help and defeat Marie, the Skullgirl, fulfilling his wish. A very detailed story that is fun to watch. I recommend everybody to check out the stories within these games because a lot of them are very fun and touchy for every character individually, and then some are just got those blues, man. This video will be covering the negatives before the positives due to the fact that Beowulf was actually a pretty solid high tier. To start us off, despite having good disjoints, he had massive hitboxes on his tools, meaning he could be clipped on many of his attacks. His dash forward, despite being a solid hop that allows for mix, is one of your few grounded approach tools, so you have to be smart when using it. Same went for your Airwolf, as the last one had a lot of recovery, so again, you had to be smart with approaching with him. His game plan was straightforward as well, which is great for you, but also for your opponent because they know what you're gonna do. It will zone you out and check your approaches with big buttons, so it's hard to get in at times. Your neutral also relied on the chair, which does a lot for your kit having it, so giving up could be an issue. But that being said, those negatives didn't hold him back as much because he was a solid high tier. You had all the right flaws, genuinely well designed. There's a lot to this kit, so this is probably going to be one of my longest videos to date, besides the Tiger one, because I had Grappler Tism during that, I'm going to be honest with you. Let's get started with the easier things, like the movement. His movement was situational, but it was amazing in those situations. His forward dash was a hop that could be cancelled into attacks, kind of like the little gremlin we covered in the last vid. Great for combos and approaches, and just sending your chair. This can give overheads, or empty land lows, or setting up normal throws. Don't worry, he is a grappler, it's just he didn't have a command grab. Bear with me. He just wanted to use his normal throw for a good reason. Just trust me on that as we continue on. With his chair, he could do a double jump, kicking his chair down, and he also had Wolf Blitzer that let him move anywhere on the screen. And it also hit and allowed for fun combos. Overall, just solid burst movement. So his movement tells you that he wants to move in bursts and with speed. Besides that, you weren't that quick. Now, you did notice when I talked about the chair when he did the double jump, it was on the ground and he no longer had access to it. What's that about? Best way to view it, you can view Beowulf as a beat 'em up character in a fighting game. Whenever he has his chair, he gains disjoints on all of his heavy punch normals, and all heavy punches reach further. With the chair, he gets a projectile that hits low for approaches, and he gets a DP that's plus on block and gives him a combo and is an overhead. It gives up the chair, but that's absurdly strong. When he doesn't have the chair, his heavies become stubby hit grabs, or it'll use Grendel's arm to perform armor hitting attacks. They were all unsafe, but it gave Beowulf a different neutral mindset they had to look out for, so your opponent had to be on your toes depending if you had a chair or not. The other thing is that you could super cancel this armor minus on block too, so the opponent had to think about that layer as well. So you can cancel the recovery on a lot of these tools by picking up a chair mid-hit. So if you were unsafe on block, well, just pick up the chair. Only if it's nearby. He's like a pseudo stance character. You need to view him as two different characters when he has chair or not. He can do hit grabs now. He has armor on his tools, whereas as soon as he has a chair, oh, you can play neutral really well. Like you have to think about that a lot. Also, if he does a throw into his chair, then chunky damage and build up hype. Now that you know about that chair, you're probably wondering, what do you mean it built up hype? Well, that was his next big mechanic. This guy had a lot going on. On screen, there'll be fireworks that pop off anytime you taunt or do setups with the chair. You can see levels through the fireworks going 1, 2, and 3. And these fireworks enhance everything. Your Wolf Blitzer gets more hits when you use hype. You can call chair using 2 hype. And you can also do more chain throws using 1 hype. Uh-oh, did I just spoil one of the gimmicks of his grabs? I did. Hype was awesome because it encouraged you to get saucy and use taunts mid-combo to build it up. That was how you built up the hype. We have to talk about the main talking point, his clinch throw. He wasn't given a command grab, even though you can command grab into it. He was given an enhanced normal throw. As a normal throw that leaves the opponent in a clinch hold that lets you beat him up, walk around from, and do throw follow-ups. Again, like a beat 'em up. During the throw, you could do this little beat up combo of headbutts and knees to do a lot of damage, and the headbutt would actually give you a combo if you used it as an ender. Every throw follow-up had their own reasons for doing them. Punch in a direction sends him flying. The head slam was decent for Oki chasing. Air slam was a hard knockdown for pressure, and the back pile driver did damage. However, using hype, you can actually enhance these throws, either linking them into each other with the forward head slam or the forward throw, or giving you a big combo on the pile driver or hard knockdown on the air slam. And the goal was you use 3 hype in a combo, 1 slamming forward, 1 being the head slam, and the final being the pile driver for a full pickup. There's so much you could do with it, allowed for creative freedom. You can move with them, you can slam them, you can deal damage, you can set up Oki, you can set up traps. There was a lot going on here. And then he also had this last one being the Kozak kicks, which are amazing to link into super for a kill, and for dealing with hitting multiple characters in a combo. As one of my favourite commentators says, C4, 2 girls, 1 combo. And the EX air slam, oh my goodness, using 1 hype for this just led to amazing knockdown pressure that was layered beyond belief. But the neat thing about the clinch is that he had the command grab where he dashed forward to do this, and it kind of looked like his Beowulf dash until he grabs you. Also had normal hits into this. Crouching medium punch would pick him up to beat him up, and jumping heavy without the chair would also give the same thing, making his air combos more enhanced. He had many avenues to get this throw. His supers were beyond hype, if I'm honest with you. His Gigaton punch give a combo if both you and the opponent hit the wall. It was just a fantastic invincible option. And he had this level 3 moonsault, which looked beyond rad. Oh my goodness. He also had this anti-air throw that did damage and was good for calling out jumps or linking combos after crouching heavy. And finally, he had a 360 super where he would taunt and get level 3 hype. And you just get a free clinch beatdown that's enhanced, so you did whatever you wanted. Taunts would give level 3 hype. And assists were also fantastic, one being a set play projectile, one being a launcher or an armor launcher, and then custom gave you 3 options you wanted to run. An armored low, a low projectile that's plus, and finally a command grab assist. This was an assist, you had to jump or you'd be thrown. This is the first time I've ever seen this. This is wild to me. Does anyone know an assist where they do a command grab? This is my genuinely first time seeing this. I'm shocked. So that was Beowulf. What a fantastic character to spectate. So we made him work, and I've got to say, there was this player that you'd played him by himself, no team. And he was a fantastic player going by the name of Idante. Check him out, man.
Very clear plan on how to do this with his bullet.
But here we go. This is the power of Idante's solo Beowulf. Look at Darius just melt character down.
Oh, and the super jump cross. Okay, you will get hit by.
Oh my God, that reset! That reset was absurd. Idante. And the boat coming in.
Oh, the push block thing.
Yes.
Because he knows he has both the option of the command grab, the wall crush, or just he sees you back there. Meter he needs. Or not meter.
Oh my God, I was about to say, ends up getting Annie out of there, and then just going straight back in, getting grabbed.
Wants it, she's done.
Yeah, Annie is not okay
Look at that
here.
Dredge fight. Those are the 2 lockdowns
Yeah.
I like best. Because Sarah gives you the most lockdowns.
Yeah.
Is
Oh! Great wall out on that jump. Like, knows this. He wanted to get Bella out of the way before double, which is a little unusual in her own right. But, yeah, identifying the real problem against Nice is that Bella.
yeah, that's Bella.
This is as close to a Tsubame Gaichi as we have in this game.
They get level 1 to level 3.
Yeah.
Or 3 to 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he gets the pickup off of this, even if it doesn't kill the anime boy.
Uh-oh.
Not again.
No.
Might be able to get to the corner on this one.
Go for the stab.
Just enough.
Kill Annie.
He's going to be really close if he wants to get
Good read on the grab reset. Idante neutral jumping out and getting the punish. Going to the punish right here. Yeah, that is 100% going to kill. Idante taking it 3.
ここは私の家であり、そこに武士が現れ、略奪と殺人、私の家族、すべて奪っていった。その数はさらに増し、袴さえも荒らした。奴らめ。
Hisako is one of the grapplers introduced in Season 2 of the game's lifespan, being a spirit known as an Onryu, which means avenging ghost. Hisako wields a Naginata, which is a spear with a help for protection. Hisako was designed to be very complex and hard to play at a high level. She's kinda known as a counter grappler. She had to predict her opponent to do well. We'll get into the gameplay a little later, but let's talk about her backstory. Hisako is the eldest daughter to a well-known samurai 450 years ago. She used to practice with the naginata when growing up. Despite living in peace with her father, a band of rebellious soldiers stood up. Her father, being one of the samurais, tried to stop them but sadly was killed. Hisako, seeing her father fall, filled her with rage and she started going on a ferocious killing spree that of the Doomslayer would be jealous of, taking down a majority of the soldiers. During the struggle, she was also slashed and soon died after the battle had ended. The people made a memorial to honour her spirit for standing up with such fierceness. At the present, Ultratech disturbed her resting ground, causing her rage to return as she hunts down Araya. A pretty raw story, not gonna lie. It's cool how it's like pure horror theme, like you get the idea of a genuine vengeful spirit that cannot quench their rage. Talk about her character, a lot of her attacks are pure horror. With her possessing your body, snap your bones, or shoving you into her blade, she also had the meter that made her twitch and shake when it was full. The visuals are fantastic on selling this unsettling character. Let's get rid of the weaknesses before going into what made her fun and cool. Her weaknesses didn't hold her back as she was strong. Also, this is the game where bottom tiers can cook. A lot like Darkstalkers, Killer Instinct bottom tiers were pretty solid. But the one thing that could cook your character wasn't necessarily tiers or all that stuff, it was matchups. Hisako had slow startups on her normal attacks, so you had to be careful on your tools. That and the walk speed was so slow you can't shimmy with this character effectively. You were slower than General Ram, which is saying a lot on that walk. She was relying on Wrath Meter, which gave her some insane properties to get things done, but we'll talk about that mechanic and how it was rad with the positives later on, so stay tuned. Because she was a counter grappler, a grappler with a focus on countering to turn around the game, it meant she hard lost to grapplers, so Thunder and Ram did not show respect to their grappler sister. Final note is that she's a very complex character to play. You have to get good with her unique mechanics and her burst movement. Like, there's so many tools and creativity, it can be hard managing all that. Now that we're done with all the weaknesses, time to get into what made her cool to play. First thing to note was the movement. Like usual, it's grappler-like, super slow, even slower than Ram and Thunder, so why am I noting the movement as a positive? Well, our movement options had speed attached to them, including this teleport. She had many ways to beat zoning through burst movement. It's really cool as you can never really truly escape from the ghost's reach. Now you see this bar at the bottom. What is this? This is her Wrath Meter. It enhances multiple factors about the character. If it is full, she gets counter hits on any of her attacks, and her counter hits also gave her hit stun, meaning you can confirm like this. It's that type. Her command grab now gives a full combo if it's full, and the overhead tool also gives you a full pickup restand. The only way you get meter back was to walk or stay still. Doing anything will pause it. Every button, every special, and using forward dashes pause it and they take it down, so you have to be careful using this. The cool thing is your instinct gave you it at max constantly, so you can like multiple counter hit and you gained access to your full game plan at maximum potential. I think this is cool because you've given the player a meter where they have to genuinely choose what to do with it. This is a genuine choice. Do you want an overhead? Do you want a command grab combo? Do you want restand opportunities? Do you want to cancel into a counter? We'll get into that later. In neutral, there's a lot of thought process going into the character, so isn't that cool? Isn't that cool that you had to genuinely think when playing this character? The main thing to note is what made her a counter grappler. She had a counter to use when she wanted to counter lows and overheads and mids, but both parries covered mids. Like, you can cover mids just by doing either or. Very good to represent. But here's the twist though. She can cancel her Rika into her parry. You can mash on the Rika, right? There's massive gaps between the low and overhead. But can you mash if there's a parry? Now that's cool. Ooh, a cool thing is this command grab that pulls the opponent in. She might be the GOAT. Now you can jump this throw, but there's also one thing you shouldn't do. And that is do a jumping attack, because if you did that, lie, Chief, I think she might be better than you, right? No hard feelings. Parry cancel this grab, so if someone jumps on the vortex and attacks, you can parry him and get a combo. Character is sick, man. You can also see the creativity between mixing throws and parries and rickas and overheads and lows and parries and delays to beat combo breakers. There's a lot of mind manipulation going on here. There's a lot of prediction going on here, and I think that's what they focused on when making the character. Defense, she had the super ricka that negates projectiles for an approach, kind of like Cammy's level 3 in Street Fighter 6. She also had Possession, which was a frame 1 throw, so pretty decent to mash out, but obviously still had startup, so it wasn't invulnerable. She also had her parry, which noted before, of course, is a pretty good defensive option if used correctly. All her enders were pretty good, they led to damage and reset opportunities, which grapplers love. She was a pretty solid grappler, but we want to know the main thing: who was the fella that made the character work?
Of all the players here today, I feel like Storm really stands as compliments. And he really fit into it. Hisako's the character that kind of naturally does that because she's had so many into breaking or into missing the timing of a breaker. Yeah, exactly. You're so tempted to just keep pushing it further and more powerful tools. You can also play Linker, which is really dangerous. Kind of threatening way to say that. Is there a breaker? Is this death? This is. Oh, you can see it. Yo. It's going to say something. But is it going to say the other word? Oh my. The Zagzag. Oh, he missed the combo recapture. The dash up. He picks up. Does he break? Oh! Peter. It'll be very close. The mix up and he gets the. Fucking counterbreaker! Turning the favor, and it's the counterbreaker. You know, it's kind of like the equivalent of Final World Wars. You feel like you can't go for these combo resets. But it's big on the top. Just lock and low. The music's kicking in. He gets the reset. A lot of potential damage. Next hit can't win. Overhead. Oh my! What happened? You know, Storm gotta be so scared about it. This is getting extremely close. Hisako has grab. That's good. Next hit. Oh! They can save him. The jump back. Can he chase? Oh! Scared, but it missed. It missed the cancel. No! Oh God! Oh, he missed it. It whipped under her. So small, the hurt box is so little, goes for the sweep. One hit. Oh, he got it! Storm got him with the command grab and is going to the grand finals. The punish on the neutral jump from so long.
Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday.
Solomon Grundy is the zombie of DC that was resurrected. He originally went by Cyrus Gold, and he was killed with his body parts being spread all over a swamp. The swamp named Slaughter Swamp. So creative, guys. Brought him back to life, and he took on the name Solomon Grundy, after the nursery rhyme, of course. He became a minor villain in the Green Lantern and Batman series. Solomon Grundy's height was 9'2". That guy wasn't getting through your front door, man. He had to bust his way through. Grundy had superhuman strength because of the resurrection, allowing him to take on demigods like Wonder Woman. And he also had the power of regeneration, so best luck trying to kill the unkillable. Neat fact about Solomon Grundy in this game, he is the heaviest character in the game, which is saying something considering Bane's also in the game. And I believe he's bigger than Solomon Grundy's. That makes sense though, you know, dead guy's way heavier, so Solomon Grundy, it just makes sense for the fella. In the same game as Bane, how did Solomon Grundy gain fame and be unique with his name? This game, Bane was a bit more of a savage gorilla that was looking forward to his next victim, you know, type of ooh-ooh-ah-ah mentality. He would just sort of run forward with armor and just keep grabbing. Solomon Grundy is a brain-dead set play grappler, which I'm gonna be honest, despite the title, I'll admit I'm lying to you. I just thought it made sense because he was a zombie. Yeah, he's a set play grappler that does a ton of set play to make his throws scary. We'll get into that later, don't you worry. Let's get into what made him weak, because his weaknesses didn't hold him back that hard compared to someone like Raiden or like Tizoc or Iron Tiger. Main weakness to mention for sure, and it's a classic and I dread having to say it every time.
Say the line!
Panda is really big and slow. Yeah! Despite the dash speed in these games being insane, Donors did very well against his character, meaning approaching characters like Sinestro was murder. Also, this is an NRS studio game. That meant zoners were cracked up. If you guys have seen anything about MK1 with Peacemaker, you guys know all about how zoners can be in these games, man. It's ridiculous. The next problem was matchups, and this was a huge one as Solomon Grundy didn't really do well against a lot of the Grappler archetype versus matchups, you know, like Grappler versus the little guy, Grappler versus the zoner, Grappler versus the bruiser. You know, that type of stuff. He didn't do too hot in those matchups. He had to go against someone like Doomsday who had armor. The interactions were weird. You'd both armor, but the person who recovers first would win in that situation, because armor was pretty long lasting in that game. So you both do an armor too, and whoever recovered first sort of won the interaction, and Doomsday hits like a goddamn truck. So that was a problem for Solomon Grundy, as if he was wrong, it could cost him. It could genuinely cost him the game. And of course, when it comes to zoners, you know, characters like Sinestro or even Zod with his little pew pew cannon, that gave Solomon Grundy a difficult time. He had to get in on those characters, and always the zoner is an evil creature that deserves to be put down. Not my thoughts, that's Solomon Grundy's, alright? Don't get them twisted. When it comes to the big guy, little guy, aka Flash versus Solomon Grundy, big versus slow, it didn't go too well there either. Basically, when it came to Solomon Grundy's tool, the fastest tool he had was an 8-framer, and I don't even think it was a mash tool, and if it is, then you're seeing the footage right now. The fastest attack on Flash was a 3-framer? And 5-framers, if it's a normal attack, so it meant that in terms of defense and offense, there was a massive skew in terms of risk reward and who's going to get out a lot of the time. It made it difficult for him to defend, and it also meant that if Solomon Grundy was wrong with a play against a fast character, would you believe it, he got in and killed him. In this game, also had the next big weakness. The character didn't have varied health. There's no varied health in this game. There's no like, oh, Zangief's more tanky, oh, and Potemkin's more tanky. In this game, it was everyone had the exact same health, like Killer Instinct, except Killer Instinct had unique mechanics like the Instinct meter to kind of match up. And this game did something very similar, but Killer Instinct had so many avenues to escape, like the combo breaker mechanics, whereas this, you didn't get that until you got to your second health bar. But I would say, because of the matchup problem, it was kind of cool. It added character to him. I'm kind of happy I had this weakness, because the whole big guy versus little guy, big slow versus the zoner or the brawler battles, it was kind of cool. It added character, added personality to those players, because they had the matchups that you can identify and kind of have fun with. It was frustrating to play, but again, there was a ton of character being put on display. And I just find it insane that characters didn't have varied health, because someone who was supposed to be squishy and fast, compared to someone who's supposed to be unkillable and regenerates, having the same health, is ridiculous to me. Let's talk about the positives. What made them unique, right? What made them unique? What made them cool? Well, dear viewer, let me tell you 2 aspects that made them insanely unique compared to every other grappler. And the first one to mention is his command grab. It's a chain throw, and the chain throw had 3 different outcomes that were very interesting and worth noting. One would boost your defense, making chip damage basically non-existent, so if you're fighting someone like Sinestro, this is a good pick. And as we know, this is an NRS game, meaning chip damage on block is insanely high. You'll take chip damage on normal attacks in these games, unlike every other fighting game where it's just special moves. The other chain throw boosts your defense. This makes Solomon Grundy more tanky, like you'd expect from a big body grappler. And the last one buffs the damage you do by a ton, making the same chain throw do this type of damage. I thought this was cool because depending on the matchup, it meant that you'd pick different chains. So for example, if you fought Sinestro, maybe less chip damage on block, you know, you need that for that matchup. Against characters who you know you're going to get more hits, buffing the damage is a good shout, and when you're up against characters that are maybe going to get more hits on you, buffing your natural defense is a shout. So there was a lot of good calculated decisions that you had to make for your chain throw, and they all had such cool animations as well, like Tombstone, my god. This was cool and unique because first off, 2D grapplers do not get chain throws. This is very rare, very uncommon. There are times where you'll see it for sure, but it's not that common that you'll see it in a fighting game, for 2D fighters specifically. And secondly, the thing that made it awesome was the fact that you could pick it for your matchup, like I said earlier. I think that's really cool. I think that adds variation to your gameplay, and it makes them very unique in that type of sense, where it's like, okay, you have ways to buff yourself, so you go with the natural grappler gameplay, become big and strong, or you can kind of like pick what you want against certain characters, and I'm a fan of this. I'm a big fan of this. There's a ton of variation and uniqueness to the style. Also, one more insane detail worth noting is that you can combo into this throw. That's right, you can combo into it. That means every combo hit is an opportunity to stack up. That means the normal hits can be confirmed into this command grab, which is so good because if you play any other fighting game, you'll know what it's like to land a couple of jabs and then go for a throw and then it whiffs because you're 2+. Now here, it combos. I love it. What else makes him unique? Again, we've seen chain throws before. This isn't unique. King does it. That's a 3D fighter. Beowulf does it. That's a 2D fighter. Plus, he's totally getting his own video at some point. I'm a big fan of Beowulf. I think he's sick as hell. I just don't know how to approach the video and I want to make it perfect. So like, I'm sorry about that. I would totally do it right now if I could, but I just... give me time. Give me time. So what made them stand out besides this chain throw? Because is that it? Is that the main reason? There's more. There's the set play part, which I neglected to mention. He had two set play tools. The first one was this full screen load that would track the opponent's location called Swamp Hands that hit the opponent's shins. This was a pretty good load to represent. As you know, in neutral, the opponent's more likely to walk back and forth to decide what they're going to do. If you can catch them with the Swamp Hands, you get knocked down and you're able to approach. But the main thing that makes it a set play tool was the meter burn version. This would grab the opponent's legs, holding the opponent still for Solomon Grundy to rush up and get a command grab throw. That is right, he had a full screen load that held the opponent still for Solomon Grundy to do whatever the hell he wanted. So that was the first set play tool that was pretty strong and also was armored on meter burn, forgot to mention that. He had another one, and that was this where he cut himself open letting out gas. This tool is gross, but strong. The rock coming from his body would allow him to do poison damage over time if the opponent was near him. So if he was doing a combo, this would deal a lot more. Or if he's just running offense, this would deal damage over time. Or if he's just standing next to the opponent. And I know what you're thinking. You're seeing this and going like, this is crap. This is just a bad tool. Like, how are you going to use this on a character that doesn't really have long block strings, doesn't really have long combos? Like, what are you going to do? It doesn't work on iframes, so... What's the point here? Why are we doing this too? I neglected to mention something, and that was it does go over iframes, and this includes throwing the opponent. And how long was that animation again for his damage throw? What was it, like 4 seconds?
Solomon Grundy! Born on a Monday! Christened on Tuesday! Buried on Wednesday!
Yeah, if you had this raw applied and did a command grab, this would deal damage over time and the damage would be ridiculous. Look at it! Look at it, he hurts! He hurts a lot, he does a ton of damage. Text during throw animations, and as you saw, that throw is very long, it does a ton of damage. Mix that with poison, or hell, even the meter burn version of it, you'll deal so much damage, it's not even funny. That tells you right there and then, Solomon Grundy had multiple ways to set play and do grappler game plans. And the way they do the set play is so clever. I absolutely love it. What does a grappler want? He wants knockdown. What does a grappler want? He wants to throw. Okay, so the set play is meter burn load that holds the opponent or knocks them down. Genius. Or another set play tool that makes it so they deal damage if they're close to the grappler. Oh, what's he doing when he's throwing? They're close to the grappler. I mean, he's literally like so close to you, he could probably bite off your I was a lot overboard. But point being is that he does so much goddamn damage. This is set play done insanely well for a grappler. A grappler wants to do these things. He doesn't want set play zoning. He doesn't want set play offense where it's like, oh, set projectile, do high low. He wants to do throw and the set play doing the rest of the work in terms of damage. This is insanely smart, and I feel like this is a good approach to a set play grappler. This is the main thing that made them cool and unique. The rest are just positives that made them kind of decent in this game, but you're seeing the pieces fit together. The puzzle is almost being complete. Despite the title calling him a brain dead grappler, I wouldn't say he is. I think he takes a lot of good knowledge to actually win in your matchups. It's like, oh, I need to understand when to go for throw. I need to understand what throw chain I want. Oh, I need to understand when's a good time to let out the raw. Oh, I need to understand when's a good time to send out the low. You had to think about these options, you really did. So despite the fact that Bane's a calculated genius and plays like a stupid gorilla, Why is the brain dead zombie playing like a goddamn genius? This is bro's Albert Einstein with the offense he's setting up. It's a unique take on a set play grappler. I think it's smart, and I think it's something that should be explored more. When it comes to neutral, there wasn't much to mention. When it came to high level neutral, this is all I kept finding, and basically it was just a grappler just throwing out armor tools and throwing out the low. That was it. In terms of neutral, he's not all that. This is the brain dead part for sure. This is it. You found it. There may be an occasional dash up, but again, watching professional gameplay, it's literally just this. In terms of offense, he did have nasty tools like his backlight, which was an overhead that stunned the opponent on hit, allowing for a reset opportunity into command grab. As you know, when you play a grappler, that's all you want. Plus frameage. Whoo, you can do a ton with that. He also had an amazing low string that would let him start offense, known as Born on a Monday. It was -5 on block if he did the full string, but the main thing that made it good was that his low overhead and a throw opportunity was represented. And he also had the same thing off of his backlight stars. Nice lows to represent. That is about it. He was cool and unique for sure, but he was rated really lowly, like one of the most mid-low or low-rated characters for sure. A lot of people putting him in the C rank, or basically in the rank of, yeah, he's playable, but why? So he wasn't that strong of a character, so you gotta ask yourself, who are the peeps that made them work? General Ram is unique for these videos. He's the first guest character grappler that we're covering in this video, where I had to look at other games' lore to understand anything about the guy. And obviously the game that he stems from is Gears of War. Really sick shooter, cover shooter, very fun to play, one of my favorites. I'll talk about how he ended up in Killer Instinct, but I want to talk about Ram as a character before that, so you understand his character, all of his stuff before we get into the nitty-gritty of his gameplay. Ram is a warrior that serves as queen and doesn't speak much unless it's needed. He's clever as he would listen into comms to plan attacks against the cogs, who are the good guys of the game. This guy was outcasted by his own people for having crazy good ideas to better a combat for his people. After this, he basically said, alright, hold my beer, went insane in the combat in terms of the lore, the comics and all that. He went crazy, he just took out everybody. He was a massive impact against the War of the Gears and all that, but he eventually became one of the loyal guards to the Queen. He popped off, and when it came to the lore, there's a ton to read, so if you're interested in Gears of War lore, I recommend it as it's a fun wee read. When Ram joined Killer Instinct, he didn't have any lore whatsoever. There's no story, there's no lore, there's no relevance to why he's here. He's just here. So, because of this, I'm gonna have a little bit of fun, and I'm gonna create a story for you to believe why he's in Killer Instinct. So I'm making it up, we're gonna have a bit of fun. So basically, in this timeline, he was able to kill Dom and Marcus instead of dying in that final scene, but on his conquest to take Earth for Loki's command, he was isekai'd here by Gargoyles. And Gargoyles, thinking that he would join his side during the Shadow War that took part in Season 3, Ram, being a man of his queen and only his queen, turned the blade to Gargoyles, claiming that this Earth will be in Loki's command.
fighting with every ounce that he could. Obviously, wanted to go after Gargoyles, but he was never allied to any other party, like the Jago party or anything like that. He was his own party, and you had to check him in the story mode, otherwise if he won, Earth would fall to the command of the Locusts, leading to a bad ending. That's my story. I hope you enjoyed, right? I had a little bit of fun, right? Like writing the idea of how he could be here, and that is the best I could come up with. But before we head into his positives and how he functioned in terms of gameplay, I think it's best if we cover the negatives right away. That way we can talk about what was fun about the character. Again, KI was such a sick game, you could cook with any character, and this character was a bit on the weaker side. We're talking like maybe mid tier to maybe bottom low tier, but you can cook with them, do not worry. Classic to be sure. The first negative, we already know it. I need to say this about every goddamn grappler we cover, so maybe that's a hint towards another grappler I cover at some point. He was big and slow. He was super slow, he was super big, meaning he could be mixed up to death. It's very easy to hit this guy with fuzzies. His crouch height is about the same height as some of the other characters of the game, because he's 10 foot, he's a big fella. His walk speed is even slower than Thunder, and if you remember the Thunder walk speed, this guy is way slower. Way slower to play. This game did not have different health values, meaning if he got hit for a lot of damage, and there wasn't much he could do about it. His neutral was okay, nothing really stood out. It was a lot of guessing in neutral, honestly, using a lot of your special moves to approach, and that was about it. That's all you really had. This guy's neutral was a none. At least Thunder had a low chop, and at least Thunder had a dash. He didn't have that. He kind of had to make random guesses here and there. Next problem was being combo breakers. He had the same problem as Thunder, but it was even worse due to having easy tools to see and break. He only had one linker and 3 autos, meaning the point to break is very clear to the opponent, whereas with someone like Thunder, there's like 8 million mix-ups you need to pay attention to. Means when playing the character, you had to make reads with counter breaker a ton. That was the only way to check combo breakers as playing Ram. Also, he was extremely weak to throw gaps. If he had an opportunity where he could be thrown and it was a gap, you would do that. It was very good to actually beat Ram, as this was a good way to get Barry out of a bad situation. And against a character like Rash, this is awful because his throw has full control where he can put the opponent wherever he wants and essentially get away, meaning you're stuck in the corner, Grappler, and I'm gone. This list is very short, but this really did hold him back. He had an insanely difficult time trying to play into the game with these weaknesses. Like, you being a Grappler, being weak to throw, feels awful. The only way for him to call out those type of throw gaps was to either do a shimmy or go for kind of like raw plays. You had to be on point, you couldn't give him that gap. But that's the thing though, Ram had amazing comeback potential, so let's get straight into his positives. What made Ram so nutty? Came to the character's positives, here's it as a synopsis. He is great at being suffocating and setting up for damage over time. We'll get into how he does that, don't worry, it's very fun. It's very fun how they do it. He has insanely high damage, and his instinct allows for insane comeback potential with screen cluttering abilities. He also has a powerful command grab that comes out faster, unlike Thunder's, meaning he has a traditional grappler command grab with a twist. And to get straight into his command grab, it'll do solid damage, but if it had this gimmick attached to it, the damage gets up to almost shadow super damage. The command grab has decent reach, and all versions come out in 4 frames. It's just that the different versions led to different outcomes. One would lead to Oki, one would lead to a pickup, and one would lead to straight damage. So, cool thing about General Ram is that doing different command grabs had different outcomes compared to every other fighting game that goes like, oh, if you do the light version, it reach further. You do heavy version, it do more damage. This is cool. I feel like there's a lot more to the character because there's more outcomes. It's like, oh, I can go for a bit of an OTG pickup. Oh, I can go for a restand. Oh, I can go for raw Oki, or I can damage. You know, like that was the very cool thing about General Ram. There's a ton of creativity. You can tell I hate the tradition of the way grapplers are made because it's very boring, and I like the way grapplers break from this mold. It wasn't all he had in terms of command grabs. He had this armored command grab, the Krill Rush, where he'll run at the opponent and grab them, covering them in krills, and it also obviously had the armor factor. It was very slow, so you had to use this as a read on a poke or on a projectile play, but let Ram get his main gimmick started. What was the gimmick? What are these bat-like creatures flying around the opponent? And that is Krill, one of the main Locust enemies from Gears of War, where, for anyone that's played the game, if you're out in the open, these little bastards would do this to you. Quite graphic, I know. This game, they cover the enemy with a huge amount of them.
They also start to cause decay to the enemy's life bar, unlike the little bit of the health that turns white where if you get a full combo you get all the damage. This actually did damage over time if landed. This was the main gimmick about Ram that made him very different to every other grapplers, is that he had a lasting effect on the opponent after his command grab. Usually it's just okay or whatever, right? He had more of an effect on him because he was poisoning them as he was playing his game plan, and that made his throws more of a threat because the throws already did decent damage. You're already losing health over time, and these throws can be pretty slow. And if he had the Krill on and he landed heavy command grab, it did 25% damage straight. So if you got caught by Krill into heavy command grab, aye, quite bro. Here's the fun part, ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens and in between. The instinct meter always plays into the character's gimmick insanely well. In this case, it plays into Krill. And the question is, how well does it play into it? Well, that's right, he would flood the screen with these creatures, making it harder to know if Ram was going to make an approach with armor. He also gained access to a buff version of Krill Shield, which allowed them to move with it. This move also applies Krill if it lands, so this was very scary. It's a read tool, but he can move with it. And this was pretty plus on block. This was kind of like your Garuda for all the Potemkin players out there. And it was pretty plus. However, this tool can also be dash cancel, so it was also like a focus attack. Either you'd use it for plus frames and setting up Krill, or use it if feint into a command grab, meaning there's always a way to get loot. Poor Crux with the instinct meter attached, because you were dealing so much damage with these resets, and it was very hard for your opponent to see what was happening with all these Krill activating moves. They didn't know if they should respect you, challenge you, or jump you. He also had a DP if you did the heavy version, it was full body, and depending on the other version gave you low or high body invul, whilst giving the opponent Krill. Yes, we've always got more ways to give Krill. Get your Krills here! Grappler with a DP and a poison effect. Insanity. To note his supers, he had damage dishes if he really needed all that damage. He was also blessed with the 720 command grab that came out at 0 frames, meaning he had the same thing as Thunder, but with less reach and more traditional. It also did some solid damage. If the opponent was in danger, this killed. Also had a DP super that applies Krill to the enemy, so if you needed a get off me wake up tool, you had that and you gave them Krill. The supers were key to playing them, but it was nothing busted. Besides having an iframe throw and of course a DP super that gave Krill, there wasn't anything scary here like two enders that a lot of people went for, either giving Oki or Meter. And those two enders also gave Krill to the opponent. If you needed a kill, you would do decimation every time, but 100% of the time, people were setting up Krill with Ram. So how did people make this character that was relatively low tier working tournament?
Hostiles approaching.
Blitzcrank is the main big body grappler of the game. He truly is such a cool character with a ton of personality. It was created by Victor to take care of the waste of Zun, the place that he's made these iron golems. Truly a good boy taking out the trash like Yatso to the garbage dump. We love him for that so much. He's designed to have stretchy arms to grab the garbage and have massive hands to crush it into a compact size. After finding Blitz's rusted body, Victor put a priceless crystal into him sourced from the deserts of Shurima. He came to life and never rusted again. However, the crystal made it so that he was given sentience, meaning the machine was alive! It's alive! I hope that was Victor's reaction. Like, if I brought sentience to a robot, I know I'm doing a Frankenstein in a heartbeat. He has a fun backstory, and there's like so much to it. There was like a ton to read there, but I want to get the main synopsis out of the way. In this video, we will not be covering strengths and weaknesses, as I believe a lot of them will still be covered, and in the future, I want to do an in-depth gameplay guide into playing Blitzcrank. I do have a starter type guide, but I want to eventually make an in-depth guide so you can kind of pick up every layer about the character. But rather than talk about that, let's talk about how he's just a sheer love letter to the grapplers of fighting games. Well, let's get started with the main one that I think we should cover immediately, and that's the first big boy himself, Zangief. How does Blitzcrank compare? Zangief is inspired a good chunk of his base kit. He's given the Grappler body splat, like the classic that the Russian man has started. Both of them both have a spinning move, but for Blitzcrank it lets him get steam and kind of hit confirm, whereas for Gief this is his only hit confirm and a way to kill projectiles in approach. So it's a little different, but the applications to use are still the same. One thing to note is that they share the running bear grab, a classic for Gief. This allows Gief to threaten a long-winded throw, usually catch someone landing or armoring through like something like a Dalsum normal. For Blitz, it does the exact same thing, except he only gets the armor when building steam. He also does share the level 3 command grab style, so that's another cool thing. Go back to that steam topic, let's get into the next grappler that inspired him, and that was the big man, the Akaoni Tiger. I will mention Potemkin, but I felt like Tiger had a bigger inspiration on his toolkit if I'm honest. To start, he shares a ton in common with Tiger, the main example being the neutral. When Tiger wants to win, he wants to set up magnetism and pull him in for a 50-50. Blitz uses grappling hands to pull them in for a 50-50 as well. Despite the application being different, the concept is basically the same. They both want to pull in their opponent from far reaches of the screen using technology. They're both feared in terms of yanking their opponent in. Despite the fact that Tiger uses magnetism, I still think he'd dab up Blitzcrank for his efficient use of technology. They also share a resource meter. For Tiger, it gives him Spark Bolt to do a Giga Wind projectile that he can only use one time, whilst Blitz also gets a one-time use on an attack or a throw like his Yoink or his command grab. Again, kind of like Tiger, where you have a one-off tool, you have to boost that for either posing up or cranking it. And I kind of like the fact that the more I'm going through this, it plays into Blitzcrank's nature of learning from the past. You know, kind of like when he gained sentience. Up next is the man cladded in faith, and that is Potemkin. What does he share with Potemkin? And it's a couple of things. The main comparison is carry cancelling. Carry cancelling is when you can cancel the startup of your attack to gain 4 momentum to give to a special move. Potemkin does this by cancelling 6k into Potemkin Buster. Despite the fact that many grapplers have had carry cancels before Potemkin, Potemkin did something cool, and that was he gains unique properties on all of his moves. When you did carry back Mega Fist, it wasn't just back Mega Fist, it was a carried version of it, until he took it away in Season 4. Like you Arxis. But I meant that carry cancels were sick for grapplers, and everybody recognised that about Potemkin, so much so when he took it away, they had to give it back as the community told them, no, don't do that. I appreciate how much people understand how unique it was for this big man to have that. But how does Blitz gain unique properties? Well, he can cancel his spinning move into his command grab, but they gave it a unique property, which carry cancels can only be done from frame 1. As in, when you do the move, it has to happen immediately after the move that's being cancelled. In Blitzcrank, there's a bit of a gap, meaning you can kind of feint the lariat, and now your command grab can come out in about 14 or 15 frames, which is still unreactable, and it's still a good feint mix. So with Blitzcrank, they gave it a unique property of being very delayable, meaning that the carry cancel, again keeping a unique mechanic, kinda like Potemkin. You can also do this for his level 3, but that's a gimmick in my mind. I understand that, like, oh, it's an invincible level 3 that grabs, but you can jump after the super flash. He also does share armor with Blitzcrank, but I'm gonna be real, this is not a Potemkin thing. This is a usual tag fighter thing, you know, like Z Broly or the Hulk. This is something that, like, is normal for tag fighters, if I'm honest. Talking about tag fighters, let's head into them. How did they inspire Blitzcrank? And I will admit it's a bit of a stretch, but when you look towards KBR's team, excluding Hulk, and how it inspired the overall game plan of Blitzcrank. Main one I want to mention is the Rocket Fist. When Blitzcrank does it, it kind of reminds me of Sentinel, kinda stealing from the big body zoner a bit on KBR's team. The thing worth mentioning is when Blitzcrank does combos, you want to land as many J2Hs as possible, which is the body splat, and you should be fearful of it as it's a very amazing normal. Shares that with my goat, the mayor, Scottish descendant, Scotland, Haggar. So they share in common with Haggar wanting to land as many steel pipes in the combo, and with Blitzcrank wanting to land as many J2H. So besides the combos, they do also share the fact that they want to chase people in the air for command grab opportunities, and in the combos they both want to land their J2Hs as much as possible. One wants to land with their steel body, the other one a lead pipe. Which one is heavier? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of lead? That's right. A kilogram of steel. Another thing that's worth mentioning when I was talking to Tales of Mr. E, awesome fella by the way, way too educated in tag fighters, love it. He basically had this to say: there's something in common with Spencer, and that's the man with the bionic arm. And that's just due to the fact that Spencer yoinks in his opponents and can do follow-ups. And that's very similar to how Blitzcrank does it as well. I do think this is more of a Tager trait, as there's a resource attached to it, just like Tager's. But I do see where he's coming from, and I do think he's right. Spencer definitely had some form of influence on Blitzcrank, without a doubt. In terms of references, I do believe that these are the key and big ones to know about our big boy, the Grappler, and how he's just a descendant of the gods. 'Iron Tager is the main grappler of the game, and there is more than meets the eye with this fella. A lot would see his design and think Potemkin, besides the fact they're red and green. They kind of have the same type of height, same type of build, where they're just a big fella with big goofy arms, but besides that, there's a ton in their lore to actually separate them. Tager seems to be more of an educated fella, who's more into reading books and collecting ship bottles and using technology to advance his weaponry. Where Potemkin is more of a creative art fella that likes to draw for creative reasons, kind of making Potemkin a bit more expressive when it comes to showing his emotions. In terms of design, he looks like an Oni mixed with Frankenstein the scientist, you know? So it's like Frankenstein's monster mixed with the scientist. I quite like it. Insane look to him, also has this very educated look to him at the same time. Especially those teeny tiny glasses on his face that barely fit. He also has the giant gauntlets, and they might, and stay with me for this one, have magnets. The story, he's actually loyal to this character, Kokino, hope I said that right, very serious but goofy cat lady. Yeah, he works as one of her subordinates, and they work back and forth to create the ultimate team, with her kind of acting like the brains of the operation, telling him where to kind of go, and Tager acting like the brains and the bronze. She uses technology to battle, and she even has a giant mech of Iron Tager as one of her supers. And seeing this dynamic actually in-game just makes me wish for Zep as a playable character even more for Potemkin. This is such a fun dynamic to see, even through something as silly as like a Tager mech, you know? Imagine Zep doing something like that with the Potemkin mech. I would love it, it'd be great. In terms of design, I do think Tager's design is kind of cool. I don't think it's that nutty. A lot of it doesn't appeal to me. I think it's the teeth, but I do kind of like the overall design of Tager in terms of the lore and the way this character is. I understand why someone would love his design. Like I said, fun fact, he's into reading books and collecting ship balls. You know, like the balls with the ships in them? Yeah, he's a wee dork. I absolutely love it. But he does hate saltwater due to being a cyborg, and it messes with his circuitries. Thank you, Frankentank, for that information. This fella called Asriel, he looks like an absolute asshole, by the way. Kinda cool, but an asshole. Kicked the absolute shit out of Tager back when he was a simple fella using cyborg technology. Tager got his shit rocked, but Coconut decided to bring him back to life using the demon cells, kind of injected it into him and turned him into the big red demon that he is, the Aka Oni, or the Red Ogre as he's commonly known. But the thing is, the guy's a big softie, so despite having quite this demon-like appearance, he's nothing like a demon. And I feel like he does that polarization of demon look with a big lovable guy a lot better than Potemkin does. They got that look down better, but I prefer Potemkin because he's, I mean, like, come on. Come on. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I quite like the backstory and it explains why he is the way he is. Some quick stats about the character before we get into the positives and the negatives and maybe the things that might convert me into liking him in terms of gameplay. With a massive health pool, 13,000, meaning he's harder to kill. He has a 20 iframe backdash for cheeky backdash into throw setups. He has no run or double jump, meaning he has the worst movement in the game for grounded movement. Kinda how I like it. Damage, it can be very high, but we'll get to that. To the positives, we're gonna get started with the big one from the get-go, and that being the magnetism. So one thing the player base always claims to love, and this is what I hear a lot, is someone, oh, you like Iron Taker, is his magnetism. It's to make it so the enemy is always in range for his throw, which is pretty cool. It's not like it's gonna have any other interesting application.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
You can use it in combos to always have a follow-up available. This means combos can look extremely saucy with side swaps and allowing for a ton of creative freedom with the rapid cancel movement and the magnetism powers. You can pull them straight down! This means when Taker players are always in throw opportunity, they mean that they're always in a throw opportunity at the end of a combo because the magnetism not only pulls them in, but it can also reset during a combo. I understand. I want to say sorry to all the people I went after for liking this character. I see what you have all seen for ages. I used to always think he's just Potemkin with magnets. He is not Potemkin with magnets. He's a super unique grappler with his own strengths. I will never go after a grappler I've never played before. You have converted me, Frankentank! You have converted me! What? I said, you have converted me! Besides that, it does allow for some sick freedom as a grappler, and by far, an awesome way for a grappler to stay close while having weak movement. It really is the brain to Potemkin's brawn. I'm a big fan of this. Throws, he does have them. Both a grounded version and an air version, so you can make reads that keep the sky safe. We love those 360s. The damage is good, but getting able to set magnetism, OP damage, it's pretty solid on this character, I would say. Normals? They aren't too nutty, but the reach and having access to a high-low is pretty good. With rapid cancel, it can be a scary mix to hit people with a grab or setting up magnetism. Normals are interesting. E-tools are also pretty good. Those are being your drive tools, which is the drive button. Yeah, so it's the one at the bottom, for me at least. Pad player, set up for magnetism for either pulling in peeps, setting it up. They're kinda slow though. All of them are pretty slow and some of them are reset tools only. So you gotta be smart about using them. Those command normals are very fun to use, like this big swipe. As them applied, you can just whoop, pull them in. It's pretty cool. Has the stompies, which forces crouch. That gives you, access to like your gadget two finger and all that stuff, so that's pretty cool. Drive as your mechanic, your D buttons, kind of feel like they help continue that freedom of Iron Taker in terms of comboage, keeping offensive pressure there. I do like how drive is set up. It does make sense. There isn't a tool there I'm looking at and going like, this makes no sense. They all have their own purpose. Even the slow one, crouching drive, which is kind of uses the magnetism to pull himself into the opponent and get +1 on block. So it's kind of like a reset tool. Crush trigger is a great way to open people up for a throw, and holy hell is it a decent way to mental stack the opponent. What he got was Sledge, which is quarter circle forward with either the A or the B, lets him go forward while punching, And the upper body armor is actually pretty good, but he has none on his shins. Weak legs, I'm afraid. Did not work that out. So he get punished there. You've got to be careful. With Gadget Finger, all of a sudden your opponent has this sudden attraction to Iron Tiger. I feel like embracing him more than usual. It's kind of interesting. He also has an anti-air command grab, which is a good way to yoink people out the sky. He kind of grabs them and slams them on the other side. So if you're in the corner, this is amazing. If you're not in the corner, and they're in the corner, do have a side swap combo ready, otherwise you're going to have to play from the corner against a zoner that has so much space to work with now. The thing about this throw is that it actually does give a combo. You can either use rapid cancel to get a big boy combo, or you can actually get a crouching light into a jump cancel pickup. He was giving a slow command grab in this version of the game. Only in Central Fiction did he get this. And this slow command grab that comes out in 30 frames yoinks the opponent with magnetism and throws him into the wall for a pickup, or if you want an unscaled finisher, you can do this finisher. And it's very interesting because this command grab is extremely slow. We're talking like 30 frames slow. So how do you use it? Because 30 frames is extremely reactable for a command grab that is comboable. And here's the interesting thing, ladies and gentlemen. It has iframes from frame 6 to like 24. And so what you can do is actually try to use this as a neutral read if someone does something slow. Use this as a counter with magnetism and pull them in. Without magnetism, this throw's awful, but with it, it is an interesting, deadly tool to represent sometimes in mid-screen neutral. You'll also notice this tiny wee gauge with Tiger, and you're probably wondering, what's that? If you ever heard of Spark Bolt, then you will know what this character's about to do with it. With this gauge when it is full, he gains access to a 12-frame projectile that absolutely destroys, desecrates other projectiles either going forward or diagonal. It's a pretty good tool to represent, as it just lets you get a combo in hit, destroys projectiles, and allows Tiger to take space because he doesn't have a lot of tools to go forward with. He'll charge it up with the quarter circle back into drive, so that's a pretty good tool to represent. Now, his install, the overdrive, is so good on Tiger because like every other install overdrive, it has iframes on startup. He has slight magnetism on the opponent if they're standing still if it's applied, meaning they're always being pulled in neutral, which is very funny. Spark Bolt gauge goes up way quicker. Max magnetism's always applied on hit or on block, so they're getting yoinked every time. Your moves can now block projectiles, meaning you can just swipe right by them. The overdrive super, which does a ton of damage for an overdrive super. I believe it's the most amount that you can get in the game. And it does have some iframes on frame 1, so if you want to use this as a read after iframes or to cash out on your invol, do it. Supers, he does have the Magnatech wheel, which looks extremely goofy, but it can sell for some good damage, as the follow-up that uses another 50 bar is a great way to cash out. It's actually pretty good, I believe. You can get some very good damage off of it. And he obviously has the 720. This is something that Potemkin doesn't have, by the way. Potemkin does not have a 720 command grab, which is very interesting. He doesn't have one. He only has an anti-air super, which is very intriguing. It's something that you think about and you don't usually think about. Is that he doesn't have one of the classic things that make a grappler. Tiger does, which is the Gensik Emerald Tiger Buster, which has a very fun animation, yeeting him up into the sky and grabbing him almost as if he's about to hit the nastiest slam dunk, telling the opponent to hold his balls as he's fucking slamming that shit. It does have iframes on frame 1, and it does about 40% damage, and I hear from the Tiger fans that this is actually a very nerfed version of the super. It used to do way more from what I've heard. Insta-kill is also pretty sick, given that type of Heavenly Potemkin Buster feel, but the finish is definitely way cooler than the raid there, I would say. Look at that, comes out the smokes like a champion. Whew! Comes to RC, you use it a lot in combos from what I'm seeing, or for raw catches on your anti-air command grabs. Besides that, Tiger doesn't really use RC unless he wants to stay safe on an overhead. He's going to use it in combos, and that's about it in terms of positives. As RCs, there's nothing crazy going on there. He doesn't have a fireball into RC, you know, you can't do that. You can't whiff into RC in this game. You can't whiff a throw into RC in this game. After mentioning all these positives, you're probably wondering, well, he seems sick. So what happened? And basically, previous versions of Iron Tiger is considered stronger. And in this game, a lot of people consider him bottom 5, Frankenstein being one of the well-known grappler anime bodies of the scene, plays him and considers him bottom 5. That is extremely low tier in this game, and from what you saw, the character seems strong, but at the end of the day, this is an anime fighting game. In anime fighting games, so the top tiers, they tend to have no weaknesses. So let's get into it. What made Iron Tiger weak now? The classic. The main thing that makes every grappler bad, and everybody knows it, is that he's slow and big. I mean, it's easy fuzzy, easy whip punishes command grabs, and in terms of neutral, he has to work extremely hard. This is well known for every grappler. I'm not going to get too into it, but being slow and big is a massive disadvantage that we happily take on. But the main issue is that he was very committal in an anime fighting game. Characters that can run their game plan without committing much are pretty solid, and Tiger is a grappler where every time he friends his command grab, he is committal. That's a 50-50 that can lead to taking a ton of damage on either side, and Tiger is only dealing about maybe 15% on every command grab, whereas the opponent is probably getting about 40% on him. You can't RC a whiff throw like in Guilty Gear, you can only RC on hit or on block, and in terms of neutral, he needs to use Spark Bolt, which is his only low risk option, to try and get in, but if he doesn't have that Spark Bolt gauge fill, he doesn't have that. So in terms of neutral, he's committal. In terms of his 50-50, he's committal because his RCs do not let you whiff into throw. You can't do that. You can't whiff throw into Potbuster. You know, you can't do that here. That's not a thing. You get punished for it. And Sledge, which is a pretty decent approach to, can be hitting the shins. And the other thing is that on whiff, it's very punishable. Again, you can't whiff into RC. That doesn't exist with meter in this game. Sledge, there's not much variation. The only variation comes from RC on hit or on block. If none of those requirements happen, you're either whipping it or you're hitting it, and that is it. That is all the variation you get with this character, and that's why rapid cancels, even though it's a pretty solid mechanic, are just not in that level in terms of roaming cancels, and that is something that affects Tiger, because if roaming cancels exist, I feel like he'd be a lot stronger, genuinely. The next problem is that he's meter hungry, and I mean he's starving for meter. He uses it in every interaction he can. Tiger can get solid damage on some interactions. If you want to cash out, you had to use meter. If you want to get a conversion for good screen positioning, you need meter. You wanted to set up magnetism in a combo for Oki, you had to use meter. He has to work very hard to set up all the things he wants, and he has to select what he wants, like picking magnetism over damage, picking damage over Oki, Oki over magnetism, magnetism over damage, and this is the constant decision making that Iron Tiger needs to make compared to every other character. And I feel like this is a good weakness, is that the fact you need to choose between damage, Oki, or magnetism. You're thinking about your offense, you're working hard for it. Anime fighter, you can't have these types of weaknesses. You're supposed to have one or maybe two weaknesses, and that's you. This is a big one to have, because if your combo game's limited, sadly, despite the sauce, you're going to be giving up a lot of leeway, and in terms of neutral and offense, you've got no way to stay safe. Other weaknesses is very interesting because a lot of them stem from the fact that he was stronger in older games. Like, even though they are weaknesses because he didn't carry them over, it's not something that I'm going to view as a weakness because I'm coming in with a fresh perspective. I only see what I see, which is slow and neutral, very big body, low damage and less meter, and of course he's extremely committal, right? Those are the main weaknesses that I would list. Back in the day, apparently he got Oki off Gadget Finger. Apparently his anti-air led to way more conversions than what they do now, and his command grab did way more damage than what it does now, which I kind of think is mental that the big body grappler has like a 20% throw, because in these types of fighting games, big body grappler has to have 30%. He can't be sitting on 20. So I feel like a lot of the old heads feel a ton as missing from the character. I mentioned he had really brutal matchups like Fighting 9, who kind of bullied him for existing on the screen. So welcome to hell if you didn't like fireballs, and you've got to ask, who were the fellas that really made this character work? Who were the ones that did it?
No problem. All systems green.
for a big combo here into the corner. There's a lot of damage.
Wow, that's confirmed.
Bring him back in. Oh!
Not dead, but...
Oh! The counter assault!
Okay, so bad.
Oh,
he just held it.
I know what you're thinking when this video started. What am I looking at? That's massive! That's a boss character! That's not legal! Yes! Her dwarf can transform into a big fella as she uses them to fight her battles. They also have the maddest level 3 I've ever seen. So our story is basically non-existent, if I'm honest with you. That's the nature from what I was reading, at least. Like, it's just silly. This is how, let me break it down to you, right? Let me break it down to you. This is what the dwarfs were like. The dwarfs heard of historians from the future and was like, yo, we gotta get our queen on that for being beautiful. For real. We need to throw hands for our queen. And that's it, right? They forced themselves into it. And the best way to put it, hijinks ensues, as the wiki says. So the reason I wanted to cover were the weaknesses, but we have to talk about the positives first before we get to that, so you can understand why she was one of the worst modern design grapplers that there is.
She stinks.
Oh yeah, almost as bad as you. The positives. Snow White had a large health pool, so we're starting off well. Our dwarfs could put monstrous damage on combos or pokes, so that was another positive worth noting. You know, these are the classic for the big fellas. Our command grab is a main though. This deals a good bit of damage and the reaches stand out. This also ignored Guts' defensive mechanics to the game, so the grabs were a-okay. Also, some normals could kill projectiles like our Down Dust. Sorry, Down D. That's the Guilty Gear talking. What can I say, we're all a Guilty Gear, I'm blaming the beasts right now. Her enchanted boost was an ice install, which is one of the strongest ones. It gives more hit stun, allowing for freeform combos, which Snow White desperately needed for the slow behemoth. Sadly, that's it. Everything else is downhill from here, and the only things to make her work weren't really her toolkit, it was the assists and the enchanted boost, you know, that like, it wasn't the things that made her good that made her good, it was the things that the game allowed for her to be good, you know what I mean? But her kit was bad, and we're gonna get into that. The negatives. So, there is a lot that holds her back, and I want you to keep in mind, this is a modern grappler. And I want to mention right before we get into any of the balancing stuff that I love the concept of this grappler. Has it been done before where it's an overly large grappler, so much so that they actually need to extend the camera to see what's going on? I think it's great. It's not really been done, and I appreciate this attempt at a big body grappler. However, the balance and some of the design decisions weren't exactly there, but the design and the concept, it's right there. The balance decisions that really held her back and stopped this grappler from being one of the greats with a unique design. But let's get started with the movement. The movement was horrible. Like, genuinely some of the worst movement I've seen in a moment. I get why they've done this. The size is insane, so giving them Zangief movement can be seen as too much. But I want you to look at the step dash. That step dash takes 61 frames to be done and barely moves forward. For instance, Johnny can do 4 forward dashes in the time it takes Snow White to do 1 and is across the entire screen. We're off to a good start. The next thing is obviously the height of this character. It is insanely easy to set up fuzzies and unblockable setups on this fella using assists So the height worked against you more than it did support you. Your buttons were slow and very unsafe. Your 5C and 2C were both minus 17 on block, but covered a good bit of space. However, this works against your design as a grappler, as you want to get close and you're being told the best place to use these normals is at a distance, aka play a zone or game plan. So you're encouraged to go against the design of your character. Don't get me wrong, grapplers are meant to wall, but if you're walling someone from full screen, it means that you're not initiating anything. Like when Zangief walls, he does it from mid screen, and because of that, the throw is ever present. Here, it's not, because your movement isn't good, like we talked about earlier. You're not chasing Oki, that's for sure. One weakness that tends to be ignored in other grapplers is how risky your game plan is. In a normal fighting game, when a grappler goes for his game plan and he whiffs a throw, they're very punishable. However, their health and their size can kind of make up for it. In the case of Potemkin, he could tank a lot of hits. In the case of Zangief, sometimes it's hard to catch him when he goes for a command grab and you've jumped back. It can be hard to punish some of the usuals when they go for their command grab. But in Snow White's case, with her dwarf's big fat ass, they're getting hit every time. There's no denying that. You're gonna get punished for whiffing a throw. And that was one of the problems with this character, is that when you whiffed a throw, you weren't going to get small punish, and the person wasn't going to panic for it. They were going to get it every time. My lord, neutral was slow! Just an awful time. The only way to play neutral was getting assists that can cover that aspect of your game. That meant you would lose out on assists that could enhance your offense. Ugh, nothing works! So your combos sucked. They were only good when you had enchanted boost, meaning you're very super reliant as well. If you want to assist after a command grab, you can't, because it turns out command grabs are the only special moves in the game that can be cancelled into a level 2 or 3 assist. Not only were you limited in fundies, you were limited in creativity, and you relied on all these mechanics. Oh yeah, classic to be sure, your losing matchup. Your command grab was also too slow when you needed it, so that's awesome, and the Oki was extremely mid. This grappler has a unique gameplay design with the size of a boss character in a classic 2D fighter. But sadly, Snow White's dwarfs just couldn't compete with their size. Sailor Uranus is one of the main members of the cast. She's also one of the older and more supportive types of the series. She stands tall and more of a stoic warrior type vibe, kinda like Kiryu but a bit more flirty. In her off time, she's a race car driver, and pretty good one too. She has superhuman powers, trained in sword and hand-to-hand combat, and can manipulate the air. She's an airbender, that's crazy. That's about it for her story and powers. There's a whole lot more, but I recommend watching the series if you care enough about that, where it's like, that's as far as I'm going. Let's get through the grappler's weaknesses, right? Like, basically, we always need to get through this part. That way we can actually note down, like, what the character had to deal with, so their strengths got this shine. So, for Sailor Uranus, being a fast character, either meant she was super squishy, or maybe she had a lack of damage. Who knows? Let's take a read. Remember that skit at the start? This is why I'm in shock. It doesn't have anything on here. Her only weakness is that she is banned from tournaments. Yes, she was that strong. The fact that her only weakness is that she's controversial due to being banned is insane. Again, there's not a single weakness. I mean, I don't ever write for these videos, but I do scripts, right? Like, if I did this, you're seeing, it doesn't say any weaknesses. You're seeing it right here. There's nothing. Like, how does a grappler have so much strength? Well, dear viewer, she was given a gift, something else that none of the other characters had, that made her truly terrifying and ridiculous, with so many multiple layers that you wouldn't even think about. It will shake you to your core. So she was the only character with a forward dash, and as you see, it goes pretty far. Is that the only reason? We've seen ridiculous movement in fighting games before. Hammerfall's a disgusting tool. We've never talked about wanting to ban that. The forward dash could get there in 15 frames, meaning in a quarter of a second, she's able to hop from one side of the screen to another. She also had a command grab that did 33% damage, which is pretty nifty, but because of the forward dash, it meant that she could do this off of the forward dash. You wouldn't be able to react. And with the knockdown afterwards, she could chase for the Oki. This forward dash was crazy because her command grab came out in like 0 frames, 1 frame. You got grabbed off of a 16 frame dash. That's terrifying. At least it doesn't get any crazier from here, right? Oh! Okay, so she can dash cancel it. So that means some attacks go from being +2 to like +16. So that means on block strings, there's probably some situations where you have to mash out in a gap or she's gonna keep resetting it, right?
And then just like dash back immediately.
Oh, it's actually a true block string. If she does heavy kick into heavy kick, which is a 12 frame that's +15, it's an infinite on block. You have to hold that, and she's also a strike throw character. And if she hit you, she got a combo, and if you blocked, you were stuck in a block string, and she could threaten a throw during all that. Okay, that's pretty ridiculous, but you know, it's a grappler with an insane forward dash, so neutral isn't difficult, and an insane forward dash and offense, so offense isn't that difficult. And the opponent had to use guard cancels because it was a true block string. Okay, that's ridiculous, but you know, at least she has to do crazy damage, right? 33% off of a throat, that's pretty good. You know, maybe the strike's like, oh, it's an infinite. Oh, okay, right, it escalates. It's escalating. Oh god, we're snowballing. She wins a game off of any hit. Okay, welcome to Infinite Town. Land a heavy kick, GG's. That's ridiculous. This is getting to the point where I see the arguments of her being bannable, but she does have a win the game situation, right? When she is knocked down, she could do forward dash to get iframes to threaten strike throw and beat a projectile, poker, anything. So if you knocked her down, it was 50-50 for your life. I think this happened due to a bug with the coding where it feels like the game sees that the wake up is happening and counts it as a wake up option, as in she's still in knockdown. So the forward dash gains the iframes of the knockdown, which is insane because you just gave her a 15 frame invulnerable dash that approaches for a guaranteed 50-50, and if the opponent threw a fireball, she got infinited into death, and if the opponent was blocking, she got 50-50'd into strike throw against a grappler that gets Oki off of throw. This forward dash is the whole reason that she is strong. The main reason why this character is banned and not allowed to be played is because of the forward dash. It's just the forward dash alone that makes her ridiculous. This also confirms something, which is Arcsys have never designed a grappler after this that has a forward dash. I could be wrong. You guys could prove me wrong, but like from the big ones that I know, this could be the reason why. Isn't this insane? On the wiki, it just says all of her normals are broken because of the dash. They say the normals are bad or okay or mid, but because of dash they're broken. That's what it said. You can't talk about her neutral because she doesn't have one because of the dash. You can't even analyze her kit because of the glaring forward dash that stares at you and tells you, hey, you want an easy hub. Let's get into her kit despite the fact that there's not really a ton to get into. The normals were decent and her dash cancels made all of them broken. The command grab is the main reason why she was banned due to coming out in one frame, dealing 33%. And her heavy kick was plus 15 with the dash cancel, and it came out 13 frames and acted for 12. Which means that she could link it, like I was talking about earlier, where it's an infinite, it doesn't stop. There's nothing you could do because of this bug, because like you may be able to push her off with a guard cancel, but then she does wake up iframe into 50-50 and it was GG's. It even says here that her fireball is a bad special move. This is an ass special, but because of the forward dash, it's an infinite on hit, and on block it's a 50-50. Because of forward dash. There's not a lot to talk about. Guard cancel dash, wake up dash, or dash, and then into strike throw. That was your entire game plan with this character. That's all you had to do. Free throws will kill, And if you land a strike, it will kill. That is all reward, no risk. This video is a whole lot shorter than every other grappler video just due to this glaring strength, and I feel like it's worth talking about because not a lot of people know about the Sailor Moon game. They know of the game and its absurdities, but they don't know about the most broken grappler ever, being the first female grappler ever. And she does what the guys couldn't do, which is break the meta. And this is the part where I'd normally go like, oh, who were the people that made her work? Everybody apparently. So yeah, I'm not doing the montage this time around. And second off, you couldn't play her in tournament, so you wouldn't see her in tournament. There's one tournament I was able to find where she's playable, but I have no idea why, because everyone was playing her from what I was seeing in the VOD. Everybody was playing Sailor Uranus. I think it's cool that the first female grappler is broken, because if the men couldn't do it, the women will. Bravo is the main grappler of the game. Rocking a chef-like design, he uses his culinary skills to fight you, either if he's spinning his dishes or slapping you with his sausage. He has a ton of fun visuals of food and running a restaurant, totally trained in food foo, if you will. There's a reason why I'm mentioning Chinese martial arts, and that is because of Bravo's story. He's an Italian chef that wants to become a Chinese chef. He wants to go after the Chaos Code to save his restaurant from going under, and he also wants to stick it to his old teacher that Chinese food is the best ever. Random story, and yeah, that's all there is to it for this one. No spirit fighting for vengeance, no try fight for an orphanage. It's a man who's stopping his crappy restaurant from going under. Just wants that 5-star review from Gordon Ramsay on his Peking duck.
I'd rather eat poodle shit than put that in my mouth.
Let's get into his weaknesses and describe how saucy he was, because his weaknesses are basically non-existent. Chef had very few weaknesses. Just want to note is that he was big and slow. How dare you say I'm a big and slow? I'm actually quite maneuverable, you big baby bitch. Don't have to say that. My apologies. He's actually not big and slow. I've gotten so used to this weakness that I had to list it, but no, he's actually not that slow. A bigger fella, but not big enough to face issues like Potemkin or something like that. He isn't slow either. He actually has decent neutral and a dash game, so for once, not a weakness that we have to cover here. I don't have to say he's big and slow. However, he still had to face one weakness that every grappler has to deal with. And these are the type of players that try to convince you they're normal when deep down they're sick, twisted individuals. Zoners! Bravo had a tough time facing zoners due to how strong they were in this game. Rushdowns also gave him a bit of an issue, but it wasn't something he couldn't handle, as he had tools that were very stand out against them. The game was one where anyone could cook. Hey! However, some characters are still stronger than others. Bravo was in the top 5, as you'd see him a lot in tourneys. Let's see what made him so saucy. How do we talk about what made him so saucy? I want to note the first thing I mentioned earlier, the movement. With Dash, he was a solid character and could get multiple ways to get in just from running alone. He also could pick Dash, but this was only really good for tech throw setups rather than going for good neutral. So if you're up against someone you didn't need to worry about the neutral, you'd focus on tech throws, and if you needed something where you wanted the neutral, you picked running. He has this salami swing that allows him to approach like a lariat for offense, meaning it's duckable, but it's pretty safe on block, and on hit can lead to some nasty combos on the approach, so you have to be careful. The movement was pretty solid, but let's get into what made him even more saucy, his defense, my lord. Check out what this man had. He had access to a projectile known as the table, which was a great counter zoning tool that hit the opponent for an approach. He also had the best lariat you've ever seen. This is saying something, as I've seen Haggars in a tag fighter. It's got iframes if you use meter, and it's relatively safe. It also hits behind. This is the ultimate get out of jail free card I have ever seen. As a choice, he could take the anti-air super grab to get a ton of damage, or the grounded armor super throw to deal a ton of damage. So this guy had some good defensive options where it's like, let's use armor for the kill, or let's go for the anti-air throw to stop your jumping. Okay. Now, those things are cool and all, but they're not exactly saucy. So what is the sauce? Where is the sauce? And that is this bit right here. His combo game. This is an anime fighter, meaning combos are very explosive and very awesome to watch. There's a ton of potential with the system mechanics, being able to choose supers and specials and like that. And this fella had so much to cash out with. The best combo video is this one by Haggar that plays the Scatman during it. Very epic. You get very high damage and he hits for a ton. Look at this sauciness, look at the table flip, my goodness. He's able to combo them from one side of the screen to the other, and it looks so damn cool. This is why I'd consider him the sauciest grappler. His combo game is really fun to watch. Genuinely, I was enamored when I first watched this video. Seeing that you could do table flips from across the full screen, corner catch-ups, resets, restands, and the fact that all of his animations look really cool as well. I can sit there and stare at it all day. I'm being genuine. I need to talk about his offense now. Having access to high damage on neutral hits and supers to get in, he had high lows as well, so he didn't have to commit to the grappler game plan. Any of his hits could lead to resets, and when he got the corner, this man was playing Build-A-Bear on pressure. If you try to take a turn, he would turn right back on you with an EX Lariat. Like, this guy was just solid overall. Just an absolute treat, an absolute beast when it came to running offense. I think this is what makes the grappler unique. So looking at the main weakness of a grappler and saying, let's just get rid of that. Let's see how it pans out, and that's getting rid of the slow big movement. He didn't have to play abysmal neutral like every other grappler. He can run, poke, and play with the best of them. If I was to balance him though, there's a couple of things I would hit just to make him a bit more fair to fight. First one would definitely be the table. I think it's super strong, but maybe make it a bit slower so it isn't just a ultimate anti-zoning though. And make the lariat punishable. An iframe tool in defense should never be safe. I know it's a tall ask because this game has a ton of culture and like community behind it, so they're used to these things, so you can't really be all like, oh, just nerf it, right? This is the nature with games that came out about that 1990 to 2010 period, is that there wasn't a lot of balance changes, so these were things that players just had to accept. The idea of getting rid of the main weakness of slow movement and giving them saucy combos, I think was the best way to go about this grappler. And it's fun to watch, and it makes it unique with a simple twist. But it's time for the question that everybody always asks: who were the fellas that made them work?
Oh wow, massive. Follow up. You gotta go for that, son. Goes after this. Get more and son. That's great. Okay, now he has the leader for EXA. There you go. Again, matches out. Get all this. Oh, he might get stunned. That is actually good character. I would back off. There you go. And that's too late. Oh my god. Alright. Do a full jump combo. Just hope he doesn't win. Oh! Up again! Onegai! There we go. There we go. There we go. That took a while. That's still like everything. Alright, up again. First. I have to at least try.
I too am in this video, but I'm not. So you know what?
So I just want to say, I emailed this guy like 6:30, which is like 1 o'clock if I had to guess where he is in America. He sent this in 5 minutes. What a real Android 16 is one of my first loves when it comes to tag fighters. Him alongside Cooler and Z-Broly, that was the team for me. A lot of people dubbed this team Can't Get Through Doors. Joined the base roster as the official grappler. His moves were limited as he didn't fight much in the manga and the anime, so the devs had to get creative when designing him. So they focused on the robotic side of him and how much 16 kept slamming Cell in the anime. Also, fun fact, I used to run 16, Frieza, and Vegeta, which is the exact same team that Elthyro plays, and whenever I played them in the viewer matches that he would host, people used to refer to me as Evil Elthyro. The same happened when we ran Videl, and you can't blame me, Vegeta was a good partner in that team, Videl was ass! But we gotta talk about the backstory as always, and I actually like this because I love Dragon Ball, so I'm gonna yap about it. Android 16 was based off Dr. Jiro's son who passed away during a shooting accident. He made the machine before 17 and 18 but never got round to finishing him, as I'm assuming is it reminded him too much of his son. When he came out he was fully robotic and had one goal: get Goku. However, for exploring the world and seeing all of its beauties with nature, birds and the like, 16 became a peaceful being who wouldn't fight unless he was provoked. Through this, he ultimately lost his life against Cell trying to blow him up. Through his final moments, he gave a speech to Gohan to help motivate him for battle. 16 passed away with no way to bring him back, although there are ways, but lol, I guess. Android 17 became a park ranger just to honor his legacy. The future turned out for the better because he existed. A tragic story that's quite enjoyable of the gentle giant. It hits hard for me because that's my boy right there. Cool fact, people tend to compare Android 16's design and backstory to that of Astro Boy, as it's very similar with a scientist losing his son and trying to recreate it through robotics. And there's also the thing that they both have very, very weird designs. Now that we're done with the backstory stuff, we have a big thing to address, which is how do we approach this video? Android 16 has had many iterations because this game has been around for 8 years. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover the most modern iteration and maybe mention some things that happened in the past. We'll also cover the weaknesses before the positives, as he became a pretty solid character at the current point we're at right now. One massive problem was his size. Characters didn't have varied speeds in this game, so he didn't have the slow problem. But being big in a tag fighter can only spell disaster, as getting hit was only a matter of time. This also led to getting stuck in offensive sequences called fuzzies. These open people up who use basic defensive tactics, and 16 players had to learn so many layers of defense if they ever had to block. This game also didn't have varied health either, so if you got hit, you were taking the same amount of damage as GT Goku, and he is like a quarter of the size of you, and he's way harder to hit. One thing that did suck on 16 was his ranged attacks recovery. His Ki Blast tracked, which is great, but on whiff they were really punishable, so you could super dash through them, or if you made them whiff through jumping or tanking, he was gonna get punished every time. So it was hard to bait super dashes on 16. Your meter game was also pitiful, and this is something that 16 was affected from like the first nerf that he got back in the day, because 16 used to be a top tier of amazing Oki. They got rid of the Oki, but then kind of brought it back, and then they made his meter gain awful since then. One nerf he's still feeling to this day. This was a tag fighter, so having these weaknesses were okay, but let's talk about what made him dunk-tastic. First thing to note are those normals. He had some far-reaching ones like Standing Light, or any of the M's, or those iconic Heavy. The normals had solid reach and could double up for a full low block string into heavy. They were all minus, so it was hard to stagger with Android 16, but the heavies were iconic for letting you play Gorilla Neutral in the first patch of the game, as it let you tank anything, projectiles, hits, you name it. But you came across a massive nerf, so it made it so heavies will only let you tank normals, but anything that was a low or projectile or super, you ain't tanking nothing. That being said, it was still fantastic. The reach on it was good, it was very safe, and if you got the hit next to the wall, you got a full combo without super dash. This is really good. So what did 16 do to stagger? Well, he had to rely on his trusty hold hands, and I mean that in a robotic sense. No normal was plus on block, so he needed to do assist to reset pressure. However, he had this blast move that is +8 and only +3 on a reflect, meaning this was always your turn. if blocked or reflected. If you did light, you'd always interrupt your opponent unless they picked DP. It was a great reset tool that your opponent had to challenge or use meter to escape. All these attacks can lead into your grappler game plan as well, so any of these lights, +8 blast, you could go straight into command grab if you wanted to make them guess. But his command grabs were super interesting. He had a grab for every angle. Light Dynamite Driver was your main mix-up tool that came out in 16 frames. It gave knockdown pressure with potential link into super, and this makes the grab go from 15% with knockdown to 16% with 5 bars a meter. His medium and heavies were different. Being super slow, they were given projectile involved, and they give a combo and a catch. The distance on the heavy one was insane, by the way. He also had air throws with Dynamite Driver going up, but this was great for combos, but not so much for anti-airing. The heavy one was great for anti-airing, or you want to use crouching heavy, but you really didn't want to use the normal ones as they were kinda bad on the involve. But what makes this grab good is the reset ready. If the opponent keeps teching up, you could do the anti-air Dynamite Driver to reset them and use the assist for a pickup. And if they tech down, you could do the grounded Dynamite Driver. And it was a fun game plan because if they managed after teching down, guess what? You picked heavy. The game plan of dunk resets is addictive. I've had full games where I've sat there for like a solid minute doing dunk resets. And then when I finally got my assist or got my bars, I cashed out. But his supers were also hype because they had multiple factors to consider when using them. They were both the same animation, but one put them up in the air, and the one that put them up in the air gave you good knockdown pressure, but did a little less damage. But the one that was grounded did a lot more damage, but didn't give you much knockdown pressure. So if you wanted a safe jump, you did the one that put them in the air. And if you wanted the damage, you did the one that left them grounded. In neutral, we already know he uses the Dynamite Driver to approach and uses the heavies as well. What else did he have? He had Rocket Fist. His rocket punches would track the opponent and you'd get a combo because of the heavy command grab we talked about earlier. The full screen yeet potential was so good on this projectile as it was easy to hit confirm. This was cool because you always had a way to confirm after shooting your fists. So Rocket Fists are just rad, awesome decision honestly. It's worth mentioning his Rocket Fist because these were also his assists. He used these tracking key blasts that have heavy block stun and gaps for setting up high, low and left right. There's a ton of cool creative freedom that comes with it, and also fun combos. It was like a Build-A-Bear assist and it was considered one of the best ones in the game. And if the opponent super dashed it, well, you just wait for them and anti-air. Finally, we gotta talk about level 3s. He had one of the best ones in the game being his Hell Splash. And the animation on it, whoo! Just fantastic, give you a ton of damage and it let you run knockdown pressure, so you couldn't go wrong with it if you wanted to end a combo, and it also had some invul and was a grab, so using it on defense wasn't a bad idea. However, he had another level 3 that was extremely situational and very gimmicky. He'll do this grab where he'll lunge at the opponent with full invincibility, and if it lands, he will nuke them, destroying their health with 50,000 damage. Characters have 10,000 health, by the way. He'll put himself on 1 health, and if the enemy team still has a member alive, they'll come back with 7 bars of meter. This only happened if it landed raw, which was insanely difficult to do. But if you did it in a combo, it would actually be one of the more damaging level 3s in the game, but you still put yourself in 1 health and you still give your opponent 7 bars. So this was a risky play to go for it unless you knew you can kill. But it was really funny to use this if you wanted to mess with someone and you knew was a lower skill level than you. So 16 was a sick grappler that was designed to grab you from anywhere on the screen. There's no safe place on the screen to be when fighting them, and I think that's what they try to focus on in the design when making this tag grappler. When they focused on Haggar, it's like, yeah, we want to focus on his up close pressure. We don't really care what he's doing all this and all here, right? Whereas with 16, we're like, we want you to think about command grab from full screen. And I find that is an awesome design for such an exaggerated hyper fighter like Dragon Ball FighterZ. He was also well balanced. He could work into any team as he had one of the best assists in the game, like mentioned before. And he was a character that could get easy combos with assists as he always brought them down to the ground, so you couldn't go wrong. Extremely well balanced for once. So he was an amazing grappler that really suited any team you threw him in, and he was fun to play. But we gotta ask, Who were the fellas that made him work? Is the main grappler of Guilty Gear series, and it's interesting because they haven't released a character that challenges grappler title, like there is another grappler in the series. Potemkin is a big fella at 8'10", and he was smaller in previous games as he grows with every game. This is due to his muscle disability that keeps making him grow and grow. His visual design is very intimidating with massive arms and a big collar. He's also meant to be from an India-like place in the world of Guilty Gear. This character uses his sheer strength to get in, and he's so strong he needs his collar to hold him back because his power is way too much. He is prideful and is viewed as a protector among his colleagues. Now it's time to get into the story of the big fella. Potemkin was originally a slave to the nation of Zep. He was forced to have a bomb collar on for the rest of his life, which would end him if he tried to take it off. He was also forced to take part in a tournament to find out what was going on with Testament. After fighting, being extremely exhausted from everything, Gabriel showed up to tell Potemkin that his mission wasn't finished. Potemkin, mad as he's sick of seeing the suffering of others, rages towards Gabriel, but Gabriel then reveals that he is also sickened by the people running Zep and wants to overthrow it. With these two, they were able to do just that, with Gabriel at the helm and Potemkin as his right-hand man. Such a fantastic story for a side character, a slave trying to get by his suffering and pain to help others. It's genuinely touching in some of the moments when you see him like doing the paint and stuff like that. He's my favourite for a reason. Let me get into his gameplay, and we're going to be starting by talking about the positives before the negatives.
That's because I have the weaknesses, right? The strengths? I'm strong!
Yeah, totally. He has no idea. Potemkin being a grappler meant that he had the 50-50, which is a great start. In anime fighters, the archetypes tend to be over-exaggerated, and this is also the case when it comes to Potemkin in this game, specifically on his Potemkin Buster. It came out in one frame, making this a perfect guard cancel option on defense. It also had insane strength that has never returned since. That's right, it had no whiff animation, meaning you'd only get 6p if Pop Buster didn't land. Super strong, as this means Potemkin could never be punished for his grappler game plan. Also had one of the most busted tools he's ever had, Forward Megaphone. It was airborne on frame 1, meaning it was pretty good for escaping these situations where you were stuck in pressure, and it was extremely disjointed, so have fun trying to hit him. Unblock, it's also plus, meaning it's your turn when used. It's just a super good tool. If Modern Pot had this would be absolutely busted. When it comes to the positives, that's it.
Wait, that was short. What do you mean that's it?
Well, yeah, that was it. When it came to the health, it didn't matter because it was infinite central Potemkin. You should know this. I just got done explaining it. Also, your character didn't have a single infinite, so technically your damage was low, which is really funny considering you were designed to have high damage. Your jab confirms do 40%, but it doesn't matter because you aren't hitting for an infinite. You didn't have dash cancels and your charge sucked. You were lacking, brother.
So wait, you covered a very weak version of me? What? For what purpose?
For what purpose? You skipped the line. Your retribution. Time for the weaknesses. Thing to note is the list. You got your video, why are you depressed? It's a pretty big deal, as you can see here. He's missing out on a lot of tools. Any that Missing Link Potemkin can't do. You hear that? Even the can't at the bottom. His buttons are horrendous. They're all super slow, meaning you can't use jab on defense because it comes out in 10 frames. His close slash comes out in 12 frames. Your best poke is 2S, which also came out in 10 frames. This makes no sense. It's minus 10 on block, but it's massive with a decent hit, but no vacuum. It's also a low. Is he hitting your shins? I don't think so. Pretty epic, but it's bad because he can't infinite. Like, that's the weaknesses of the buttons. Did it land? Yes. Can he infinite? No. It's bad. That's it. That's the nature of this game. So his 2H was a 6-framer, but it knocked the opponent far away, and he didn't have heat knuckles, so there was no way of cashing out. It sucks. Don't use it. The reason for his lack of infinites is because of his dash and his bad charge. He doesn't have a dash, and his charge was mediocre. He can't do it, meaning he can't play how you need to play Missing Link. His movement is so bad that his jump startup is 12 frames.
What the fuck is this?
This means he can't jump on defense, which is a basic feature in many other anime fighters. He had a tool unique to this game called Nitro Hook, where he dashes up and grabs the enemy. However, it's super slow and the iframes on it are terrible. If you whiff this, you die, but it's very hard to whiff punish because the active frames are like 17, so there used to be a bait strategy of using insta-kill during this. But again, it's a bad tool. You can't use it in neutral. Potemkin Buster basically reaches the same, believe it or not. So, why? Frame 1. Pick the frame 1. The massive problem for Potemkin is that Oki doesn't exist. Every interaction that he does always leads to attack out, and Potemkin doesn't have chasing tools, right? Sol Bad Guy can run. Chip can run. Everyone can run. He can't. And then Justice just shoots a projectile. She doesn't care. She doesn't want to engage. So Pot couldn't do pressure. Well, what about his specials? Surely he has something that stands out. But I already talked about those positives. All the specials that we talked about that were good were 2 things. The rest were abysmal. And even some of the good things I mentioned were bad. Mega Fist, for example, was minus on block if you did it back. And it only came out 1 frame faster, so you just did forward because you still got the amazing properties, but you were plus. Like, the whole game plan is literally spam forward Mega Fist. What is this game design? What's wrong with you? Lighthead was also got something else. It was Gravitational Stamp, and this tool was awful. In this game, peeps are already jumpy, so hitting this unblockable never happened. So if you used it, you got infinited. But here's the neat thing, if you landed this tool, air teching existed, meaning if they timed a tech on this tool, they could do an instant forward air dash and punish you for hitting your 27 frame unblockable that did no damage. Meaning you landed this and they go like, oh, I'm gonna run Oki. No, you're not. Tech forward infinite Shine. So on hit, this move was terrible. And charging up never happened because it took too long. It didn't do anything otherwise. I mentioned as well, Potemkin Buster also did little damage and there was no way to chase the Oki. So that was another tool that kinda had weaknesses despite being a very strong tool. Potemkin was abysmal in this game. I think the main highlights are how wacky he is at everything. There was no clear game design when it came to this version of Potemkin. Daisuke must have designed him last because the other characters seem to piece well, but I can't tell you what Potemkin's supposed to do. The slide head is bad in every instance. His Mega Fist is supposed to emulate air dashing, but it wasn't good for air to air. I don't know what these tools are made for in the grand scheme of things, where if I look at a character like Modern Potemkin, Hammer falls to let you approach. Mega Fist is supposed to be an air dash to jump over things, right? Heat Tackle is supposed to be an air stall counter tool. If you look at other grapplers like Anakaris, he had projectiles to counter, he had his teleport to get in. Everything worked together and the teleport let him chase him when he landed his projectile. Like, everything makes sense. Here, nothing makes sense. Yes, he's supposed to be slow, but Mega Fist puts him airborne, frame 1 and is plus 10 on block, which Melia would love that tool. Is he supposed to be stubby on offense? Yes, but his Potemkin Buster reaches further than his grab that's supposed to reach further. Nothing connects in the end. He was a horrible grappler, and I can't look back at it and say, I wish we could take some strengths away from this like I did with Tizoc. Wow, this is something we should stay clear of because there's clearly no innovations we can take from it. I mean, Nitro looks cool, but that's about it. Okay, maybe I was a bit mean. You alright, buddy? I'm sorry. But yeah, no highlight reel this time around. And we walk away thinking to ourselves that missing a Potemkin is really bad. There's no design philosophy that I would take away besides potentially the good defense that he had. This is the end of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Be sure to like and subscribe. Try to get 5k subscribers. Cover Zangief. Tell you what grappler I should cover. And if you want to support me, check out the membership system. But we're going to go straight to the grappler Where did he go?
I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you! How dare you do this to me! I waited so long for a grab video! Mega Fista! Tekken Plusta! I'm a fool!
Check out the grappler.
We're not finished! We're not finished!
Not gonna lie, I was a wee bit embarrassed in that. Donkey Kong is the big body grappler of the game. He is the first ever platform grappler of the genre, and he's also one of the first few characters that Nintendo created. Going back to 1980, you'll see DK's ancestor in the Donkey Kong game. The one in Donkey Kong Country is actually his great-grandson, and the one in the original game is his great-grandfather. Same goes for Mario and Jumpman. Donkey Kong loves bananas and will hunt down some funny Kremlin lad to get back his bananas. If I'm honest, I think this is way cooler than Mario vs Bowser. Just two lads fighting for either getting their bananas back or getting rid of monkeys. Right, you. Donkey Kong in Smash Bros has always stayed roughly the same. Being a big lad with decent speed, massive hits and having strong throws. He tends to have lacking recovery, where he can get back horizontally but not vertically, and when it came to moves, they had to bring his country appearance into the game, and this is difficult in platformers where you don't have power-ups like Mario. Well, they got the carry, but that was about it. There wasn't really a lot of stuff referenced from country. More on that later. They had to get creative with Donkey Kong's move list, and I think they decided to be more of a monkey or gorilla, rather than like what he did in previous games, which I think was the correct play as everybody loves his moves. Let's get into his weaknesses before we talk about what made him unique and cool for the first ever platform grappler. The main problem with DK was that he was big, but he wasn't really that slow. His big body is more of a problem here than any other fighting game for 3 reasons. Easier to hit, so of course you had to be careful. This was a combo heavy Smash Brothers game, so it means it was easy to combo this guy into death, so getting hit meant getting comboed into death. The third main issue was block. In this game you could break guards by punching away at it, however there were ways to break it on True String. In some matchups DK would rather take a hit than block, because if Yoshi got you with them running legs, he was losing his guard for a lot of damage. However, there is ways that he is slow. For example, his attacks, they come out actually fairly quickly, but the main issue is their recovery, or as Smash players say, N-lag, which sounds so weird. I like a lot of Smash terminology, but N-lag just sounds off to me. This means for DK to get a kill, he tends to need to set up for the kill. His approaches aren't that good, needed to rely on random jump-ins or swipes to get a turn. He lacks projectiles, which is a big deal in these games, as not having one to just throw out there definitely makes playing the character a bit awkward when it comes to that neutral position. His last big issue was his recovery. In these games, you want to get a good tool that can help you recover either horizontally or vertically. If he was down low, he was going to be ledged to death. There was no arguments about it. If he was getting back horizontally, it was obvious what he was going to do, and you had to be careful. It was either a meteor smash to kill him into the abyss, or he was kind of red on his up B and got knocked out. So recovery sucked on DK. DK was kind of weak in this game, but he was a grappler that was pretty saucy for the first ever platform grappler. So let's talk about the thing that made him interesting, which is how he was unique, cool, and how he could carry his way to a winning situation. DK is the tankiest character in the roster, capabilities to live at high percentages. It's more than likely you'll see a DK over 100 fighting for his life. He has big pokes like his tilts. He has some fun specials and one of the best grabs in the game. He has a solid knockout move like his up tilt, his aerial up tilt, up smash, forward smash, and his KO punch, his back throw. Genuinely, if he wanted to kill, he could do it pretty easily if you were that high percentage. One thing worth mentioning is that grapplers need a command grab to do their game plan. If they don't have a command grab, it doesn't work. This was a problem for Sakurai to solve, because how do you design a grappler in a game where you can't really give him a command grab as people are jumping about like madmen, and you already can't break throws, so there's no point giving him one. So how did you solve this problem? And I felt like Sakurai came up with a very smart idea to solve this, and the answer was his universal grab. Let's get into the specifics and what made him cool by talking about his throw. His throw animation was super strong, as throw in this game had no whiff recovery, so you could do this. Imagine Zangief doing this. Yeah, nah, I'm good. He has a follow-up on this throw called Carry. This move is a reference to him tossing the barrels in his games, but how was it used here? It is a throw that is done from normal throw. You could view this as a special move attached to his normal throw. The carry did small damage, but it gave you full control of your opponent. You can carry them to the edge, make them guess for life, and at high percentages you could just run them off. Also, some characters, like Jigglypuff, you could actually time an infinite where you'd break out the carry and then you'd throw them again. It was really frame tight, but it was a pretty strong infinite. I do believe it's banned in tournaments though. This was a very cool idea, and you solved the issue of the grappler not having a command grab, which is you made his grab unique, you gave it more freedom, you made it creative. So I feel like Sakurai really solved a big issue here by going like, okay, so if we can't give him a grab, we need to make his grab do something cool. And the carry certainly did that. It gave you that like freedom of expression that grapplers like to have, either through their game plan or through their combos, but here you did it on the throw, which is a flip, in my opinion, of how the grappler tends to be unique. You've done it on the throw, and I like that. I think that's a beautiful thing. Next thing about his throw was his back throw. It did insane damage, doing 18%, and its main strength is attached to the kill percentage. It could kill Mario under 100%. This throw was murderous and set up for kill scenarios. It is the best throw in the game for speed, power, and kill potential. Get that gorilla energy and just yeet for dear life. His up B was pretty solid. It had iframes in the first 5 frames and it did good damage with pushback. Using this defensively out of shield wasn't a bad idea. His other specials like neutral B was pretty strong. You could charge a punch, and if you saw a KO opportunity, you could cash out and just send it. A pretty good KO move, but you had to chill on it. It was good to charge this tool rather than just throw it out there, you know? His normal and smash attacks are situational. Air normal stood out as pretty long and had a ton of kill potential. However, they were linear, so you gotta use them well. Back air had good edge guarding, up air was good for comboing and killing, down air was great for getting kills into the KO punch, and forward was a really good combo starter and meteor smash to get kills. So honestly, every aerial tool had a use. There wasn't a tool that was going ignored, and it was the same for his tilts as well. Very cool to see how they went about the grappler and a platform fighter, how to solve the issue of a lack of a command grab, and how to make his normals fun when you didn't really have much reference material. So Sakurai really did bits with this character. But he wasn't that strong in the meta of Super Smash Bros. 64, so we had to ask the question, who were the folks that made him work? Mark is this game's grappler and designed for this game specifically. He's had no previous appearances before this game. He mostly chills about the ice house. Bark is a big fella with a heart of gold, but is actually shy. His moves in game are anything but though. He has a lot of comical throws to suit his nature of the game being dead cartoony, with a fan favourite being the Bish Bash. Fun fact, he's into snowboarding. He's the #1 snowboarder in the Sonic universe despite Sonic Adventure 1 happening and Sonic Adventure 2 start. Keep that in mind. But there isn't much to his story, there really isn't. His character is basically Being a Dynamite is his best bud, he thinks Knuckles is a fun fighting rival, can't stand Fang despite being in the same team as him. That's it. That's everything you need to know. I guess we should get into his kit. In this vid, we're not going to do positive and negatives. Usually that's how I kind of break it down. But this time we're just going to do the positives mixed in with the negatives, because with every positive, there was jank attached to it. And with every negative, there was jank attached to it. So we're just mixing it together to suit the theming of the vid. Now it was interesting, the character's tier placement was difficult to play. This game is fairly balanced. You can kind of play anybody and have a good time. It was just that it was difficult to play some characters, and with Bark and the Jank, he was extremely difficult to play. So let's get started with the main thing the grapplers have. The throws. Like most 3D grapplers, they were the best in the game. The damage was high and most of them led to amazing knockdown pressure like Bish Bash. This is what you'd expect from a grappler. This was also mad because you couldn't break throws. So keep in mind, you did high damage and it was unbreakable. However, he had the worst reach and his throws came out 2 frames later from everyone else. This meant he could be slowed to the punch. Then there was head collision. If you try to grab someone with a fat head like Bean, this would happen. Barks had to learn a tech called Shadow Step to get the throw. It's basically a dash cancel throw, a lot like King's dash to giant swing. This was very annoying for a lot of his matchups because it's literally just, nope, your throw doesn't work, I was born with a fat head. Learn Shadow Step. Next is his standout Lariat. Throw spins. It couldn't be ducked, which is what you'd expect considering you've seen Zangief. And it was fantastic with Hyperstar as it linked into itself for combos or throw opportunities. It was also a solid anti-air for those pesky spin dashers. There was a massive issue with Lariat though, and it's the jank. This was port priority. Yes, that's right. We had the Smash Brothers port priority in this game. The game decides who wins the trade based on this. This meant port 1 Bark can anti-air, but port 2 Bark would lose every time when it came to drop dashes, propeller flying. You got hit. This is also the nature of a lot of his normals being slow, so if you were port 1 Bark, the issues. You might trade or maybe you'll get the priority, but in port 2, you had to hit them first, and if that didn't happen, tough luck. One move that had very few downsides was back punch. This was an armored punch that would send the opponent flying. They could take the wall hit, but it was still a good piece of tech. It also had the same jank we talked about earlier. If you had your guard broken, it was your turn. So the jank was in your favor this time. It was very janky indeed. Another main note was your movement speed. Your grounded speed mixed with jump speed was faster than everyone else by 2 frames. Always with the 2 frames. I don't know what this game is when it comes to 2 frames in Bark, but he always had 2 frames over something. But you lost something that everybody else had, being the drop dash and the spin dash. This was key as it did damage, reached far, and could actually set up a lot of nasty stuff. One issue was matchups, and this is another thing that felt janky, but probably not jank though. Despite having long normals and good ways to deal damage with them, they had one massive issue, and that was hitting your worst matchup. Tails could easily avoid a lot of your attacks just by moving or pressing buttons. He was small, mixed with port priority. It was definitely one of your worst matchups. Again with the normals. You had good ones like forward punch or running punch, and then there was this jack-like punch. It was good for reach and guard broke as well. But you also had sit-down punch, which was fast and safe on block, making it a fantastic move. Is what I would be saying if we were covering the community edition of this game. The base version of this game actually has a missing hitbox on the first punch, meaning it's not as fast as it should be. A lot of people say he's busted with it anyway, but now it's just an okay move at best. I love Jank Charlie! Finally, we have the jump normals. His jump normals were different as he didn't have the hop kick that many other characters had. His was a little different. mostly used for keep away rather than engaging or comboing. Then he had Jump Punch, and this is where the jank comes back. But it's not so bad. Jump Punch looks massive, but it's anything but. The hitbox is on the other hand, and it's active for 1 frame! But it was used in competitive play because it cancelled your landing frames. So if you jump and you want to land quickly for offense, we press punch. Bark was an awkward character, being listed as one of the toughest characters to play because of a lot of the jank, and you have to get used to it. That's the nature of old fighting games, but you know, they have their charm. Now we gotta ask, who were the peeps for history that made him work? Astaroth is the grappler today, and today we will talk about how he is deceiving and how he is a sick design. He's the grappler of the game, and in Soulcalibur it's filled with fun lore. Astaroth was created by the god Ares to retrieve the demonic sword Soul Edge after losing half of himself to Sophistics. Oh Christ, this is tough to say. Nightmare took up the blade and Astaroth decided to work with him to obtain souls to make the sword stronger for his god. He wanted to turn on him, but Maxi killed him in a 1v1, no-scoped him. After being killed, he was revived, but parts of Soul Edge were merged with him. He started to get more of a mind of his own and said, F these cult guys who made them in the first place, and killed them. Now he does his own thing, terrorizing for souls and power. He wants to get back at Maxi. The lore is mad, but it's really fun if you want to look it up and just enjoy the world of Soulcalibur. It felt not well written, but written in a way that's coherent and fun, until you get to the sex game. Ignore that. The best way to put it, Astaroth was filled with intrusive thoughts. If he had the idea like, I'm gonna punch someone or I'm gonna kick a baby, he's gonna kick a baby. This character was designed to be a grappler, and the fact that he was a villain made it very interesting compared to the usual big body grappler design. And like we mentioned with King, he wanted to get into threatening his throw game, but it was different when it came to Astaroth. The character was designed to be a grappler get in on, and I thought that was fun as a villain design for grappler, because usually the hero design of the grappler is someone who has to get in and threaten and strike throw, but you have to kind of get in on him. He wasn't a zoner, but he poked away at you. His weapon of choice was a massive axe, and that is how he was able to do it so easily. He was able to slash and bash his opponents, and he would use it to pull them in for devastating throws. He had massive pokes and some sick command grabs. Get into his negatives before we dive deeper into what made him a deceitful grappler. In terms of negatives, he had a massive one. He was big and sluggish, which is kinda normal for grapplers, but in a 3D one, not so much. You look at King, he has good movement. You look at Armor King, he has good movement. You look at Wolf, he even has good movement. But because of this, it meant he had a tough time stepping attacks. And his attacks were also slow, meaning some of his kicks could be beaten by some A or B attacks for the faster members of the roster. So yeah, if you were up against Maxi and you press a kick, you could get interrupted pretty easily. And this allowed for plenty of counter hit opportunities. I mentioned before, verticals could break horizontals, aka A could beat B, but the thing is, kicks had no priority, meaning if he wasn't quick enough, counter hits would definitely happen against his character. Having slow attacks made him susceptible to counter hits from most pokes. These were the key negatives that kinda held him back. They were pretty big. Sure, they may be short, but they were massive in what they did against them. But besides that, let's get into what made him very deceitful now. To note the positives of the character quickly, he could do very high damage of pokes and combos. In this game, combos can be escaped with a mechanic known as air control. You can control where your character is going while they're being air juggled.
meaning you can make combos insanely difficult for others. But him having simple juggles and throws allowed him to do pretty good damage for a combo game. He didn't have the issue that other characters had, where they had to keep it short and simple. When he did damage. But yeah, he also had a complete throw game and did a ton of damage. He even got nasty okay, and some will lead to ring outs. He did insanely well with the base mechanics. His guard impact situations were very powerful if you got really good at them, and he was also a very easy to learn character. The most amount of learning went into the base game and executing throws. But yeah, let's get started with the main reason that I want to make this video, and that is how deceitful he was. He was a grappler that was great at contesting space, meaning you had to get in on him. But the thing is, he wasn't someone who was zoning, it was just that he would chip away bits of your health with every interaction that you did trying to get in. You would get in, without a doubt, right? It wasn't like you're fighting Axel or something like that. Rest in peace, bottom tier. But it was a case of like, you would get in against this character. It was very simple. But you would lose bits of your health here and there with these large pokes that you represent. 6-6B, which allowed him to poke from afar, and it would break A attacks for advantage. He had other tools like poking with running free or A. He does this long reaching attack that hits grounded to chunks of health. His other main tool for staggering with pokes was definitely 214A, which he would spin kind of like a Beyblade. But the thing is, he could mash it out to do a maximum of like 8, I believe. Or he could do 4, or he could do 3, and he could control wherever way he goes. He could go forward, back, up, down. So this was a tool that was very hard to check because there were so many variables. He could do this to approach, and if he didn't get the hit, he could back out. But then he could back in, kind of like mix on Faust. Except unlike Faust, he had a clean hit property, meaning if the first hit landed, and only the first hit, you'd get this animation. And as you can see, does a chunky bit of damage, and you may think this can lead to a ring out. Never will. Labbed it, sat there long enough, it'll never lead to a ring out, but it will leave the opponent right next to the edge, where Astaroth's key strengths definitely kick in. His sidestepping with AA was also great for a far-reaching poke and hitting so goddamn far. He had so many tools to check the opponent with, depending on their space. Not to mention some of his high damaging ones as well. He just had damage, he had reach, and you had to play into that when you were against him. Unless you were playing someone like Ivy, and that's where another weakness of his came in. He had a tough time against someone who could outreach him. Once he gets in, he had also really good pressure. He had this headbutt that could be held and could be done a second time. And if it was held or got a counter hit, it'd lead to another guaranteed headbutt. This led to good chunky damage and obviously a good pressure tool. The fact that you can hold it and do a second one, meaning you can kind of feint and go for a throw instead. Very cheeky indeed. It was safe, takes up a good bit of space, and being a ring out tool, he also had his bull charge, which was safe on block and on hit would lead to a ring out. And the thing is, he would space the opponent out on block, meaning he could do a bull rush again, or he could go for a spacing trap with one of his horizontals, meaning the opponent had to go like, I need RPS, do I challenge the bull rush, or do I take space to beat the horizontals? So there was a bit of a mind game going on there. But yeah, obviously the main thing you've got to talk about the Grappler is its throws, and Astaroth had some very powerful ones. In terms of throws, he had a whole kit that was made to catch you off guard. He had an atomic drop that did chunky damage and gave him the best Oki that he'd won. And this Oki would allow for catches or resetting into a throw. So basically he could look the scenario, or he can go for strike for a launch. Very evil indeed. He also had this throw where you toss the opponent up, and this was also a very powerful one because if you wanted damage, this was the command grab you'd go for. It let you do AAB as an OTG and do 50% of the opponent's health. But yeah, these were his key throws to opening up the opponent, except he had one issue with this throw, and that is they were very stubby compared to some other members of the roster. But yeah, to go back to guard impact, Astaroth had some of the best strengths of guard impact. It was really good on him specifically, because when you did a guard impact with your opponent, yeah, it was a bit of an RPS. It's like, do you guard impact back, or do you block out, or do you guess 50-50? And Astaroth was good in this regard because his 50-50 was threatening a strike throw. Meaning, it was scary to deal with, and guard impacting dangerously could get you killed. And of course this leads back to his bull rush, and it also leads back to the headbutt.
And it also leads to his throw game, like mentioned before, very powerful once he's in. But in terms of positives, that was all mostly it. He had very powerful setups, amazing defense, and his offense was ridiculous. In terms of defense, with pokes didn't have it, but guard impact and getting good with that, and getting good with ring outs, was the thing that made him really stand out. And you had to ask yourself, what did high level Astaroths look like? It's a new day. And this is the sad part where I had to say, no matter how much time I spent scouring, I could not find many high level Astaroths. Planet Man was designed to be a zoner in a game filled with grapplers. And I just get this image in my head every time. Look at his list of can'ts. This is beautiful.
I used to pray for days like these.
Honestly, I don't blame him. So, what made him bad? He had awful frame data to start with. A lot of his attacks are very slow, like his jab coming out in 17 frames in a game where your fastest attack is a 10 framer. Put it in perspective, Kazuya's done an electric in this time, and that is a pretty safe launcher that's plus on block, whereas this jab came out in 17 frames and was minus 11. Punishable by the game standard. He's super meter hungry as he can only zone with meter. Also his projectiles are awful. They're either too slow or weak to sidestep, so he can't zone. The last weakness, these projectiles can only be done with meter. This is like if EA designed Street Fighter. You want to run red KKD with him, but like, you'd rather just not play him, you know? Again, like I said, this is going to be rapid round, so we're done talking about him. Let's talk about the top tiers by looking at the first fella that is very well known in this game. The Mountain. The Mountain is considered the king of cheese as he hits, well, like a mountain. This guy is kinda mid, stubby, slow, and very punishable. However, he has a claim to fame. Have you ever heard of a landslide? If Mountain punished you, or throwed you, he can link this special for as long as he had meter. Just look at the damage. A top tier for sure, but was dead linear in his game plan, relying heavily on a punish or a throw landing. A gimmicky top tier for sure. You want to run red KKD, build meter, or green depending if you needed the defense. If you come across a Mountain player, shred it. It's time for the top tier that was consistently busted and easy to play. Akuma Shogun. Akuma Shogun is considered one of the strongest characters who hits hard. And this makes sense as he is a boss character and one of the big bads of the series. You could totally see where Armor King got inspired by, either in a lot of the throws or his visual design. Look at him! He's one of the best characters in the game. First thing to note, this game has varied health and he had the highest. It takes 3 to 4 combos to kill him and he took 2 to kill you. He is a bully of a top tier. The running strike is super safe and links it to good combos. It can also cause a ring bounce on block, because of course. And he also had a neutral skip where he turned into diamonds and cut through you. Completely invincible and safe on block. And of course it gives a combo. His combos also hit hard, dealing 50% fairly consistently, with the air throw ender being a fantastic tool for getting that hard knockdown pressure and just running offense. He also has a throw launcher and stunned opponents, so that running knee into this is just godly. He wasn't lacking in any regard and just had very strong strength. Next is the top tier that took execution. You look towards this man as your kinda Mishima, but there's another Mishima. More on that later. Terryman. Terryman was like a rushdown grappler, having access to fast attacks and more strings than the usual character. He was made to open you up with a good old left-right combo. One of the best command grabs he had was a throw that acted like Makoto's command grab, leaving the opponent standing in a stun state. A godly throw for combos, or resets. Now the execution part. Terryman was a combo god near the corner and out in the open. You have to get good at charge cancelling to do his combos. And this is something I've neglected to mention, as I feel like it's important for Terryman specifically. It's great for other characters, but Terryman is one of the main reasons why you need to learn this. If you do a move that is special cancelable, you can do charges, which builds up your meter. But you can actually do the startup and instantly cancel it to lessen your recovery frames, allowing for fast links.
This is actually me doing this. I'm not gonna lie, my execution's pretty clean. I got like 3 of these in a row and I genuinely popped off. I'm clean, guys. I am clean, trust me. Terriman mains had to get good at this to understand his combo theory. If you can't get the fundies in execution, you can't play Terriman to the highest level. He was a gross pressure character that relied on the user to get good with charge cancels. Terriman was one of those players where if you saw someone play as Terriman, you get excited because you know that they're pretty good at this game fundamentally. But up next is the top tier that can grab you from anywhere, Ashura-man. The multi-arm top tier that ran this game, Ashura-man, was basic in premise, but it made him very unique. He was a long-reaching grappler. The goal was to play outside the enemy's range as you had the better reach. His throws reached further, he had good reach for punishing and throw punishing. And the funny thing, he had a zoning tool that is infinitely better than anything Planet Man had. I'd say the poke was solid. As a punish, giving a ton of damage in a combo, and Death Valley is a punishing throw. Hurt is at the 30% with an OTG follow-up. Yeah, the throws were good on this passive grappler as well. When it came to Ashura, he was strong due to always being in range of you. You couldn't escape the reach of the Ashura. The last top tier to talk about, Super Phoenix, aka the sauciest top tier in the game, there's no arguing it. Super Phoenix was super versatile, had a tool for every situation and had a ton of strings for whatever you needed. With a low skill floor, he also had a massive skill ceiling, making him one of the more fun characters to learn. Wanna learn how to do a motherfucking infinite?
Yo, you wanna learn how to do a infinite? I'ma teach you motherfucking bitch ass. Easy as What you doing, mother? Oh! How's it tight? Keep the rhythm up. If you fuck up the rhythm, the mother combo will drop, mother. But I ain't gonna do that shit.
He was designed for comboing as most of his tools are launchers or good for juggles. He was difficult due to not having normal charge cancels. Tapping it actually took longer for him, and I think this was coded as he was one of the boss characters, so it takes him 24 frames to do a charge. So he can't cancel like Terriman. If he had that, it'd probably make him beyond busted, but he didn't have that. So he had to get good with the ruthless, brutal technique. Silly name. You would do this multi-hitting attack where you could cancel on the first hit if you wanted to, and you'd use this as a combo filler tool. Because if you did a string into this, you can link back to the original string to keep up the combo, kind of keeping up the infinite and the juggle state. This is very convoluted and hard to explain, but to simply put it, string, tool, string, tool, string, tool. That's how you do it. You go back and forth between all that, really getting into the nitty and gritty of the tools. This fella also had the Steve sway back. The sway had slight invul and it was hard to catch, so he was just super utility based. There wasn't anything he was lacking in. Also, he did have a horrible super where he would change the opponent's control. Hi Jason! Right, we're done with the top tier, so now we're going to talk about the characters I thought were interesting and really pulled me in when I was looking up this game and all the characters and what they do. And the first one being, what happens if you try and make Armor King a true Mishima? As said, they asked the question, what if Armor King was a true Mishima? His jab came out in 10 frames, unlike every other character, and this dominated the round start as he had one of the quickest tools to the punch. And now I present to you the Electric Spring God Fist.
Samaka. Dore! Dore! Come! Dore! Come!
Kazuya Mishima.
6XA was a launcher that is +6 on block. Had a ton of pushback, a lot like an electric. But with charge cancelling, it became +12. And this was rare for Kinnikuman, as characters didn't have plus double-digit moves, meaning you couldn't really challenge him. He had a ton of pushback on block, and if Springman had 9 bars, he could do an untechable super grab that did a ton of damage immediately after. Truly the scariest Mishima. However, like Kazuya, he's minus on a lot of attacks, and he was very committal when it came to playing offense. He needed to get in to do a scary pressure, and a lot of his tools, if he was wrong, could actually cost him. Lacked any hit confirms and was lacking in the damage department sometimes, a lot like Kazuya, and I thought this was pretty cool. One of the coolest Mishimas of all time. The last guy I wanted to cover is someone I don't think is that unique compared to a lot of the other characters. Like, I think I wanted to cover Zebra Man, is I thought he was dead cool and probably the most technical character in the game. Like, there's nobody on his level besides Terry Man. However, I wanted to talk about this grappler as I feel like he's inspired a ton of grapplers within the current era. And in the ultimate muscle dub, he sorta talked like this. Robin Mask. The armor-cladded man was easy fella to pick up. Sorry about that. The armor-cladded man was an easy fella to pick up. He was lacking in the damage department, but he had many ways to make up for this, either being constant strike throw or bullying the opponent near the ropes. If he got a wall situation, he was great at bullying, and I mean, honestly, fantastic at it. He was stealing their lunch money every time. A lot of characters were good at bullying near the ropes, but Robin relied on it at times as he didn't hit hard as a character. He had this set play projectile that was good for the wall and hurting peeps trying to escape you hastily. If he got a heavy stun, that low damage turned into a cash out as he could finally launch the opponent. He lacked good launchers, but when he got it, he had solid combo routing. Also, this guy totally inspired Potemkin and Clark, either with his moves or his design. Look at that mask. His neutral options were very committal, like this diving headbutt or the special approaching tackle, but he had these as constant tools that the opponent had to keep in mind that he could just leap from one side of the screen to another. Again, a lot like a Mega Fist or a Hammer Fall. He also had chain throws, which were awesome for setting up pressure and OK, so that was dead cool. But in the end, he was designed as a character to bully near the wall, either using a projectile or using his heavy stun tools. That was his goal. But he was pretty straightforward, and a lot of the main characters were like that. They were very straightforward. Besides Terry Man, he's tough. This game was awesome. There's so much variation between the grapplers, and there's a ton of depth in the game. You think it's like an arena fighter type game, but it's genuinely not. There's so much depth here that you can explore and have fun with.
What are you waiting for? Come get some!
Are you ready for this?
I'm gonna be so real. I'm excited for this video. I'm extremely excited. If you guys don't know, I'm pretty huge into wrestling. I grew up with it and all that stuff. Some of my favorites were like Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, and my current favorite right now is Penta. Unfortunately, I never got to see a lot of the Mexican side of the Lucha Libre, for example, the Blue Demon or El Santo, but you know, it'd be interesting to see all that type of stuff, have a bit of a history rewind and check it out, because they were like the goats for early day Lucha Libres. Point being, Hellblaze took a ton of inspirations from these guys. The design you could clearly see is very Rey Mysterio, Rey Phoenix looking with the flares and all that, and the pure black shine in pants and that. The move list is a lot like Lucha Libre wrestling, with a lot of head scissors, spinning around, throwing the opponent against the wall, DDTs, flying DDTs. It's very cool. It's a shame his voice lines sound like this.
My body is an unstoppable weapon.
Blaze was a high-flying mix-up character with a ton of speed to go with it. He had a ton of jumping attacks to call out Abaris or mash-outs. Let's talk about his story. Hellblaze was a Lucha Libre that killed it in the light heavyweight division. Looking at the heavyweight division, he saw a man who ran it being Wolf, the grappler of the game. Hellblaze wanted his title and is looking forward to their encounter in this tournament. The rival of the little guy versus big guy could be pretty class. Hellblaze was a jealous, greedy little guy. He looked out for himself, which is fairly common with wrestlers. I'll go over his negatives first, because the things that made him unique were amazing. Hellblaze had a few negatives that did hold him back, but you wouldn't count him out because he was a mid-tier. His major weakness is how stubby he is. His reach isn't anything to write home about. If you wanted to poke, you had to do committal things to play neutral with characters that can outpoke him. Any of the heavyweights or throw counter characters caused bad matchups. The weight of bigger fellas making his combos shorter hurt him, as he couldn't set up his main mix afterwards. We'll get into what made that unique later, don't worry. But Go was a hard counter Hellblaze for one reason. If he teched your throw attempts, you had to take on a clinch where you had to guess to get out. This guy was rough for anyone wanting to do a throw game plan. His last weakness was his weight. One unique gimmick to this game was the weight properties like explained earlier. This also went in the opposite spectrum. If Blaze got launched, it was easy to cash out on big damage. Despite these weaknesses, the characters were very well balanced in this game, except for his weaker side. Let's get into what made him unique as a 3D grappler. Blaze is a tornado of offense. I don't know what to start with. His speed is a highlight. This makes him unique as his movements is very in your face and high flying. As many tools to set for getting in. He has rocket charge to run at you. He has this sick backflip that if he hits the wall with it, he gets to do another one and steal the wall from you. He also has a sidestep stance that had its own moves and throw opportunities. Had this roll that avoids strikes so he can hit right back at you. Point being, his movement was amazing. Like, he had so many movement tools that he could just utilize to mess with the opponent. All these stances had mix-up options, but we'll explain that a bit later. I just wanted to emphasize how quick he was, you know. So his movement was good, but what was his throws like, you know? He had many throws to catch duckers and standers and the unsuspecting. The damage on them were nice, and a lot of them set up nice Oki to run straight throw. His 360 throw was solid for this as the damage was pretty high. Also his wall throw existed, and look how sick this looks. He also had strings into throw that cashed out on any stray poke. These animations have caught me in a trance. If he caught you crouching, this throw would do damage, it would give you a combo. You had to be careful when ducking Blaze. So how did he set up these throws? He had some pretty solid normals to set up these throws. This big boot setup for running a mix-up, and it gave you this cool setup on block only. It was awesome because it let him do his run offense into whatever he wanted. He also had this Mega Fist move that was good at evasion and set up Oki on the enemy. Tools like back punch and back forward punch were nice mid pokes that can extend it to strings to either give you good confirms or just some good poke pressure that can allow for staggers into throw. This roundhouse was pretty safe to throw out there as the hit would give you a strike throw situation. Many of his attacks would exactly do this, but on mid-screen he had to be careful, but up close these normals were devastating. His combos were short but damaging. During your combo it would end on this string and put him in his running stance. This one would give you one of the best mixes he had. The cartwheel being good, carry string that could lead to a wall splat or a ring out. Kick being a solid mid that could give you a throw opportunity. He had this throw that would mix up defensive players. The run could also go into roll or go into sidestep walk. It gave you tools to go lower mid again. There is so much evasion and speed in these tools that I love it. I think this is what made Blaze very unique as a 3D grappler. It's not really a 3D grappler that has the speed or momentum to do what you want, unlike Blaze. Don't get me wrong, I think Tina Armstrong might be a close second, or maybe Armor King if you want to count that. But nobody sells speed to the extent that Blaze does. Also had side unblockable situations. In this game, if you hit someone and you're +9 or above, you could basically get a free hit, either into jab or down jab. So if Blaze got these situations, not only did he get a free jab, you can go for a throw opportunity that was basically, you had to break it. You couldn't avoid it, you had to break it there and then. It's tricky attack, so it was good throwing out there on occasion, you know? I love how Blaze is designed to be a speedy 3D grappler. Not only is he interacting with his opponent with high flying tools, jumping about like a maniac and running like a madman, backflipping off of them on block on a big boot, he also interacted with the stage, either using them to do wall runs for a grab, or running up the wall to do a kick, or doing a backflip onto the wall to jump off the wall with a backflip again. It really sells the lucha lifestyle of the high flyer that is so athletic he can do anything. He's like a superhuman, you know? There's a ton of stuff for the high level nerds because like I'm just breaching the surface if I'm honest with you. There's a ton of stuff there that is gross tech or what you actually want to do. In the layer 1, all this stuff just makes him a fantastic character to witness and just play about with. Like I said, he was a mid tier, so the question was, who made him work?
Right. Quick jab and a step punch there.
Oh, and the optimal stuff. Let's go. Drinks are important right now. We're going to go for all of them. That's
rolling at him.
Counter hit. That's what I was talking about. If you try that low high, you are going to get from on that 60K. Whoa!
There it is right there. That low
and a knockdown. We're sliding already? Yes, we're at 8.
Here you go. Hot dog.
Yeah, it's like the boogeyman.
Yeah.
All right, circular comes out. That's I was gonna say that's a little bit weird. Okay.
We lost the last one.
Circular. Unfortunately, that only turns forward and not backward. It's mix up time. One more time. You better mix again. I don't think this is ring out. Yeah, I didn't do it. Okay. Walls are down, so this is a little scary.
Gotta be Side turn.
Oh, bitch, no, not like this. And it was a delayed one. It was a
Where do we begin? This is one of my all-time favorites, so I'm looking forward to this video without a doubt. King fights using nothing but professional wrestling and homages to media like Tiger Mask or Kinnikuman. You still get some of these tools as Tekken was limited with the moveset. There was no chain throws, there's no muscle buster, there's no clothesline, and there's no OTG throws. He's missing some of the things that made him stand out in future games, but he does have other things we'll get into. I also want to mention that this version of King has been covered by other YouTubers, and I just want to do this as King is one of my favourites, and I want to do my own little twist on it. You know, I think Grab certainly stands out enough to do so. The story is simple. He runs an orphanage, and he wants funding to support it, so he joins the King of the Iron Fist tournament to try and win it and gain those funding. Very simple. We're in that Tekken lore where it didn't get too silly, but it had a nice message that you wanted to follow. Let's get into what made him unique and broken. One thing I want to get out of the way before getting into this. King was their first attempt at a 3D grappler that took notes from Wolf from Virtua Fighter. In doing so, they created something busted by accident due to a miscalculation on one of the tools, and I'll get into that later. We also have to keep in mind he's limited due to not being modern-ish, so he's missing a lot. King had a lot of basic tools that we know today, like solid pokes, mids, and throws. His movement was decent, but he was missing out things like his crouch dashing or wave dashing that we know him for now. He had very simple movement and not many tools to enhance it like Jagger's tip. Again, he's missing a lot that you know him for. His throws were worth talking about right from the get-go. To tech throws in Tekken, you pick the right arm for the right throw. If you see left, you pick left. You see right, you pick right. And if you see both, you press both. King had a complete throw game for every arm, but not for the reasons you thought. His generic throw was done for the right, not the tombstone that a lot of Tekken buffs will know. In this game, tombstone was a high damaging throw that led to a knockdown, and it did a dallion, man. It hurt really, really hard. But it wasn't done with the right arm. It was done with both. So this was the throw you went to for your 1+2 grab, because as we know as modern Tekken heads, Tombstone is one of King's best throws, except it was attached to the right arm. In this game, it's attached to both. So if you're a Tekken head, you know this is automatically the choice you go between the other throw we're going to get into. Giant Swing was a damaging throw that can knock the wind out of anybody. It's still a key throw worth representing. Its key strength was super strong, but not a lot of people know about this, so best I explain it. When he does the throw, it looks like he's doing it with both arms, but he is actually doing it with the left arm. So you can deceive your opponent by going between Tombstone and Giant Swing. You do this well enough, it's a 50-50 that can get in the heads of your opponent. So choosing between Tombstone and Giant Swing, that was how you did your high damage off of your command grabs. Because if they picked the left arm, we did Tombstone, they were getting Tombstone. And if they did both arms, we did Giant Swing, you got Giant Swing.
What I would say, if any of that were true, this is actually editing Panda. I was in the middle of cutting my audio, and I did some research. You can't break throws in this game. So everything I just said only applies to Tekken 2 and onwards. Right now, can't break throws, at least on a console port. Throws were unbreakable, so that meant Giant Swing, Tombstone, you name it, whatever. It was just for sauce. It was all guaranteed. We're right off to a great start to why he's broken up. However, you could duck throws in Tekken, so there had to be some type of mid-check tool that King can use to stop people from ducking. The tools he had for that were down forward right or left punch to check the opponent with a punch or an elbow. These were decent in terms of damage and plus on hit, so it was your turn to go for a strike throw. However, this is where you really get into the nitty and gritty of the title of the video. He was broken. Why? Down forward left arm was absurdly plus on block
that came out in 14 frames, which is fast for Tekken. You were like 60 plus on a 14 frame elbow. To do the maths, if we exclude the recovery of King's down forward 1, he can do 4 of these elbows compared to the time it takes for you to recover. That is absurd. It was an impressive elbow, but it doesn't get any better than that. Oh god, foreshadowing.
Oh!
That is absurd.
Yeah, I bet you wish that was your first iteration, huh? Jesus Christ. Unblocked, this gave a free float combo to do whatever you wanted. So after a throw, King mains would do this to hit the opponent getting up, and the only way to counter this was to either stay down or take the hit. However, again, in Tekken, you can be hit while laying down, so he can bully you with OTG attacks for staying down. Some of these deal a lot of damage, so he wasn't a character to lay down against, so the best strategy was to get up and take that elbow to avoid getting launched or reset into a 50-50. This made him broken as it was fast, super plus, couldn't be ducked, and gave a guaranteed combo. This was the thing that made him busted beyond belief with little to no counterplay. Also, I want to talk about some things that were neat about King in this iteration, because again, it's the first one. You had this Frankensteiner, which was a still good round ender as an unblockable up close too. You also had the alley kicks with the counter hit properties, where if you get 5 in a row, you get a launch. Still a bad move though, due to being committable and punishable, and didn't even have the mid follow up yet, so you couldn't even RPS it. And finally, the thing that I want to know is you could count this as an Armor King grab video as well. In this game, Armor King had the exact same move list as King, the only difference being is that he was given the Mishima stuff. He could actually do the crouch dash, he had the Wind God Fist, and he had the big upper. So Armor King was better than King due to being King, but had better stuff than him, because he actually had a damaging launcher, so whenever he did the elbow, he could actually do a pickup that did a ton compared to King doing a jab and that was it. Right now, Armor King isn't unique enough to get his own grab, but maybe in the future.
Yahaha! Horror show!